Chapter 3682. It is said that Jiang Qin has already stepped into the central region. This guy, after causing such a big mess, he still dares to come back. Isn't this courting death? Who said it wasn't? I heard that this guy made a comeback this time and said that he would fight to the death with the Mountain and Sea sect. Looks like there's going to be a good show this time. So what? Didn't the Mountain and Sea sect produce a mountain sea beast Fei? I heard that Jiang Qin has already broken through to the sovereign realm and has become the most terrifying sovereign realm expert of the later era. He's a true sovereign realm expert. He can summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. He's a true sovereign. Are you bragging? Isn't that too exaggerated? Right now, there are probably no more Emperor Realm experts in the entire Central Region Divine Land, right? If Jiang Qin really had that kind of ability, he would have already swept through the Central Region long ago. That's true, but if Jiang Qin dares to step into the Central Region Divine Land again, isn't this clearly provoking the Mountain and Sea sect of the 8 Extreme School? In the battle back then, who knows how many experts died there? Looks like this time, when Jiang Qin returns, there will definitely be another bloody storm. Below the city tower, Jiang Qin held a pot of old flower carving in his hand, and shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed like his entering the Central Region Divine Land was no longer a secret, even though he had tried his best to hide it, but there was no such thing as an impenetrable wall. In the end, someone had discovered him, and the news of him entering the Central Region Divine Land was like a plague, quickly spreading throughout the entire world, as if his appearance could bring endless news to the God realm. Many people were chatting excitedly, and only the heavens knew where Jiang Qin was right now. However, to them, Jiang Qin's arrival was like a storm, and they were only at the edge of the storm. The real whirlpool was the Mountain and Sea sect and the 8 Extreme School. Jiang Qin was confident that he had kept a very low profile, but some people would always be able to find out about his existence. Everyone knew that he had entered the Central Region Divine Land. Although he wasn't in a state of panic, many people were on high alert. They were afraid that Jiang Qin would become their nightmare. Don't worry, although Jiang Qin is fierce, he won't be able to reach this place. The sky is high and the Emperor is far away. Jiang Qin's true battle range is in the core area of the Central Region Divine Land, where the 8 Extreme School and the Mountain and Sea sect are located. Someone waved his hand and said with a smile. Of course, but I heard that Jiang Qin has a pair of wings on his back, a demonic face, and fangs. He's quite a ferocious person. I hope we don't bump into him, Under the setting sun, a few men with large blades on their backs and faces full of scars laughed loudly under the city wall. Don't say everything. Back then, that Jiang Qin was quite terrifying. He was able to make the Mountain and Sea sect lose face and escape in front of the sect leader of the 8 Extreme School. From this, it can be seen that his methods are not undeserved. One of them sighed with a face full of sorrow. What are you afraid of? Jiang Qin isn't here. Even if he is, so what? I'll capture him and bring him to the Mountain and Sea sect to receive the reward, he. A fat youth with big ears said with a domineering expression. Jiang Qin, you're finally back. At that moment, a deafening explosion resounded in the sky, and it filled the sky beyond the clouds. One black and one white, 2 figures landed on the peak of the void. The few ruthless people of the Jianghu who had been arrogant and boasting were all dumbfounded, not knowing what was going on. Jiang Qin. No. It can't be. Jiang Qin is here. Those people all had ashen faces and trembling bodies as they silently swept their eyes across the surroundings. Around them, there was only a drunken young man wearing a bamboo hat sitting on the city gate tower. Could he be Jiang Qin? Didn't that mean that Jiang Qin had heard everything they had said just now? Thinking of this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of them felt a chill run down their spines and their bodies began to tremble. I can't be that unlucky, right? Someone said with a hoarse voice, pretending to be brave. I am Jiang Qin. Who wants to capture me to receive the reward? Jiang Qin threw away the bamboo hat in his hand and smiled faintly. He looked at those people who were bragging in front of him just now. All of them were as quiet as cicadas in winter. Jiang Qin took a step forward, and these people's faces turned pale. In an instant, they were all suppressed by Jiang Qin's aura to the point that they couldn't speak. Some of them even peed their pants. Jiang Qin shook his head and helplessly looked at these people who were arrogant and boasting just now. They were only at the Divine King realm. He could easily crush them with one hand and turn them into ashes. However, it was meaningless for Jiang Qin now because his enemies were the black and white double ghosts in front of him. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Jiang Qin, you won't be able to escape today. The Black Dragon Sacred Envoy stared at Jiang Qin coldly and bellowed. They had been searching for Jiang Qin in the central divine land. In the end, the heavens did not disappoint those who tried. They had finally found him. Nearby, the three great elders of the dragon clan had arrived as well. They surrounded Jiang Qin. You can wear out iron shoes without a place to hide. Let's see how you can escape from us today without those brothers of yours. The white dragon sacred envoy's eyes were like arrows as he stared at Jiang Qin. The five of them were ready to go. Jiang Qin, I never thought that you would end up like this. Without the protection of the Prajna Pagoda, you're nothing, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan bellowed. The Great Elder of the Dragon family roared in anger and said in a deep voice. Back then, they had almost died in the Mountain Sea sect. That battle was extremely tragic. Now that they had found Jiang Qin again, they naturally wouldn't let him leave so easily. Although Jiang Qin's strength had increased, they were not to be underestimated. 5 late divine emperors. It was almost impossible for Jiang Qin to escape from their encirclement. Jiang Qin chuckled. He did not put the 5 of them in his eyes. If it wasn't for the ancestral dragon emperor, they would be dead already. You guys should be glad that I have an unbreakable bond with the dragon clan. Otherwise, you guys would be dead already. Jiang Qin walked casually. He might have been afraid of the black and white saint envoy and the 3 late divine emperor elders of the dragon clan. But now, it seemed like he could defeat them easily. Cut the crap. If you want to die, I'll send you on your way. The Black Dragon Saint Envoy stared at Jiang Qin with killing intent surging out of his body. A few pieces of trash together are still trash. Do it. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Jiang Qin stood with his hands behind his back. He looked cold and unmoving. Die. The faces of the 3 elders of the dragon family were as cold as cicadas in winter. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding with each other. The 3 of them launched a powerful attack at Jiang Qin. The item in Jiang Qin's hand would belong to the dragon family. Jiang Qin looked at the 3 of them coldly. His figure remained the same as he punched out with one hand. It was a simple heavy punch. The 3 of them were sent flying backwards with pale faces. Each of them took a deep breath, and their arms were starting to go numb. Jiang Qin's punch was extremely powerful. Chapter 3683. The Divine King Realm men who spoke rudely to Jiang Qin and even pissed their pants were all dumbfounded. The power of a single punch had forced 3 late Divine Emperor Realm experts to retreat. Moreover, Jiang Qin did not move at all. The 3 of them had already turned pale. Even though they could not tell how strong Jiang Qin was, they knew that his punch had caused great damage to them. The Divine King Realm men who were scared to the point of pissing their pants were still lingering in fear. If it were them, they would not be able to withstand Jiang Qin's punch and would definitely be killed. The Great Elder and the other 2 elders' chi and blood were boiling. Jiang Qin's punch had pushed the 3 of them back. They knew that Jiang Chen's strength had improved a lot, but they had never thought that they could no longer compete with him. Now, they could only place their hopes on the Black and White Saint emissaries. The Black and White Saint envoys looked at each other and nodded slightly. The two of them did not hesitate and rushed forward, determined to give Jiang Chen a fatal blow. However, they still underestimated Jiang Chen. Did they think that Jiang Chen was still a mid-divine emperor? Although Jiang Chen's strength had not improved much, he was like a deity at this moment. He punched again. The Black and White Saint envoys' expressions changed drastically. Even the two of them were no exception. Jiang Chen was not prepared at all. It was just 2 punches. It was so simple, but it was so destructive. The two of them were completely pushed back and their faces turned pale. 1 punch. Another punch. The power of a punch was already so terrifying. How could they fight against him? They were not even a match for Jiang Chen. This made the Black and White Saint envoys feel a little embarrassed. They even turned pale. They would rather die than be humiliated. They had experienced Jiang Chen's terror in the past. But now, it seemed that the gap between them and Jiang Chen was getting bigger and bigger. The 5 of them did not hesitate and attacked quickly. They did not plan to leave any chance for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression was cold. He fought against the 5 of them alone. He did not even bother to take out his heavenly dragon sword. He shocked the world with his bare fists. Jiang Chen's aura was surging violently. Each of his moves was ruthless and unstoppable. The 5 of them were not Jiang Chen's match at all. They lost even more miserably when they joined hands. In less than 20 moves, the Black and White Saint envoy and the 3 elders of the Dragon clan were defeated. Moreover, they lost terribly. Those big shots of the Jianghu who were watching from the sidelines also avoided the battle, fearing that they would be implicated. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness was beyond their imagination. 5 elements divine dragon seal. With a single strike, the 5 of them were all knocked down. The supreme divine might was completely revealed. Jiang Chen's steps were steady. The 5 of them were heavily injured by Jiang Chen's Azure Dragon's 5 steps. They could no longer fight back. As the pillars of the Dragon clan, they were completely defeated by Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen did not kill them. Because the ancestral Dragon Emperor was here. If he killed them, the ancestral Dragon Emperor would feel bad. You guys are trash. But I will not kill you. Go back and reflect on yourself. The Dragon clan is not your tool. If it was not for your identity, I would have killed you 10 times over. Jiang Chen's words were like pearls, and the faces of the 5 of them turned pale, but they didn't dare to refute him, because every word that Jiang Chen said was sharp. Their situation was worse than Jiang Chen's, so of course they wouldn't force Jiang Chen to abdicate at this moment, because that would be seeking their own deaths. Jiang Chen's silhouette became extremely tall at this moment. He was like a towering mountain. No one could fight against him. In the eyes of the Black and White Saint messengers and the 3 great elders of the Dragon clan, Jiang Chen was invincible. No one could fight against him. His terrifying aura spread across 1,000 miles. They all kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to make a sound. Jiang Chen turned around and walked away. Because there was no need for him to stay here anymore. The 5 people of the Dragon clan had been completely defeated. They did not have the strength to fight anymore. Not bad. Looks like the ancestral Dragon Emperor did not choose the wrong person. Jiang Chen's body trembled. His face darkened. He turned his head and looked at the sky. There was a young lady in yellow clothes. The lady was graceful and beautiful. She stood with her hands behind her back, emitting an unparalleled pressure. At this moment, the Black and White Saint messengers and the rest of the Dragon clan all knelt down in front of the lady. The lady looked indifferent. She looked at the black and white saint messengers and the rest silently, as if she did not care about them at all. The surrounding divine king realm cultivators couldn't help but kneel down. The deterrent force of prostrating and worshipping was something they couldn't resist at all. Emperor Realm. A true Emperor Realm expert. This person's strength was more terrifying than Big Yellow and Yen Luo Einafa. It was obvious that her strength had reached the Emperor Realm, or rather, she had recovered to the Emperor Realm. As the beloved of the ancestral Dragon Emperor, her strength should be unparalleled. However, there were too many people who survived the immemorial war. It was already a miracle that they survived. The pressure of an Emperor Realm expert shrouded Jiang Chen's mind. However, he was different from the others. The heaven-defying Tao accumulation in his body was not weaker than any expert. His soul power had also reached the Emperor Realm. He was not afraid even when facing the lady in front of him. Jiang Chen could feel the strange emotions coming from the Zulong Tower. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was obviously furious. He could not maintain his composure even when facing Li Feng. "Do you really want to kill me?" The ancestral Dragon Emperor's voice sounded in the sky. It was filled with pleading and sighing. Li Feng squinted her eyes and stared at Jiang Chen. She said indifferently, "Your existence will always be a threat to me." Li Feng's words were undoubtedly a great mockery to the ancestral Dragon Emperor. It even caused the ancestral Dragon Emperor to be disheartened and hopeless. Everything that happened hundreds of millions of years ago could not be compared to the present. Their broken love had already turned into betrayal. The ancestral Dragon Emperor had been kept in the dark for hundreds of millions of years. Today, his heart had finally died. Chapter 3684. Jiang Chen could feel the ancestral Dragon Emperor's sadness. They would definitely die in this battle. An Emperor Realm expert, Jiang Chen didn't know if he could win against her. This woman's strength made him feel like he was facing a great enemy. An Emperor Realm expert was not something that one could imagine. Hand over the Sea Heart Lotus. You can't enjoy it and you don't have the right to have it. Li Feng Leng stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't dare to guess how powerful the Sea Heart Lotus was. He knew that the ancestral Dragon Emperor wanted him to eat it when he broke through to the Emperor Realm. It was comparable to the Tao accumulation fruit. It was a treasure that was formed from countless dragon ancestors' profound qi. Even Li Feng didn't dare to keep it a secret. As long as she could get her hands on the Sea Heart Lotus, her strength would improve tremendously. That's why she couldn't wait to get the Sea Heart Lotus from Jiang Chen. She even forced herself out of seclusion to take the Sea Heart Lotus from Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sea Heart Lotus had been stolen, she would have come out of seclusion 50 years later. Looks like we have to risk our lives this time. Jiang Chen sneered and looked at Li Feng. He couldn't avoid this battle anymore. Jiang Chen, don't hold back. Let's fight with all our might and see if we can escape from her. I can feel that her strength is still unstable. Maybe because she forcefully came out of seclusion, her strength has yet to recover to its peak. That's why she needs the Sea Heart Lotus a lot. If she could get the Sea Heart Lotus, she would be able to make up for her loss. We can take advantage of her unstable strength to attack. This is our only chance. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's voice resounded in Jiang Chen's mind again. All right, it's up to you. Jiang Chen said. I can only do my best. After all, I don't have a body now. No matter how strong my soul is, I can't turn the situation around. It all depends on you. The ancestral Dragon Emperor sighed. One day, I will return to the Dragon Clan. I will make this hateful woman pay the price. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's unwavering determination made Jiang Chen feel the pressure of this battle. Even though Li Feng had forcefully come out from seclusion and her strength was unstable, she was still an Emperor Realm expert. Today, I'd like to experience for myself how terrifying a true Emperor Realm expert is. Jiang Chen stared at Li Feng coldly. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand trembled continuously. 21st Blade. When Jiang Chen attacked, he did not hold back at all and directly displayed the strongest move of the limitless sword. The 21st sword was extremely ferocious and its aura was like a dragon. However, in the eyes of Li Feng, she was quite calm. She struck out with her jade-like palm and the 21st sword was instantly dissolved by Li Feng. The terrifying palm print made it impossible for Jiang Chen to avoid it. The heavenly dragon sword in her hand did not even have the slightest chance to turn around. Jiang Chen was directly pressed down by this palm and was forced to retreat while spurting out blood. Puff puff, Jiang Chen's face turned pale, his body and mind were greatly shaken. Although he was prepared for this, he didn't expect Li Feng to be this powerful. The overbearing power of an Emperor Realm expert was beyond his imagination. Given his current strength, he knew that he would only have a slim chance of survival if he were to face a true Emperor Realm expert, and that was already flattering him. The ancestral dragon emperor turned into a heavenly dragon silhouette. Golden light burst out from his body and shot towards the sky. His terrifying aura was extremely overbearing, comparable to a half-step Emperor Realm expert. The heavenly dragon silhouette was extremely overbearing. However, it was still unable to withstand Li Feng's attack. The ancestral dragon emperor's silhouette turned illusionary and flew backwards. 5 Thunders Decree. Jiang Chen held the 5 Thunders Decree in his hand. 5 heavenly thunders struck down at the same time. However, it still could not break through Li Feng's defense. A golden light shone down from the sky and the 5 heavenly thunders could not get close to Li Feng at all. Jiang Chen's face turned pale. He retreated while trembling. Isn't he too powerful? Jiang Chen could not help but curse in his heart. The 5 Thunders Decree could not stop Li Feng at all. Li Feng took one step at a time, crossing the sky. The ancestral dragon emperor closed in on Li Feng once again, using all his strength. But his strength was limited. Jiang Chen did not have time to think. He immediately merged the 5 heavenly thunders together. Suddenly, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning. A storm was formed and dark clouds were formed. Interesting. Li Feng looked at Jiang Chen silently. He then struck again with his palm. Terrifying aura crushed the sky. Black holes appeared in the sky. Jiang Chen was almost devoured by those cracks. Quick, Jiang Chen, I cannot hold on for long. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice was deafening and reverberated across the earth. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn and he did not dare to be slow. He quickly fused the 5 heavenly lightnings. Layers of 5-colored halos filled the sky. The 5 heavenly lightnings were fused together and the destructive aura once again overpowered the heavens. The entire sky darkened. Nobody could see the sun. The ancestral dragon emperor continued to fight with Li Feng. He retreated step by step. His divine soul that had just recovered was heavily injured again. Moreover, it was by the betrayer that he loved. To the ancestral dragon emperor, this battle was the most heart-wrenching. Heavenly thunder's fusion. Jiang Chen shouted angrily. The death lightning lotus in his hand was formed in an instant. He had already prepared everything, because this was his strongest technique. If the fusion of heavenly lightning couldn't defeat Li Feng and give him a chance to catch his breath, then there would be nothing he could do to save the situation. Li Feng's expression became solemn and her expression changed. When the mountain and sea sect's supreme elder Yin Hu, a half-step emperor realm cultivator, could not remain calm under Jiang Chen's attack. Now that he had broken through and the heavenly thunders were even more powerful than before, Li Feng felt pressured when facing Jiang Chen. The 5-colored death lightning lotus turned into a ray of light that exploded in the air. Li Feng pressed his palms together, tightly controlling the death lightning lotus that was fused with the heavenly lightning. He felt an immense pressure. Chapter 3685. Jiang Chen and Li Feng stared at each other. At that moment, Li Feng was filled with murderous intent towards Jiang Chen. As long as she could kill him and get the Sea Heart Lotus, she would be able to recover most of her strength in no time. That's why Li Feng wanted to get the Sea Heart Lotus back even though it wasn't time for her to go into seclusion. It belonged to the Dragon Clan and it was her only hope now. Li Feng looked at Jiang Chen silently. He had no strength to resist anymore. You're as stubborn as that old man. If you hadn't taken the Sea Heart Lotus from the Dragon Clan back then and stayed obediently in the Dragon Clan, you might have been able to keep your pathetic life. But now, it's too late. Li Feng said coldly. Accept your fate. This is your destiny. No one can escape from my palm. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor is like this. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Li Feng turned her hand and launched another palm attack. This was her last palm attack and it was also Jiang Chen's fatal moment. Envy Heaven Seal. Jiang Chen wasn't willing to be killed by Li Feng just like that. This was his last resort. As soon as the envious Heaven Seal appeared, a frightening Tao strength was unleashed. Li Feng was forced back by the seal, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Jiang Chen didn't have time to say anything. He turned around and ran away at top speed. It didn't matter if Li Feng was dead or alive, there was no reason for him to stay. If he was dead, then all his troubles would end. If he was alive, then he would be hunted down by his enemies. Jiang Chen used the Great Void technique and ran away without looking back. He just wanted to escape from Li Feng's palm. The scariness of the Envy Heaven Seal shocked Li Feng. She had never thought that Jiang Chen would have such a technique. The strength of the Tao Reserve was enough to make an Emperor Realm expert take it seriously. Therefore, it was extremely lethal to Li Feng. Li Feng looked even more embarrassed after being pushed back by the Envy Heaven Seal. However, the strength of the Tao Reserve wasn't strong enough to kill her in one strike. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a good time either. Li Feng stood up from the dust. She was still filled with anger and murderous intent. However, she was in a difficult situation now. She didn't have much strength left. It would be difficult for her to chase after Jiang Chen. One day, I will catch you. Ancestral Dragon Emperor, I will make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. A sinister smile appeared on Li Feng's face. Her bloodthirsty eyes blinked. This time, she had underestimated her opponent. That was why that fellow had managed to escape from death. However, the two of them were already heavily injured and on the verge of death. Their situation was even more difficult than hers. Jiang Chen managed to escape, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. His heart was filled with shock. Fortunately, Li Feng didn't come out of seclusion through normal means. His strength was greatly suppressed. Otherwise, Jiang Chen knew that he wouldn't be able to escape from an Emperor Realm expert's grasp. Jiang Chen's heart still palpitated when he thought about it. He no longer dared to doubt the mightiness of an Emperor Realm expert. He had tried his best but was still no match for such a terrifying technique. This was enough to explain everything. Strength was still the way to go. Li Feng didn't kill us this time. She'll definitely come back again. We can't be careless. Let's hurry to the Marshal Dan Palace. The ancestral Dragon Emperor said weakly. He was at the end of his rope now. It was a great fortune for the two of them to be able to escape. No one knew Li Feng's strength better than the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Even though she was severely injured, she was still terrifying. If they wanted to fight against her, they could only wait for Jiang Chen to reach the Emperor Realm. As long as he could rebuild his golden body, he would be able to fight against her. That's true. This woman is simply a lunatic. Fortunately, Hai Xinlian lured her out. Otherwise, once she comes out of seclusion at the right time, I'm afraid we would really die without a burial place. Jiang Qin heaved a sigh. After surviving the calamity, he too felt that his body was hollowed out. An Emperor Realm expert was not someone that he could face right now. The news of Jiang Qin entering the Central Region Divine Land spread like wildfire. The 5 experts of the Dragon Clan were defeated and the almighty expert of the Dragon Clan fled after defeating Jiang Qin. This news was undoubtedly a great shock to everyone in the Central Region Divine Land. This battle was like a plague that quickly spread throughout the entire Central Region. Many people were eager to give it a try, such as the 8 Extreme sect and the Mountain and Sea sect. They all began a carpet search. They wanted to find Jiang Qin and kill him to take revenge for what happened back then. It could be said that Jiang Qin had already become the public enemy of the entire Central Region Divine Land. No one liked him because he had offended too many big shots. Whether it was the Mountain and Sea sect, the 8 Extreme sect or the Buddha Pagoda, they were all a great threat to Jiang Qin. With Jiang Qin's current strength, it was undoubtedly a difficult task for him to survive in the Central Region Divine Land. Furthermore, the people he had to face were all true experts. With the 8 Extreme sect and the Mountain and Sea sect leading the way, many sects hated Jiang Qin as if they were enemies. This was because Jiang Qin had offended too many people and touched the interests of too many people. Furthermore, he held the inheritance of the craftsman god, which was destined to make him the focus of everyone's attention. Back then, the craftsman god was known as the strongest expert below the emperor realm. Even countless half-step emperors weren't able to contend against him. From this, one could see how terrifying the craftsman god was. There were only 2 reasons for this. Firstly, it was because of his tyrannical strength, and secondly, it was because of the legendary divine weapon in his hands. The craftsman god had created countless divine weapons and treasures that stood at the pinnacle of the entire Central Region. There were even some Emperor Realm experts that were on good terms with him, and many divine weapons and treasures were created by him. Jiang Qin was like a hot potato that everyone hated, but also like a delicious cake that everyone wanted a share of. Originally, Jiang Qin had quietly passed by, but he was still discovered by others. Gradually, it became rather difficult for him to step into the Central Region Divine Land. Everyone was looking for Jiang Qin, but Jiang Qin had long since hidden himself, because he already felt that his strength was not enough. Although most of the experts might not be his match, if the Mountain and Sea sect's Mountain Sea Beast Fei or the 8 Extreme sect were to appear again, or if the Buddha Pagoda were to make a move again, Jiang Qin's situation would be quite dangerous. Now that he had been heavily injured by the Li Feng, Jiang Qin felt that the current Central Region Divine Land was definitely in turmoil. Those so-called Divine Emperor stage experts were no longer able to dominate the Divine Realm, and who said that Emperor stage experts did not exist in this world. Chapter 3686. At this moment, Jiang Qin could only use his own means to change it. Now, the most important thing for Jiang Qin was to refine the primordial origin treasure. If the quality of the 108 primordial origin treasure could be improved again, it would be a great thing for Jiang Qin. It would even be crucial to the improvement of his strength. Now, the 108 primal origin treasures were all of low quality. Jiang Qin's strength had increased to the late Divine Emperor realm. Jiang Qin was full of anticipation when he refined these primal origin treasures again. Although he was already at his limit back then, he believed that the 108 primal origin treasures could be improved further as his strength increased. It's up to you. Jiang Qin whispered, reaching out to stroke the primordial essence treasures in his hand. If he could raise the quality of these 108 primordial essence treasures to the next level, then Jiang Qin was confident that he could use the Azura sword array to contend with an Emperor Realm powerhouse. However, that was all he could do. Jiang Qin opened up a cave mansion and began to wholeheartedly refine the low-level primordial origin treasure in his hands. For Jiang Qin, this was definitely a long and arduous task. Refining a primordial origin treasure was not something that could be completed overnight, let alone upgrading and refining 108 primordial origin treasures. Jiang Qin did not dare to be negligent and set up an array formation in the cave. Then, he threw himself into the refining process. There was no sense of time in the mountains. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The primordial origin treasure in Jiang Chen's hands had finally obtained a qualitative leap. 107 middle-grade primordial origin treasure. When Jiang Chen finished refining the 108th primordial origin treasure, the storm hammer in his hand also completely shattered. Of course, it had also completed its mission. At that moment, Jiang Chen gently stroked the supreme-grade divine sword in his hand. 108 middle-grade primordial origin treasures were in front of him. Jiang Chen was even a little dazed for a moment. At that moment, the swords in his hand seemed to have a life of their own. They all floated in the air and scattered around Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen gripped the peerless divine sword in his hand tightly. At that moment, every single sword was no longer as cold as frost. Instead, it had warmth, aura, and even life force. Limitless sword, no state is better than having a state. If the sky has feelings, it will grow old. But the sword can have feelings. Jiang Chen murmured. His eyes lit up. He finally comprehended another realm of the limitless sword. The limitless sword, the sword had no limits, but the sword could have feelings. Jiang Chen held one of the peerless divine swords. The other 107 swords danced with Jiang Chen. At that moment, the swords in his hands were sometimes reserved, sometimes violent, sometimes murderous, sometimes gentle, sometimes as sweet as honey, sometimes as bold and powerful, and sometimes like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds. 21st sword, finally broke through the limit at that moment. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. Cold light flickered in his eyes. His heart and the sword merged into one, converging into a rainbow light that could cut through the heavens and earth. 22nd sword, is this the highest realm of the limitless sword? Jiang Chen's body was like a swan, stepping on the stars while his sword shattered the stars. 22nd sword was connected with his mind. The heaven and earth were emotionless, and the sword had feelings. 22nd sword cut through the light of the stars and lived as long as the heaven and earth. The emotionless and cold sword was only worthy of the 21st sword. 22nd sword was a sword with feelings. The limitless sword had finally reached another level. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt that his heart was suddenly enlightened. All along, he had been pursuing the pinnacle of the sword, but he had forgotten that the sword also had feelings. It also had temperature and a soul. What a great limitless sword, 22nd sword. Fong Bai, did you see that? I finally comprehended another realm of the limitless sword. If the sky has feelings, it will grow old. But the sword can be filled with feelings. The person is like a shadow, and the heart is like a sword. Ha! Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. At that moment, the 108 middle-grade primordial origin treasures turned into streams of light, moving with the wind and the blades. The Ashura sword formation was spread out in an instant, and the sword shocked the sky. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. The 22nd sword was not the last surprise. After he comprehended the sword with feelings of the 22nd sword, even the Ashura sword formation was formed by scattering the weapons. He did not need any time to set it up. In other words, the current Jiang Chen could already set up the Ashura sword formation in one breath. To him, this was simply a great thing. Jiang Chen broke out of his closed-door training. Although his strength had improved a little, the enhancement of the 22nd sword and the Ashura sword formation was destined to be successful. This time, even if he encountered Li Feng again, Jiang Chen would not have to flee in panic. Marshal Dan Hall, Jiang Chen, am coming. Jiang Chen soared into the sky and went straight to the Marshal Dan Hall. In the blink of an eye, he flew across the void for 1,000 miles. St. Marshal City. It was located in the core of the central region Divine Land. This was also the central headquarters of the Marshal Dan Hole. In this ancient city with a radius of 10,000 miles, there were countless experts, geniuses, and monstrous geniuses. Many of them were things that you would never know in your entire life. Rumor had it that the St. Martial city had existed since ancient times. It was the place of inheritance of the Marshal Dan Hole. Countless experts of the immemorial era had left their footprints here, which made the Marshal Dan Hole more and more admired. It was the holy land of the entire central region Divine Land. Countless geniuses in alchemy and blacksmithing all regarded the St. Martial city as their holy land. Only the true top experts were qualified to stand in the St. Martial city. The Marshal Dan Hole had sent out invitations to find the world's most powerful alchemy grandmaster. This news was known by everyone. On one hand, Jiang Qin came here to deceive others. On the other hand, he wanted to stand under the sky of the Marshal Dan Hole and see who dared to touch him. I heard that many geniuses came to the St. Martial city this time. They are all rushing to join the St. Martial city. Do you need to say that? Even a fool knows how powerful the St. Martial city is. Once you enter the St. Martial city, you will be the most powerful person in the world. Who would dare to touch you in the St. Martial city? Wouldn't that be smashing the reputation of the Marshal Dan Hole? Even the people from the Divine Slaughter Pagoda wouldn't have the guts to do that. That's true. Look, there are a few more experts coming over. Many people were discussing this matter outside the St. Martial city. Countless people who had entered the St. Martial city had already started to descend from the void in the distance. As the St. Martial city didn't allow people to travel through the void, if they wanted to enter the St. Martial city, they could only use this passage. Chapter 3687. Jiang Qin frowned. He could already feel that the person behind him had been watching him for a long time. It was just that he had been rushing all the way to the Marshal Dan Hall and the sacred Martial city, so they hadn't had the chance to make a move. Looks like these guys' foxtails have finally been revealed. I wonder which blind one is it? Jiang Qin sneered. He hadn't entered the St. Martial city yet. Therefore, there would definitely be people who would attack him outside the city. Furthermore, after he had recuperated, Jiang Qin really wanted to have a battle. In this way, he would be able to make a name for himself once again. The battle outside the St. Martial city would most likely make him famous. Therefore, Jiang Qin was not afraid. Even if he was no match for them, he only needed to find an opportunity to hide in the sacred Martial city. Jiang Qin, you really are a slippery loach. It's really not easy to catch you. Hee hee. A silver-haired old man slowly walked over. In the air, he shrunk the ground into a ruler and instantly turned it into the air, heading straight for Jiang Qin. Old bastard, didn't you fight enough last time? Now you actually came knocking on my door. Are you still looking for a beating? Jiang Qin sneered and looked at the old man. It was the supreme elder of the mountain and sea sect, Silver Fox. Brat, your days of arrogance have come to an end. Humph. Today is the day of your death. Silver Fox coldly snorted. Behind him, there was also an expert whose strength was on par with his. So you've called for reinforcements. However, the two of you are still trash. If it wasn't for the mountain sea beast saving your life, you would have already died. Jiang Qin said coldly, staring at the Silver Fox. Little bastard, don't be so sarcastic. What you have done to my mountain and sea sect has angered both men and gods. Today, we have already left you a path of retreat by talking to you like this. Leave a way out for everything, and it will be easier for us to meet in the future. The short and fat man beside the Silver Fox said with a smile. I'll leave you as. Meet your grandmother's leg. A bunch of dregs, aren't you just coveting the things in my hands? Do you really think that I, Jiang Qin, am afraid of you? If you want to fight, just say it. If you want my things, just come and take them. Why do you have to make it sound so dignified? Jiang Chen laughed coldly. In an instant, Silver Fox and the short and plump man looked at each other, and their eyes burned with great fury. Little bastard, you're courting death. As the previous mountain lord of the Mountain and Sea sect, since Yunxing lost to you, I have the right to seek justice from you. Liao Tianqing gripped the heavy hammer in his hand and looked at Jiang Chen arrogantly, as if a shocking battle could break out at any moment. Who are these people? Even a hierarch expert like me doesn't dare to take a step forward. That's right. He's practically invincible. Powerful beings of this level. If a battle were to break out, even we would be implicated. Who could stand against that? I know. That's Jiang Chen. A few years ago, he could be said to have provoked most of the forces in the entire central region Divine Land and the Mountain and Sea sect. That kind of might is simply too terrifying. Incredible, those two people are also the top experts of the Mountain and Sea sect. It seems like they are also here to settle the score with Jiang Chen. This battle is unavoidable. Everyone knew of Jiang Chen's name. During the Battle of the Mountain and Sea sect, Jiang Chen and the Silver Fox Liao Tianqing faced off against each other in the heavens. That kind of awe-inspiring aura was incomparably terrifying, and no one could contend against it. Jiang Chen's name had long since spread throughout the entire Yangtze River. In private, countless people would give him a thumbs up. Chapter 3688. Qian Wu Ba Ji. An old man wearing a black robe appeared out of nowhere and blocked Silver Fox and Liao Tianqing's path with both of his fists. Finally, the three of them managed to block Jiang Chen's sword 22. However, at the same time, the three of them retreated with a serious expression on their faces. Yen Zhao Wuji. Liao Tianqing's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed. Fortunately, Yen Zhao Wuji took action. Otherwise, the two of them would have been defeated by Jiang Chen's sword 22. We haven't seen each other for 10 million years. Brother Liao, how have you been? He he he. An old man with a crown on his head said with a smile. The three of them had used all their means to block Jiang Chen's sword 22. At this moment, they were extremely solemn. Facing a late Divine Emperor Realm Jr., their situation was getting more and more tense. Indeed, we haven't seen each other for 10 million years. If it wasn't for this reckless brat, perhaps we wouldn't be able to see each other for a while. Liao Tianqing said with a smile. In the end, his eyes fell on Jiang Chen. The supreme elder of the 8 extreme sect, Yen Zhao Wuji, was also an all-powerful figure in the past. However, after millions of years, when their strength reached the half-step martial emperor realm, they no longer had much attachment to the secular world. Instead, they wanted to become stronger and break through to the true martial emperor realm. That was their lifelong pursuit. That was why they gave up the position of sect leader and announced to the public that they had passed away or gone into hiding. Now that Yen Zhao Wuji had appeared, it was no doubt that he wanted to regain face for the Ba Ji sect. Moreover, Silver Fox of the Mountain and Sea sect had appeared, so the Ba Ji sect naturally could not show any weakness. Although they were not against each other, they still had to unite against the external enemy. Jiang Chen was their real enemy. This guy had challenged their position in the central region Divine Land again and again. Yen Zhao Wuji could not bear it anymore. I never thought that this little guy's strength would be so terrifying. It seems that we have all underestimated you. Yen Zhao Wuji smiled at Jiang Chen and said in a low voice. Even at this moment, he didn't slack off at all. He could erupt with a shocking attack at any time, waiting for an opportunity to make his move. Old fogies who don't die are considered thieves. You old fogies are finally willing to come out. It's a pity that the world is no longer yours. There is no place for you in the Central Plains Divine Land. Jiang Chen stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, coldly staring at the three of them. There was no fear on his face. This kind of awe-inspiring aura made countless people look up at him. Jiang Chen was a peak expert among the younger generation. To them, this was a great provocation. The new generation of the Yangtze River would always surpass the old. That will depend on whether or not you have the ability to do so. Brother Silver Fox, Brother Liao, it seems that we will have to join hands once and teach him a lesson. Let's see how much of our old bones still have left. Ha! Yan Zhao Wuji frowned and looked at them coldly. His expression suddenly changed and his killing intent surged. The three of them silently nodded, pointing their spears at Jiang Chen. I'll accompany you to the end. Jiang Chen raised his sword and unleashed the sword 22 once again. It tore through the 9 heavens. The sword of love was a perfect combination of sword intent and intent, forming an unstoppable sword intent. The sword 22 had completely merged with all of Jiang Chen's current sword intent. As long as the heart was there, the sword would be there. The sword 22 was peerless and unparalleled. In the sky, it was 1 against 3 without falling into a disadvantage. Moreover, the three of them were half-step emperor experts. As soon as the battle started, it shocked the entire St. Martial city. Jiang Chen, Yan Zhao Wuji and Yan Zhao Wuji were in the midst of a fierce battle. However, at this moment, a terrifying energy descended from the sky and separated Jiang Chen from Yan Zhao Wuji and the others. A middle-aged man wearing a full set of armor was standing proudly in the sky. His eyes were shining with divine light and his mightiness was unstoppable. Everyone, please respect yourselves in the St. Martial city. The strength of the golden-armored man made Jiang Chen feel a great pressure. This person might have reached the level of Yan Luo Inifa, the empty emperor realm. He was only a step away from the true emperor realm. That's the martial divine general, one of the 2 city lords of the St. Martial city. I didn't expect to see the martial divine general here today. He's simply too strong. These 4 are already extremely strong, but he's even stronger than them. Martial divine general. Who's that? Is he very strong? Does he have a high status? Strong. More than strong. He's one of the 2 city lords of the St. Martial city. One of them is Wu Yunfang, the martial divine general. The other one is Dan Qiuxing, the martial divine general. Both of them are peerless experts. Even in the entire central region divine land, there are existences that no one dares to provoke. In the past, when the St. Martial city suffered a great calamity, Wu Yunfang's martial divine general repulsed the enemy by 30,000 li. It was a tragic battle with 8 million casualties. It was an epic battle. The martial divine general also became famous in that battle. That's right. The 2 city lords and the martial Pill Palace's palace lord are experts of the same level. No one dares to touch the tiger's whiskers. Today, the martial divine general is so powerful. It's already enough for me to reach 1 in 10,000 of the martial divine general's strength. Don't join in the fun. Ha! You can't even reach the divine king realm. You'll become a laughingstock if this news spreads. The appearance of Wu Yunfang made all the spectators outside of the St. Martial city look dignified. Although the area outside of the St. Martial city was not considered the territory of the St. Martial city, the fact that a few experts were fighting here was undoubtedly a disgrace to the St. Martial city. Therefore, the appearance of Wu Yunfang was also unexpected, but it was reasonable. Both Liao Tianxing and Yan Zhao Wuji were shocked when they saw Wu Yunfang standing proudly in the sky. Wu Yunfang, I didn't expect you to become so terrifying after not seeing you for so many years. The St. Martial city is indeed a place of great talents. Yan Zhao Wuji squinted his eyes and said with a smile. You're flattering me. You're giving face to my Wu Yunfang, which means you're giving face to the St. Martial city. I, Wu Yunfang, am very grateful. Chapter 3689. Although Wu Yunfang had left, Yan Zhao Wuji and the others did not continue to fight Jiang Qin. Because if they were to fight again, they would be disregarding the martial pellet hall's reputation. The Saint Martial City would not let them off. Although the Mountain and Sea sect and the Ba Ji sect were powerful, they did not have the slightest temper in front of the martial pellet hall. Furthermore, they were deeply shocked by Wu Yunfang's strength. Back then, they were on par with Wu Yunfang, but now, Wu Yunfang had already surpassed them. Consider yourself lucky, Jiang Qin. One day, you will die in my hands. Liao Tianxing coldly snorted and gnashed his teeth. Now that you have obtained the protection of the martial pellet hall, I would like to see how long a coward like you can hide. Silver Fox sneered. If we weren't in the Saint Martial City, the three of you would already be dead. Jiang Qin said disdainfully. There was no need for him to continue being entangled with the three of them. Right now, the most important thing for him was to head to the Saint Martial City. In the Saint Martial City, no one would dare to touch him again. Although this place wasn't a gathering place for heavenly and earthly treasures, nor was it a precious place for cultivation, to Jiang Qin, as long as he was in the Saint Martial City, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. This was a haven that they didn't dare to do anything to. Jiang Qin no longer paid attention to Liao Tianxing, Yan Zhao Wuji, and the others. He swaggered into the Saint Martial City. However, he knew that the three of them would definitely not give up. At that time, they might launch a large-scale encirclement against him. But at that time, it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. The most important thing for Jiang Qin was to enter the Central Region Divine Land and the Martial Pellet Hall while he was still weak. As long as he could enter the Saint Martial City, he would at least be safe. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had already made preparations. Right now, everyone's gaze in the entire Central Region Divine Land was focused on the Martial Pellet Hall. Jiang Qin hoped that his Xiaoyu could see that he was already standing at the peak of the world. He already possessed the strength that ordinary people might not be able to reach in 10 lifetimes. He already possessed the ability to protect her. But where were you? Jiang Qin's heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. He was extremely anxious. He was afraid that he would receive the news of Yan Qinyu's death one day. He was afraid that she would never come to find him. He was afraid that she had already met with a mishap. All of these were entirely possible. For Jiang Qin, as long as any of these possibilities were true, then Xiaoyu and him would pass by each other. He didn't want to think about it, but he couldn't not think about it. Because the person he was most worried about was Yan Qinyu. From the beginning to the end, after entering the divine world for so many years, there wasn't a single bit of news about her. Jiang Qin tried his best not to think about her, but how could he not think about her? She was his dearest and dearest love. For her, Jiang Qin was willing to become the enemy of the entire world, just to make her happy, to make her smile. He didn't care about anything else. However, this day was getting closer and closer. He was already standing at the peak of the Central Region. If Xiaoyu could see it, she would definitely travel thousands of miles to find him, even if she had to pay the price of her life. However, she didn't. After a few years, Jiang Qin still didn't receive any news. He wanted to stand at the center of the whirlpool, he wanted to stand at the peak of the world. He didn't want to be in the limelight, he didn't want to show off, he didn't want to be proud of that empty reputation. Chapter 3690. Along the way, even though I've received so many praises and treasures, none of them can compare to her smile. I always feel that I owe her too much. I made her suffer so many years, I made her not know where she is. I can't forgive myself. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. Qing Luo could see the bitterness in his heart. But as a man, he couldn't cry out loud. What he needed to do now was to work hard and keep searching, hoping to find the one and only woman in his heart. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Most importantly, he didn't grow up in the divine world. He came from a low-grade immortal world. He had no one to rely on. He had experienced so much pain and torment. It was obvious that he had experienced much more than these geniuses who came from their clans. Countless times he had narrowly escaped death. Countless times he had brushed shoulders with death. Jiang Chen didn't mention it, but Qing Luo could guess. What young Master Chen Jiang had experienced was definitely something she couldn't understand. Especially his deep love for the woman he loved. It was something that Qing Luo couldn't compare with. After experiencing thousands of years, he was able to reach where he was today by relying on his own efforts. Step by step, he wasn't troubled by the secular world, he wasn't confused by the vanity of the divine world. He maintained his original heart and bravely moved forward. From the bottom of her heart, Qing Luo admired young Master Chen Jiang very much. Everyone had two sides to them. She knew that young Master Chen Jiang would never reveal his true feelings. If she hadn't happened to see him today, he would have kept those words to himself for the rest of his life. He wouldn't have said anything to her in his life. The strong were lonely. Who could understand? Qing Luo couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that there were so many lovers in the world. If she knew, she wouldn't blame you. How could there be such a happy woman in the world? If fate allows us to meet, I also want to see what she looks like. How could she make young Master Chen Jiang's heart ache so much? She was a little envious of the person whom young Master Chen Jiang yearned for day and night. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would grow old. But if a person had no feelings, what difference was there between him and a beast? Therefore, I want to stand at the peak of the central state in St. Martial City. I want her to be able to see me. I want the entire world to know that I love her. I want to become the most glorious person. Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. Perseverance and faith were the only things that could keep him going. Qing Luo rested her chin on her hand like a little sister. There was even a look of worship on her face as she blinked her eyes. When would she have a person who loved her as much as his own life? It wasn't that there weren't people who liked her, but none of them were like young Master Chen Jiang. He was as powerful as the arrival of a god, as domineering as the rebirth of Quafu, and as melancholy as the lonely shadow of the moon in the sky. To become the strongest person. I believe you can do it, young Master Chen Jiang. Qing Luo said with a smile. She could read his heart. He wasn't doing it for glory and wealth, he wasn't doing it for the worship of millions. He just wanted her to see it. The gentleness and the depths of young Master Chen Jiang's eyes touched her heart in an instant. However, she knew that she wasn't qualified to talk about this. Everyone had their own destiny. If that was the case, what should she do? If she could be as carefree as young Master Chen Jiang, wouldn't she live a happier life? But she couldn't do anything about it. If there was a day when she could join hands and let go of her feelings, how exciting would that be? But life is like a play. When you stand at the top of the world, you may not be able to get what you really want. Everyone in this world has no choice but to do what they want. If only I could become that person, how good would that be? Qing Luo murmured. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Qing Luo. There will be such a person. It's just that you don't care about it. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. The past will pass. I believe that I will have such a day. I also believe that she will see it. Let's talk about you. Why did you come to the St. Martial City in the central region? Jiang Chen looked at Qing Luo in surprise. Both of them were able to meet again in the St. Martial City, it could be considered fate. Qing Luo blushed. She was embarrassed. You're not here to steal again, right? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Qing Luo's face turned even redder, like the crimson moon, like the cherry blossoms in summer. She silently nodded her head, as if she was a little embarrassed. In his opinion, was she a person who could only crow for the chickens and steal for the dogs? Jiang Qin was stunned. He laughed dryly. He didn't expect that he was right. She was here to steal again. This time, it was the Marshal Dan Palace. I'm afraid that you don't want to live anymore. Forget about the Xian Yuan clan. I don't know why the experts of the Xian Yuan clan didn't appear. But we're in the St. Martial City now. If you want to steal again, it won't be that easy. Jiang Qin said solemnly. The two city lords of the St. Martial City, Dan Qiuxing and Wu Yunfang. Neither of them are easy to deal with. They are empty Emperor realm experts. If you're caught by them, you'll be finished. Jiang Qin was worried. He looked at Qing Luo silently. Young Master Chen Jiang, are you worried about me? He. Qing Luo covered her mouth and laughed. Jiang Qin felt bitter. You're still in the mood to joke at such a time. I'm in the clan, I can't do what I want. Everything is fate. Qing Luo kept her smile, but the stubbornness in her eyes was the same as Jiang Qin's. That kind of stubbornness. As long as she set her mind on what she wanted, she would never be soft-hearted and would never back down. Jiang Qin knew that it was his strength and also his weakness. It was the same for Qing Luo. You have to think about it carefully. This is not a game. Jiang Qin continued. Then, young Master Chen Jiang, are you willing to risk your life to accompany me? Go to the dim radiant land with me. Qing Luo smiled. After saying that, even she felt a little awkward. She was embarrassed because her words were filled with ambiguity. Originally, she only wanted to ask if young Master Chen Jiang was willing to go with her to steal something. Now, it had become a rendezvous. Moreover, it was a girl who said that. Jiang Qin didn't know how to reply. I'm going to participate in the heroes gathering this time. I know a little about alchemy. Jiang Qin said. Qing Luo smiled, but there was disappointment in her eyes. Chapter 3691. Only a little. I don't believe that you only know a little about formations. Didn't you destroy the Xianyuan family's protective formation all the same? In the St. Martial City, if one wasn't a true alchemist grandmaster, who would dare to participate in the competition for the strongest alchemist? TSK, I really don't know how many tricks you have up your sleeves. Qing Luo said while curling her lips. Her face was filled with admiration. Jiang Qin was an expert in formations and alchemy, and he was also very strong. A man like this could make countless women go crazy for him. The number of women who pursued him must be like a fish in a river. I'm just here to join in the fun, ha ha ha. Jiang Qin said with a laugh. Good luck. Child Qin Jiang. It's time for me to go. The competition in the St. Martial City isn't attractive to me. I'll go do what I'm supposed to do. Qing Luo said in a low voice. Under the moonlight, her eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. Be careful. Jiang Qin said. Qing Luo nodded and turned around to leave. However, after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned around and said to Jiang Qin with a bright smile, if it wasn't for this alchemist competition, if it wasn't for the sake of becoming famous, would you have gone with me? Jiang Qin looked at Qing Luo and said with a smile. I guess so. Who wouldn't want to travel the world with such a beautiful woman? Even if there are millions of people chasing after us, we should be happy too. Qing Luo's eyes flickered as she said with a smile, do you really think so? Liar is a dog. He, thank you, child Qin Jiang. Goodbye. Qing Luo's smile became incomparably bitter and bitter the moment she turned around. She knew that there was a tiger in the mountains, and she would continue forward no matter how rugged the road ahead was. She would not stop. Jiang Chen looked at Qing Luo's departing figure. Who knew how much bitterness and hardship that beautiful and tenacious woman had endured behind her back? If one were to ask who was in charge of the ups and downs of the world, who was not a pitiful person? After Qing Luo left, Jiang Chen's heart became solemn once again. Just like what Qing Luo had said, he felt much better after speaking about it. Perhaps it was a psychological suggestion, but he still didn't dare to slack off. Although he didn't need to worry about those people plotting against him in the St. Martial City, it was still not an easy task to achieve a good result in the alchemy competition. Jiang Chen was already familiar with this. This time's Alchemy Grand Conference had gathered hundreds of alchemy geniuses, but in the end, only 4 true alchemy grandmasters would be chosen. These 4 alchemy grandmasters were what the Martial Dan Palace really needed, and they would be able to witness the name of the strongest alchemy grand conference. Even the people of the Martial Dan Palace would participate, so one could imagine how important this alchemy grand conference would be. Moreover, it was said that there would be Emperor Realm experts in this alchemy grand conference, which was what Jiang Chen was most concerned about. The most attractive thing was that the strongest alchemy grandmaster could obtain the wish of an Emperor Realm expert. The wish of an Emperor Realm expert was something that many people yearned for. Even Jiang Chen couldn't avoid it. To be able to obtain the wish of an Emperor Realm expert was definitely worth it. In this alchemy grand conference, only the true experts would be able to have the last laugh. The power of the Martial Dan Palace and the vastness of the central prefecture would be displayed vividly at this moment. Jiang Chen was full of expectation and confidence. He was about to embark on the path of the strongest alchemy grandmaster, which would definitely be filled with thorns. However, he wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. "Xiao Yu, wait for me. I will definitely stand at the peak of the divine world. I will definitely let you see it." Jiang Chen clenched his fist tightly, his fighting spirit was high, and he was filled with the conviction to win. "Not bad, you are indeed an interesting guy. This is the first time I've heard of someone wanting to stand out and make a name for himself, just to let his woman see that he is a man. However, if you are trapped by love, it will still be difficult for you to reach the peak. Maybe when you can let go of the obsession in your heart, your strength will definitely improve at a godly speed." A chuckle was heard, full of meaning. It was still the same golden armor, radiating light and shadow. Under the moonlight, it was cold and majestic. Wu Yunfang. Why did he come looking for me? Jiang Chen frowned. He looked at Wu Yun's side and said with a solemn expression, "If a man is emotionless, what's the point of reaching the peak? Who are you going to show it to?" Jiang Chen's indifference made Wu Yunfang feel a trace of pity. Unfortunately, he still couldn't let go of the obsession in his heart. Everyone has their own aspirations. I'm not here to persuade you to let go of your obsession and become a Buddha. He. Wu Yunfang smiled and shook his head. Then, I wonder why the Martial Divine General is looking for me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. I think you should have guessed it. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. I need you to help me complete a divine weapon that I can't complete. Wu Yunfang retracted his smile and stared at Jiang Chen with a solemn face. Oh. The Martial Divine General is the strongest blacksmith grandmaster of the Martial Dan Hole. Do you need my help? Jiang Chen said indifferently. As the strongest blacksmith grandmaster of the Martial Dan Hall, Wu Yunfang's strength had already gained everyone's recognition. Especially the 2 city lords in the sacred martial city, it was enough to prove everything. Didn't the martial emperor realm experts also need the craftsman god's help? Since Brother Jiang has inherited the craftsman god's legacy, I believe you should have received his teachings too. Wu Yunfang squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen with confidence. Why do you say so? I'm here to refine pills, not to forge weapons. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. With the might of a divine emperor realm, you're able to defeat 3 half-step martial emperor realm old fogies. Your strength should not be underestimated. I was also shocked by that sword. If it wasn't because I need your help, I would also want to have a good fight with you. Wu Yunfang's eyes flickered with brilliance. He seemed to be very interested in Jiang Qin. You can refine pills and forge weapons, and you're so strong. No wonder such an outstanding woman admires Brother Jiang. Wu Yunfang said with a smile. Jiang Qin frowned and said coldly, a gentleman on the beam isn't a real gentleman. You've misunderstood. I'm just here by coincidence. There are countless things that I have to deal with in the sacred martial city. I'm not in the mood to be a gentleman on the beam. Ha ha ha. Wu Yunfang's words made Jiang Qin nod his head slightly. No matter what, this Wu Yunfang is still a gentleman. If he has something to say, he's not a treacherous person. A real treacherous person would stab someone in the back. Chapter 3692. Jiang Qin knew that it was no longer a secret that he possessed the inheritance of the craftsman god. Now that Wu Yunfang had come to find him, it was obvious that he had come prepared. Previously, outside the Saint Martial City, he could ignore it. After all, it was outside the Saint Martial City. Therefore, Wu Yunfang was intentionally helping Jiang Qin. Just based on this point, Jiang Qin knew that Jiang Qin was still unable to keep people at a distance. Although Wu Yunfang's goodwill did not have any ulterior motives, Jiang Qin still had to know what he wanted to do. Since Brother Jiang Qin is so frank, I will not beat around the bush. As the inheritor of the craftsman god, and your strength is comparable to Jiang Qin, I have the right to believe that Brother Jiang Qin should have obtained at least 80% of senior craftsman god's cultivation. We are both weapon refining grandmasters, so you and I should belong to the same sect. To be honest, back then, I had also received some pointers from senior craftsman god. Being able to achieve what I have today is inextricably linked to senior craftsman god. Towards senior craftsman god, I have always respected him. Furthermore, senior craftsman god is known as the strongest person below the emperor realm. This is an unchangeable fact. Today, I, Wu Yunfang, need Brother Jiang Qin's help to refine a divine weapon. However, with my own strength, it is impossible for me to achieve it. Therefore, I have always been looking for someone to complete this magnificent feat with me. I can even say without exaggeration that even if senior craftsman god was still alive, he might not be able to do it easily. However, once senior craftsman god is gone, there will no longer be a craftsman god in this world. Wu Yunfang said in an incomparably serious tone. Although I can't complete it myself, I believe that with the two of us working together, we should have a 70% chance of accomplishing this magnificent feat. Wu Yunfang's words attracted Jiang Qin's attention. In other words, he could be considered as an old friend of his master. However, whether it was true or not, Jiang Qin did not have the mood to debate. He only wanted to know what Wu Yunfang was trying to refine. Speak your mind. Jiang Qin nodded his head. Wu Yunfang's eyes lit up and his face was filled with joy. It seemed that his and Jiang Qin's words had moved Wu Yunfang. I want to forge a supreme-grade primordial origin treasure, the blood chi fang tian halberd. Wu Yunfang's eyes were blazing, filled with incomparable passion. For Wu Yunfang, creating a top-grade primordial origin treasure was his lifelong wish and dream. Moreover, he was already halfway through the blood chi fang tian halberd, but he still found it difficult to continue. For Wu Yunfang, this was the regret of his life. If he was unable to successfully refine the Qi blood Fang Tian halberd, he would die of depression even if he died. He could forge a mid-grade primal origin artifact, but he couldn't forge a supreme-grade primal origin artifact. This might be the reason why the craftsman god was called the craftsman god. Although he couldn't forge a primal chaos saint artifact, he could forge a supreme-grade primal origin artifact, which was something that even Emperor Realm experts needed. However, Wu Yunfang couldn't achieve this goal even after spending his entire life. The Qi blood Feng Tian halberd had been silent for countless years, becoming a regret in his memory. However, when the inheritor of the craftsman god appeared, it was a rare opportunity for Wu Yunfang. Because he believed that Jiang Qin must have obtained the inheritance of the craftsman god. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to appear in the central region divine land and become the target of everyone's pursuit. A supreme-grade primal origin treasure. Your ambition isn't small at all. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. With my current cultivation, it's impossible for me to forge one. It wasn't that Jiang Chen wasn't willing to forge one. If he could forge a supreme-grade primal origin treasure, then the 108 supreme-grade divine weapons would be in existence that could destroy heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so. The materials and skills required to forge a supreme-grade primal origin treasure weren't something that Jiang Qin could fully possess. Although the inheritor of the craftsman god had completely inherited the will of the craftsman god, Jiang Qin knew that he still couldn't reach the might of the craftsman god for the time being. Wanting to forge a supreme-grade primal origin treasure was practically a fantasy. I know that with your strength, you shouldn't be able to forge one. That's why I want you to lend me a hand. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you waste your effort for nothing. Regardless of success or failure, I'm willing to give you 3 pieces of falling meteor stones. That's a divine stone that can bear the flames of 10 directions. It's a crucial material for forging a primal origin treasure. My blood chi square halberd was forged using it, but I'm still far from success. Although I don't dare to say that you can do whatever you want in the central state, as long as you're willing to join the Martial Dan Hall, I guarantee that regardless of whether it's the 8 Extremes sect or the Mountain and Sea sect, I'll definitely support you. Wu Yunfang said with a serious face. He was extremely domineering. His promise was quite heavy for Jiang Qin, and it was also extremely tempting. Wu Yunfang took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Qin with incomparable seriousness. That was because he was the only person in the world who could help him complete the forging of the blood chi square halberd. He was the only inheritor of the craftsman god. If Wu Yunfang could reach the level of the craftsman god, he naturally wouldn't need Jiang Qin's help. However, the reason why the craftsman god was because he was the only existence in the world. There would never be a second one. A primal origin treasure was already a heaven-defying existence. In the entire divine realm, the number of people who could forge a primal origin treasure was less than 5. And the only one who could meet Wu Yunfang's requirements was Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin also looked at Wu Yunfang silently. Jiang Qin didn't care about seeking the protection of the Martial Dan Hole. Because the current him, at least in the central state divine land, he still had the ability to protect himself. Unless he encountered an Emperor realm expert, he wouldn't have to run away. However, the 3 falling meteorites were indeed what Jiang Qin wanted very much, because he also needed to forge a primal origin treasure. When he could forge a supreme-grade primal origin treasure, he wouldn't need to worry about being unable to cook without rice. Alright, I'll help you with this. As for whether you can succeed, it depends on your luck. Jiang Qin nodded and said. At that moment, Wu Yunfang's eyes were filled with an unconcealable brilliance of life. That was the happiest moment for him in millions of years. Brother Jiang, thank you very much. Wu Yunfang said with deep affection. For Jiang Qin, perhaps he only needed to do his best, but this was his lifelong pursuit. The moment Jiang Qin agreed, Wu Yunfang's tense nerves finally relaxed. He was afraid that Jiang Qin would reject him. Besides the falling meteorites, he really couldn't offer anything else that could attract Jiang Qin. At that moment, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. If they could really forge a supreme-grade primal origin treasure, it would definitely be a qualitative improvement for Jiang Qin. His current Tao of weapon refining had already reached a tranquil state. If he wanted to break through again, it would be extremely difficult. If he could achieve a comprehensive understanding with Wu Yunfang at this time, his gains might be indescribable. If you succeed, my Wu Yunfang will remember your kindness forever. Chapter 3693. It was great news for Wu Yunfang that Jiang Chen agreed to it. If he could successfully refine the Qi blood heavenly halberd, his strength would definitely increase to another level. Even if he couldn't compete with an Emperor Realm expert, it would be impossible for an Emperor Realm expert to kill him. A top-grade primal origin treasure was the strongest divine weapon that the craftsman god had ever forged in his life. If he could forge it, it would be the same as paying respect to senior craftsman god. To Wu Yunfang, the craftsman god was his life's idol. He was also the target that he wanted to surpass in his life. However, until now, wanting to surpass him was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, Wu Yunfang could only rely on Jiang Chen. This was his only chance. Wu Yunfang was very clear that if he and Jiang Chen couldn't refine the Qi blood heavenly halberd, he would never have another chance in his life. Life was bitter and short. It seemed very long, but if there was a fierce battle, it was possible to lose one's life. The length of one's life was unknown. Let's not waste any more time. Let's start tomorrow. What do you think, Brother Jiang? Wu Yunfang seemed to be quite anxious as he looked at Jiang Chen with a face full of expectation. All right. There's still half a month left. I hope it won't affect the alchemy grand competition. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He didn't really care about it. As long as it didn't affect the Marshall Dan Hall's alchemy grand competition, he had nothing to worry about. This time's alchemy grand competition won't be easy. Brother Jiang, you have to be careful. This time, those who want to be the best among the alchemy grand competition are all real big shots. This time, the Marshall Dan Hall's selection of the strongest alchemy grand competition isn't a joke. Your life might be in danger because the reward this time is too tempting. A promise from an Emperor Realm expert is something that can happen. Wu Yunfang said in a deep voice. This time, the Marshall Dan Hall's alchemy grand competition had made Jiang Chen even more careful. Aren't you going to participate? As the Twin City Lord, your strength and status might not be lower than the other Twin City Lord, right? Jiang Chen said in surprise. The Marshall Dan Hall is also divided into factions, the Martial Refinement faction and the Alchemy faction. Those alchemy experts have always been arrogant and disdainful of us from the Weapon Refinement faction. Moreover, the selection of the strongest alchemist this time is also their matter. I am too lazy to participate in it. It has nothing to do with me, as long as they don't provoke me. Wu Yunfang smiled and shook his head. Then what's the point of selecting the strongest alchemist in the Marshall Dan Hall this time? I don't think it's just for fun, right? Hee hee. Jiang Chen said with a chuckle. Jiang Chen did not believe that it was purely to highlight the status of the Marshall Pill Hall and select the strongest alchemist. You're right, it is said that the Marshall Dan Hall is going to make a big move this time and they need a strong alchemist. However, I don't know the details, it's a matter between the Hall Master of the Marshall Dan Hall and Dan Qiusheng. After all, there's not much I can help with. Wu Yunfang shrugged his shoulders, he was very open-minded and did not hide anything from Jiang Chen. After all, he was asking for help from Jiang Chen. Thank you, Divine General Wu. Jiang Chen nodded his head and said. Jiang Chen was grateful that Wu Yunfang was able to tell him the truth. It seemed that the competition for the strongest alchemist this time would not be easy. The Marshall Dan Hall should be looking for a strong assistant, and they might have encountered a problem that even they couldn't solve, so they needed the strongest alchemist. Tomorrow, I will wait for Brother Jiang at the Marshall God Mansion. Alright, see you tomorrow. Jiang Chen nodded his head and looked at Wu Yunfang's back as he left. His heart was filled with mixed feelings, it even made him feel that the competition for the strongest alchemist this time was not as simple as he had imagined. However, Jiang Qin did not have much time to think about it. This was the biggest event in the Central Region Divine Land. If he could make a name for himself here and shock the world, then Xiao Yu would definitely see him. Jiang Chen's reputation was already very great after the battle with the Mountain and Sea sect, but it was destined that he would not be able to achieve such a grand feat today. It would be even more memorable. The Marshal Dan Hall's competition for the strongest alchemist would definitely make Jiang Chen's name known throughout the entire divine realm. The premise was that he had to come out on top. After resting for a night, Wu Yunfang also made some adjustments for him. Wu Yunfang did not directly invite Jiang Qin into the mansion for a chat, which also showed that he had enough trust in Jiang Qin. Otherwise, it would inevitably make people feel like they were bound. Wu Yunfang was indeed very thoughtful about this. When the sun rose, Jiang Qin arrived at the Martial God Mansion. Wu Yunfang had already been waiting in front of the mansion for a long time. Jiang Qin could not help but nod his head slightly. This Wu Yunfang was indeed very thoughtful. It was not by chance that he could achieve what he had today. As the dignified lord of the two cities, his status was high, his strength was peerless, and he was in the Emptiness Emperor realm. He actually took the initiative to come out of the mansion to welcome Jiang Qin, giving Jiang Qin sufficient respect. Not far away, even the guards were looking at Jiang Qin in shock. They were all guessing who Jiang Qin was, to be able to make their martial divine general come out of the mansion to welcome him. Even the other city lord, Dan Qiuxing, did not put on such airs. Or rather, it was completely impossible for him to make their mansion lord come out of the mansion to welcome him. This was a great form of respect and limitless reverence. In the eyes of the guards, Jiang Chen's status was raised by a lot. After all, they did not know Jiang Chen's true strength and status. However, from the attitude of the mansion lord, it was enough to tell how terrifying this person was. Wu Yunfang had given Jiang Qin enough face, which made Jiang Qin very clear that he would definitely do his best to help. Wu Yunfang brought Jiang Qin to an underground palace on a hill in his mansion. It was a relatively sturdy underground palace, with a circumference of 20 miles. Everything had been hollowed out, just like an underground castle. For an expert like Wu Yunfang, it was a piece of cake. The martial divine mansion was 100 miles wide, and it was covered with formations. It was not inferior to the protective formation of the Xianyuan clan. "Brother Jiang, please," Wu Yunfang said. In the end, the two of them stood on a vast underground square. At the center of the square, there was an earth fire pool with rising flames. The blazing earth fire was incomparably scorching. The fire pool was 100 feet wide, and the surroundings were dazzling. There were all kinds of divine weapons, sword platforms, saber platforms, and more than 10 primordial origin weapons. There were hundreds of primordial divine weapons, and thousands of heavenly divine weapons. Jiang Qin nodded his head slightly. He also acknowledged Wu Yunfang's strength in his heart. Wu Yunfang's strength was indeed extraordinary. With so many divine weapons and treasures, this huge place for refining weapons was indeed impressive. Chapter 3694. Jiang Qin looked at Wu Yunfang with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Wu Yunfang nodded his head, giving Jiang Qin some confirmation. "Your guess is correct. Inside the treasure box is the Qi Blood Heaven Halberd that I was halfway through refining. However, it still ended in failure. The Qi Blood Heaven Halberd already has a divine weapon spirit, but its shape is difficult to mold, its intent is difficult to speak, and its quality is difficult to remove. Hence, it is unable to reach its peak and can only be considered an embryonic weapon." Wu Yunfang sighed, revealing a troubled expression. With his current strength, it was indeed difficult for him to make any further progress. "As long as you're willing to lend me a hand with your divine fire and forge together with me, it shouldn't be a problem," Wu Yunfang said in a low voice. "I wonder what kind of fire Brother Jiang is using to refine weapons?" My flame is the spirit of earth fire. It's extracted from the storm lava in the earth's core and is comparable to the 5 elements divine fire. Wu Yunfang spoke with a face filled with pride. His earth fire spirit was indeed no different from the 5 elemental divine flames. In fact, it wasn't any weaker. The greatest similarity between Grandmaster Weaponsmith and Grandmaster Alchemist was that they both required an extremely powerful flame to control the fire. Otherwise, everything would be futile. Without a powerful flame, it was impossible for them to refine true divine weapons and divine pills. I only have one true dragon flame. Will that work? Jiang Chen moved his palm, causing the true dragon flames to leap out from his palm. At that moment, Wu Yunfang's gaze gradually locked onto Jiang Chen. His eyes radiated with a blazing radiance, and there was even some excitement within them. That's right. This is one of the 5 elemental true fires, the true dragon fire. Brother Jiang, you're really lucky, ha ha ha. I'm afraid I can't bring out this spirit of earth fire. Wu Yunfang laughed dryly. He felt like he was just an ignorant man playing with words in front of a scholar. The earth fire spirit isn't bad either. It's on the same level as my true dragon flame. Jiang Chen smiled. Wu Yunfang nodded. How could he not know how terrifying the 5 elemental divine fire was? To be able to obtain one was already a great fortune. His earth fire spirit was still a little lacking. Let's begin. I hope the 2 of us can cooperate happily. Here, Brother Jiang, these are the 3 falling meteorites that I promised you. Regardless of the outcome, I'll give them to you first. Wu Yunfang directly placed the 3 millstone-sized meteorites in front of him. Jiang Chen was also very surprised. This Wu Yunfang was very honest. These 3 meteorites were quite a lot. Originally, Jiang Chen thought that he would be satisfied if the 3 meteorites were the same size as one of the meteorites. From the looks of it, he had earned a lot. Right now, it was quite difficult to obtain a piece of material that could be used to refine a primordial treasure. Even Jiang Chen might not be able to obtain it in a short period of time. Many things could only be found by chance. Now, these 3 millstone-sized meteorites were enough for him to forge 108 divine swords the next time. This gave Jiang Chen quite a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Divine General Wu. Jiang Chen cupped his hands and said. He was very grateful in his heart. Wu Yunfang smiled. He also wanted to befriend Jiang Chen. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength and means were not inferior to him. Although he was only in the late Divine Emperor realm, he was able to fight against 3 half-step Emperor realm experts. This was also why Wu Yunfang felt that Jiang Chen was worthy of respect. Moreover, today's matter was because he needed Jiang Chen's help. Regardless of success or failure, Wu Yunfang would still be grateful. You're welcome. Then let's start, Brother Jiang. Wu Yunfang was ready to fight at any time. Jiang Chen looked around and said with a serious face, if this blood chi fang tian halberd is successfully refined, are you sure that your underground palace can withstand it? Wu Yunfang's breath stagnated and he shook his head. As long as I can refine the blood chi fang tian halberd, it's worth it even if I lose half of my life. After refining the blood chi fang tian halberd, I'm afraid that you will become the target of everyone. Even in the St. Martial City, there will be people that you are not afraid of, right? Jiang Chen's words made Wu Yunfang feel even more complicated. Indeed, even those old fellows of Martial Dan Palace wouldn't just stand by and watch. After all, that was a supreme-grade primal origin treasure. Even an Emperor Realm expert's eyes would light up when they see it. Ever since the craftsman god passed away, there was no one in this world that could refine a supreme-grade primal origin treasure. Then what should we do? Wu Yunfang's face was filled with bitterness. Wait for a moment. Let me see if I can set up a formation. Jiang Chen said with a serious face. Before Wu Yunfang could say anything, Jiang Chen started to set up a formation. Currently, Jiang Chen had almost mastered the no beginning formation. He could easily set up 108,000 formations. It shouldn't be difficult for him to set up a defensive formation. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Jiang Chen set up an 8-directional spirit subduing formation. The aura within the entire underground palace was completely restrained. Even Wu Yunfang felt a little suffocated. This was because the entire underground palace had completely isolated the aura from the outside world. Even he, an emptiness emperor, could not sense it at all. Brother Jiang, you're really amazing. Even our St. Martial City's #1 formation master, Jin Pingchuan, couldn't compete with you in this formation. Wu Yunfang gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. His admiration for Jiang Chen rose to another level. Refining weapons, refining pills, and setting up a formation. All of them at his fingertips. You're really a fucking all-rounder. This guy is really scary. Wu Yunfang could even feel the dangerous aura from Jiang Chen's body. Luckily, he did not make an enemy out of him. God knows how many tricks this guy has yet to show. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Wu Yunfang looked at each other. Finally, the preparations were complete. It was imperative to open the treasure box and refine the Qi Fang Tian halberd again. The 9-foot-long halberd had an exaggerated shape, but it was majestic and domineering. However, it was obviously an incomplete divine weapon. It was more appropriate to call it a weapon embryo. Let's begin. Wu Yunfang activated his earth fire spirit, and Jiang Chen followed his steps. Without delay, he took out the true dragon fire and started to refine the Qi Fang Tian halberd. Just as Wu Yunfang had said, the impurities in the Qi Fang Tian halberd had not been completely removed. He had already exhausted all his efforts, but he still could not perfect it. From this, it could be seen that the meteor-falling meteorite was quite stubborn. Jiang Chen gave it his all. The two of them worked together to refine the Qi Fang Tian halberd, officially beginning the final path of forging. Chapter 3695. After 10 days, under the joint efforts of Jiang Chen and Wu Yunfang, they finally removed all the impurities from the Qi Fang Tian halberd. The Qi Fang Tian halberd emitted a dazzling radiance. However, it was still not enough because the Qi Fang Tian halberd had turned into a rebellious tool spirit. Its terrifying aura was at the half-step emperor realm, as if it was trying to break free. Tool spirit, it's a tool spirit. Wu Yunfang was very excited. Both of their efforts were not in vain. At this moment, he could already feel the existence of the tool spirit. However, there was no doubt that the tool spirit was terrifying. If he couldn't control the tool spirit, the incomplete Qi Fang Tian halberd would fly away by itself. Still want to leave? No way. Wu Yunfang shouted angrily. He exchanged a glance with Jiang Chen and they worked together to suppress the tool spirit. At this moment, both of their faces turned solemn. Whether it was Jiang Chen or Wu Yunfang, they had never forged such a terrifying Qi Fang Tian halberd before. At this moment, both of them held their breath and concentrated. They didn't dare to make any mistakes in case something unexpected happened. Wu Yunfang also displayed his emptiness emperor realm ability. After suppressing the tool spirit, he continued to forge the Qi Fang Tian halberd. Both of them had a tacit understanding with each other. After all, they were both top-notch blacksmiths. They didn't need to say anything. The Qi Fang Tian halberd was getting more and more terrifying. Waves of sharp aura penetrated the entire underground palace. Jiang Chen's array came into effect at this moment. No matter how domineering the Qi Fang Tian halberd was, it couldn't change the array. Above the void, bolts of heavenly lightning flashed. Wu Yunfang's face was solemn. His aura fluctuated as he looked at Jiang Qin. I'll help you resist the heavenly lightning so that you can forge the qi. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. As he raised his hand, the heavenly lightning entered his body. It was incomparably pleasant, but that was only for Jiang Qin. If it was Wu Yunfang, even if he didn't die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. After all, Jiang Qin had already gotten used to the heavenly lightning body. It wasn't easy for Wu Yunfang to accept the heavenly lightning body pouring down one after another. Even if he succeeded in refining this supreme grade primal origin treasure, he would certainly suffer serious injuries and wouldn't be able to concentrate on refining the divine halberd. In this way, Jiang Qin had basically helped the martial cloud faction greatly. In the end, the martial cloud faction used their soul strength to seal the blood dragon polearm. At that moment, the final incomparable heavenly lightning descended from the sky. Jiang Qin's eyes were like torches as he welcomed it with a punch. As the heavenly lightning approached him, even he felt a trace of numbness, but it was only a trace. In the end, Jiang Qin held the blood dragon polearm in his hand. The power of the heavenly lightning refined it layer by layer, causing the blood dragon polearm to flicker with endless lightning. After a while, a 9-foot blood dragon polearm appeared in his hand. Jiang Qin just held it and he could not bear to put it down. This blood dragon polearm was not inferior to his sky dragon sword. It was indeed an unparalleled divine weapon. It was an extreme primordial origin treasure. It had an unstoppable aura that caused one's heart to tremble. The blood Qi Fang Tian halberd's artifact spirit was also extremely domineering and violent. It was even like a crazy brown bear that wanted to break free of its cage and slaughter everything in its path. What a peerless divine weapon! Jiang Qin's face was solemn and the joy in his eyes was beyond words. Needless to say, this supreme-grade primordial essence treasure had been successfully refined. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other in dismay. Their faces were covered in sweat. In the past 10 days, they had almost exhausted most of their essence qi, all condensed on this unparalleled divine weapon. The blood dragon polearm was finally completed. Catch the polearm. Jiang Qin threw the blood dragon polearm to Wu Yunfang. Wu Yunfang's eyes lit up and he was extremely excited. As he raised his hand, he grasped the blood dragon polearm tightly. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body, which made Jiang Qin feel a sense of crisis. The blood dragon polearm and Wu Yunfang complemented each other. For Wu Yunfang, it was tailor-made for him. This divine weapon was more terrifying than any of his previous divine weapons. As he waved his hand, the sharp aura of the blood dragon polearm tore through the void like infinite divine power. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Ha ha ha, I finally succeeded. The blood dragon polearm, I finally completed it. Wu Yunfang cried tears of joy. He clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the ground. The majestic aura and the martial divine general who had conquered the world were simply a match made in heaven. Looking at Wu Yunfang's excited expression, Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. Who would have thought that the two city lords of St. Martial City, who were above tens of thousands of people, a powerful supreme, would silently cry tears of joy because of a divine weapon. To Wu Yunfang, this wasn't just a divine artifact, it was also a tribute to senior craftsman God, as well as an explanation to himself. A primal origin artifact had been refined by him in the end. Such joy caused Wu Yunfang to be unable to control his emotions. The strength of a divine weapon, the bravery of a divine general. Congratulations, Brother Wu. Jiang Qin said with a smile. At this moment, Wu Yunfang finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Jiang Qin with gratitude, clenched his fists and nodded at Jiang Qin. Brother Jiang, you are indeed a great talent. We, the Martial Cloud Alliance, will remember your kindness today. Wu Yunfang's words were extremely solemn. Jiang Chen was able to pass the divine weapon to him in such a calm manner and even blocked the heavenly lightning strike for him. Jiang Chen's contribution in forging the blood chi square heavenly halberd was all due to Jiang Chen. The Martial Cloud Alliance would always remember this friendship. The rise of this divine weapon had greatly boosted the strength of the Martial Cloud Alliance. More importantly, he would no longer have any regrets in his life. Since I was entrusted by someone, I have to be loyal. Moreover, Brother Wu has already given me the meteor-falling meteorite. This is what I should do. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. He was not an insatiably greedy person. Although the blood chi fong tian halberd was a very terrifying divine weapon to him, a gentleman would not snatch what others loved. Moreover, Jiang Chen had gained a lot from the forging of the divine weapon. Wu Yunfang's Tao of weapon forging was steady and not to be underestimated. It was not weaker than Jiang Chen's. However, Jiang Chen had inherited the inheritance of the craftsman god. There were many things that he did not need to concentrate on cultivating, while Wu Yunfang relied on his own efforts to complete the transformation. Currently, Jiang Chen only felt that his strength was not perfect enough. Otherwise, once he reached the half-step martial emperor realm, he would definitely try to forge a primal origin treasure again. Hopefully, he would not have to wait too long for this moment. Wu Yunfang, who was holding the blood chi fong tian halberd, was even more majestic. Compared to before, he was 100 times stronger. The high-spirited Wu Yunfang made people feel the majesty of a martial god. Chapter 3696. The Grand Alchemist Gathering is right around the corner. Brother Jiang, how confident are you? Wu Yunfang and Jiang Chen walked out of the underground palace together. They were in a good mood and excited. Let's see how it goes. I don't even know who my opponent is, how can I be confident? Jiang Chen shook his head and said. There are only 2 people you need to pay attention to in the alchemy conference this time. Although I don't know much about your alchemy technique, I think your alchemy technique shouldn't be weaker than your artifact refining technique, right? Ha! Wu Yunfang said with a smile. One of them is the chief alchemist of the Mountain and Sea sect, Murong Fian. Her brother is Shangguan Hongyan. I think you're familiar with him. Although I don't know much about the feud between you two, I know that there's a grudge between the two of you. Murong Fian is also a peak divine emperor. Even though she's a woman, her alchemy skills are terrifying. In the entire central continent, only Dan Qiuxing is better than her. Even the elders of the martial pill hall might not be better than her. Then there's Dan Qiuxing's son, Dan Xiaomo. He's quite strong, he's also at the peak of the late divine emperor layer. His alchemy skills have been passed down by Dan Qiuxing. Moreover, it's said that he's already defeated 2 elders of the martial pill palace. It seems that he's going to surpass them. You should pay attention to these 2 people. As for the others, even if there's a dark horse, he's not necessarily stronger than them. Wu Yunfang looked at Jiang Chen and told him everything he knew, hoping that it could help Jiang Chen. Murong Fian. Looks like Shangguan Hongyan will come this time. Let's get rid of him and avenge our master. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp. Last time in the Mountain and Sea sect, Jiang Chen was furious that Murong Fian managed to escape. This time, he would not let Murong Fian escape. Forgive my bluntness. Brother Jiang, the enmity between you and Shangguan Hongyan should be because of the craftsman god's inheritance, right? Jiang Chen nodded. He had nothing to hide from Martial Cloud Fong. Martial Cloud Fong's strength was outstanding and posed no threat to him. Moreover, the 2 of them had forged the Xue Qi Sky Halberd together, so their friendship was quite deep. There's no need to mention the past. However, back then, the death of my master, the craftsman god, was inextricably linked to him. He was my master's only disciple, yet he betrayed my master. There was no other reason other than the so-called inheritance. However, my master had long seen through his rebellious nature, so he didn't leave the inheritance to him. As a result, the grudge between him and that bastard grew deeper and deeper. In the end, my master's fall was also inextricably linked to him. I let him escape in the mountain and cease sect. This time, I'll do whatever it takes to kill him. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Wu Yunfang's expression was also extremely ugly. He respected the craftsman god immensely. Although the craftsman god had only given him a few pointers, Wu Yunfang had always engraved that kindness in his heart. To him, this Shangwan Hongyan was a bastard who murdered her master. Everyone had the right to kill her. Despicable bastard. So this sanctimonious bastard has always been the craftsman god's traitor. To think that I even asked him for pointers, thinking that he was the craftsman god's disciple. Who would have thought that the truth was actually like this? Wu Yunfang slammed his fist on the stone table, instantly shattering it into pieces. One could imagine the fury in his heart. Even he couldn't wait to kill that despicable traitor. This time, he should come. After knowing that I've appeared in the central continent, he definitely won't give up this opportunity. The craftsman god's inheritance has always been a hurdle in his heart that he can't cross. If he can't obtain the craftsman god's inheritance, he'll never be able to forge a true top-grade primal origin treasure. Jiang Chen said in a lang-lang tone. Whenever Shangwan Hongyan was mentioned, his heart would burn with anger. He hoped that this time, he would obediently appear. 7 days later, the alchemy square of the St. Martial city was already packed with people. More than 10,000 people had gathered in the square. It was a sea of people. Even heavenly gods couldn't squeeze in. There were hundreds of alchemy platforms in the square. That was the place that everyone yearned for. Only those who stood on those alchemy platforms were the main characters of today's competition. In the sky, a yellow-robed old man stood there, looking coldly at the thousands of people. There was no lack of powerful alchemy masters among them. Today, our Martial Pill Hall is looking for the strongest alchemist in the central continent. Everyone has come from afar. This old man, Dan Choshing, is extremely grateful. I believe that everyone understands that today, we will not talk about strength, we will only talk about alchemy skills. Whoever can become the strongest alchemist, our Martial Pill Hall's Emperor Realm experts will agree to one request of everyone. Of course, only the strongest alchemist will be able to obtain this privilege. This time, we will choose 4 alchemy masters. Of course, there will only be one true strongest alchemist. However, the other 3 will also be able to obtain rewards from our Martial Pill Hall. At the same time, I would like to thank all of you for your support and trust in our Martial Pill Hall. Dan Choshing said with a smile. He looked calm as he looked coldly at the crowd. In the entire St. Martial city, only the 2 city lords and the elders of the Martial Pill Hall could fly in the sky. Choosing 4 alchemy masters? Hee, a true alchemist only wants to become the strongest one. That's right. Who doesn't want to become the strongest? However, it's not bad to become one of the 4 great alchemists. That's just your opinion. Do you think that they are the same as you? Are they that useless? Ha ha ha. A true alchemist only has one goal. Countless people were looking forward to it. At this moment, they could finally witness the strength of the strongest alchemist master in the world. For most of the people, this was a great experience because they were going to witness the birth of a legend. No matter who it was, once they obtained the final victory, the news would spread throughout the central region Divine Land. Although the St. Martial city was not the greatest core of the central region, its existence was not something that the Buddha's pagoda could ignore. Jiang Chen looked at the scene silently. His eyes were cold. He only wanted to become the strongest. In this battle, he wanted to step on the shoulders of all the experts. Now, are all the alchemy masters ready? I hope that you will not disappoint me. Remember, if you can't even concoct a peak immortal grade elixir, it will be very embarrassing. He he he. Dan Chuxing said jokingly. However, at that moment, the faces of countless alchemy masters turned extremely ugly. Jiang Chen's fame was undoubtedly greater than anyone else present. This was because in these 20 years, Jiang Chen had offended too many experts in sects, and had even become the target of everyone's hatred. However, wasn't he still alive and well? Amongst the crowd, the people from the 8 Extreme School and the Mountain and Sea sect, Yan Zhao Wuji, Yin Hu, and the others all had gloomy expressions. Hearing the discussions, wasn't this equivalent to slapping their faces? However, in the sacred martial city, even they did not dare to act rashly. They did not have the ability to behave atrociously in the territory of the martial Danhole. However, as long as Jiang Chen left the sacred martial city, they would definitely kill him by hook or by crook. Enjoying the limelight of the crowd, Jiang Chen did not feel the slightest bit of joy, because his ambition was not here. As long as he could become the strongest alchemy grandmaster, it would be enough. That way, his goal would be achieved. Let's begin. I hope that all of you can bring out your best side. As soon as Dan Chuxing's voice resounded, over 300 alchemists started to refine their pills. The entire alchemy plaza had already become solemn. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention as they silently watched this soul-stirring scene. Hundreds of alchemy experts were competing on the same stage. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Furthermore, this scene would definitely be extremely shocking. To the current Jiang Chen, refining a pinnacle immortal grade elixir was already a piece of cake. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he had already finished refining it. At the same time, bolts of heavenly lightning flickered in the sky. Layers of thunderclouds rolled over as hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning poured down. The scene was as shocking as it could be. Hundreds of alchemy grandmasters, this is too shocking. To be able to witness this scene, this trip is not in vain. Ha ha ha. Yeah, this is simply making my blood boil. So many alchemy grandmasters, TSK TSK TSK, this is simply unimaginable. That scene was indeed shocking. Hundreds of bolts of heavenly lightning poured down, causing the entire alchemy plaza to be engulfed in heavenly lightning. Furthermore, everyone's elixir was different. It was simply a myriad of different styles. Everyone was fighting for supremacy, with 100 schools of thought contending and displaying their strengths. Rumble, deafening thunderous roars filled the sky. At this moment, the elixirs were refined by the heavenly lightning and were completely refined. However, this scene caused some people to rejoice. After all, not everyone could refine a pinnacle immortal grade elixir in one go. It was simply too difficult to guarantee that there would be no mistakes. Many alchemy grandmasters who were confident in their success couldn't help but make mistakes. Furthermore, there were some people who were nervous, had some flaws, or simply did not have the ability to refine a pinnacle immortal grade elixir. In the end, only 83 people managed to refine in one go. In other words, these 83 people were the true alchemy grandmasters. As the heavenly lightning poured down, the thunderous roars gradually died down. The entire plaza was filled with cheers. To them, this was simply too important. At this moment, their names were destined to become the topic of discussion in the entire Central Region Divine Land. Chapter 3698. Now, I announce that the 87 Alchemy Grandmasters will proceed to the next round. As for those Alchemy Grandmasters who failed to advance, I, Dan Xing, am deeply sorry. However, competitions are always like this, there must be an order of speed, there must be a winner. Dan Chuxing said faintly, his expression became solemn. Looking at those dejected people, he did not have the slightest trace of pity. After all, success always belongs to those who are prepared. Not to mention, there must be quite a number of powerful alchemy grandmasters among the remaining people. The next round will be the second round. Whoever can refine a low-grade divine-grade pill will be called a true alchemy grandmaster. Dan Qiuxing's words instantly caused everyone to be shocked. Divine-grade pill. That was a pill that countless people yearned for. Those who could refine a divine-grade pill were destined to not be easy to deal with. They were destined to be peerless geniuses in the alchemy world. Isn't this a little too difficult? Refine a divine-grade pill. Among the people here, how many people can refine it? That's right. Hayes, looks like the title of alchemy grandmaster is not that easy to obtain. If you want to be called a grandmaster, you must have the strength of a grandmaster. Isn't this more exciting? It's not strange to be able to refine a peak immortal grade pill. After all, the divine world is huge, there are as many experts as there are clouds. Even if it's a rare alchemy grandmaster, there are still many. Only those who can refine a divine grade pill can be called a true grandmaster. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at this scene. Even those alchemy grandmasters who passed had a solemn expression on their faces. A divine grade pill, to them, was extremely difficult to refine. They might be able to refine a peak immortal grade pill, but they might not be able to refine a divine grade pill in their entire lives. A divine grade pill was the limit that some people couldn't cross in their entire lives. Only those who could refine a divine grade pill could be called a true alchemy grandmaster. Jiang Chen's expression was calm as he silently watched this scene. He had already expected this to happen. In the competition for the strongest alchemy grandmaster, if one didn't have the ability, how could one casually come out on top? Wasn't that a fool's dream? Our Marshal Dan Hall will provide the recipe for the divine grade medicinal pill. As for the rules, you all only have one chance. Because the medicinal ingredients required to refine the divine grade medicinal pill are quite rare. This time, all of them will be provided by the Marshal Dan Hall. This will be the biggest highlight of your lives. I believe that many of you are already prepared. Dan Qiuxing said in a low voice. At this moment, his eyes were even sharper than before as they swept across the excited faces of the alchemists, including his proud son, Dan Xiaomo. He had also passed the first stage beautifully, but the second stage was when he would truly surpass himself. This low-grade divine grade pill is called the Divine Dragon Elephant Pellet. It requires dragon bone and elephant marrow as the main ingredient, and is refined with 108 kinds of precious herbs. The Divine Dragon Elephant Pellet can recover the strength of a Divine Emperor Realm expert in an instant, and even possess the strength of a dragon and elephant. Its terror is self-evident, and this is also the reason why it can become a low-grade divine grade pill. The recipe and the medicinal ingredients are all here. With a wave of Dan Qiuxing's hand, 83 sets of medicinal materials and pill formulas for refining a divine-grade medicinal pill were distributed into the hands of every single person. Divine Dragon Elephant Pellet. Jiang Chen frowned his brows. It's not an exaggeration to call it a divine-grade medicinal pill. To be able to recover the strength of a Divine Emperor Realm expert in a short period of time, it's simply terrifying. The divine grade medicinal pill is indeed worthy of its name. Even Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. Only the Marshal Dan Palace was able to take out so many herbs at once. Moreover, they were all herbs needed to concoct divine grade pills and divine grade pill recipes. Under the heavens, only the Marshal Dan Palace could be so wealthy. This divine grade medicinal pill is not simple. Someone's face turned grim after receiving the recipe. This divine grade medicinal pill had completely exceeded their imagination. Although it was only a step away from a peak immortal grade medicinal pill, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I think I'll surrender this time. Someone said with a bitter smile. His hands were trembling as he held the recipe in his hand, not knowing how to proceed. No matter what, we have to give it a try. Failure is the mother of success. If we don't give it a try, we might never know where our limits are. You're right. Let's go all out. Anyway, the recipe is provided by the Marshal Dan Hole. Damn it, I don't believe that I'm not fated to refine a divine-grade medicinal pill in my life. Jiang Chen looked at the people who had made up their minds. He felt that they were here to take advantage of the rich. However, the rules were there. They had the right to refine the divine-grade medicinal pill this time. The Marshal Dan Hall was rich and overbearing, so they wouldn't be too calculative with them. It's just a divine-grade medicinal pill, I can definitely refine it. A red-haired young man said with a sneer. He coldly looked at those people who were feeling uneasy. You can't even refine a divine-grade medicinal pill, yet you dare to call yourself a grandmaster? Hee, what a bunch of trash. What did you say? Brat, believe it or not, I'll slap you. Someone couldn't suppress the anger in his body and pointed at the red-haired young man. Wasn't he looking down on them? Calling them trash, who could stand it? Who wasn't an alchemy grandmaster of their own region? Who wasn't respected by others? However, in the sacred martial city, their strength was obviously not enough. Aren't you trash if you can't refine a divine-grade medicinal pill? Why are you clamoring here when you haven't done anything? Why don't you go home and plant sweet potatoes? Humph. The arrogance of the red-haired young man had aroused the anger of many people. However, what he said was the truth. If you couldn't refine a divine-grade medicinal pill, you wouldn't be qualified to challenge someone who was stronger than you. Forget it. Do you know who that person is? He's the son of Dan Chiu, the #1 genius in alchemy in the Marshal Dan Hole. I heard that he has already surpassed his master. Let's not provoke him. Bear with it for a while, and take a step back. Blade advised. After knowing the identity of the red-haired young man, they could only choose to give in. After all, if one's alchemy skills were not as good as the red-haired young man's, and if one's strength was not good enough, would one still dare to fight against the Marshal Dan Hole? Therefore, those who were insulted by the red-haired young man could only swallow their grievances. Their faces were pale and ugly. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. He turned around and prepared to refine a divine-grade medicinal pill. What are you laughing at? I'm talking about you. The red-haired young man, Dan Chamois, pointed at Jiang Chen and said with a cold expression. Am I laughing? Jiang Chen shrugged and said. Aren't you laughing at me? What right do you have to laugh at me? Didn't you say they're trash? Dan Chamois sneered. I'm laughing at you for being a fool. Chapter 3699. Who was Dan Chamois? He was Dan Qiuxing's son, the young master of St. Martial City. Most importantly, he was not a crippled second generation, but a powerful expert, an alchemy grandmaster, a genius young man who could inherit Dan Qiuxing's alchemy skills. For many people, being born into a prestigious family was already considered to be born with a golden spoon in one's mouth. However, it just so happened that other people were more talented than you, more hardworking than you, and more powerful than you. This was a little unreasonable. And Dan Chamois was precisely this kind of person. Facing Jiang Chen's mockery, Dan Chamois' expression was extremely cold. He pointed at Jiang Chen with an arrogant and despotic expression. In St. Martial City, no one dared to challenge him. You called me a wooden club. Who do you think you are? Dan Chamois was stunned, and his anger soared to the heavens. He glared at Jiang Chen, the killing intent in his eyes overflowing. Yes, I'm talking about you. There's no need to look. In the alchemy place, one speaks with one's ability. As the son of the St. Martial City's 2 city lords, you don't have the slightest taboo and speak so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid of discrediting your father? Jiang Chen's words stunned Dan Xiaomo, and the coldness at the corner of his mouth deepened. However, at this moment, Dan Xiaomo seemed to have a desire to kill Jiang Chen. Kid, you're ruthless. If you have the ability, then let's fight. Whoever loses will kneel and kowtow to me. How about it? Dan Xiaomo haggled over every detail, and pointed directly at Jiang Chen, not giving in at all. Aren't you looking for a father for your father? Why don't you ask your father's opinion first? Jiang Chen shrugged. Dan Xiaomo's expression became more and more unsightly. This guy had a sharp tongue, and he was really quite hateful. He embarrassed him again and again. It's him. It's actually Jiang Chen. Is this guy really an all-rounder? He set off a storm in the mountain and sea sect. I didn't expect him to appear here at this moment. It's really unbelievable. That's right, I really didn't expect Jiang Chen to be an alchemy expert. Isn't it said that he has the inheritance of the craftsman god? Could it be that this fellow was also an expert in dual cultivation? Refining grandmaster or alchemy grandmaster? It's hard to say. However, with his appearance, I'm afraid that the St. Martial City won't be quiet either. In other words, if he was somewhere else, the city would have already descended into chaos. As expected, the talented are truly bold. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person dare to challenge Dan Xiaomo? He. Quite a few people recognized Jiang Chen, and the news quickly spread. Instantly, Jiang Chen's name began to spread in the public square, and more people came to know of him. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. In recent years, Jiang Chen's name had been rumored to be even more famous than St. Martial City's young master Dan Xiaomo. For a moment, everyone was paying attention to this pinnacle showdown. Regardless of their alchemy techniques, merely their reputations had already aroused the imagination of countless people. This was a true pinnacle showdown, where both sides were evenly matched. You're Jiang Chen. Dan Xiaomo looked at Jiang Chen with interest, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became even wider. It seemed like this fellow had indeed come prepared. Otherwise, how could he have dared to challenge him? So what if I am? Could it be that we're not here to concoct alchemy, but to bicker? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully. Dan Xiaomo was restricted by Jiang Chen in every aspect, and his expression was extremely unsightly. At this moment, if he was suppressed by Jiang Chen, how despicable would he be as the city lord's young master be? Just tell me, do you dare to gamble or not? Whoever loses has to kneel down and call him grandfather. Dan Xiaomo was extremely aggressive. At that moment, Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and looked at Dan Qiuxing. Dan Qiuxing's expression was also extremely unsightly, and his eyes were sinister. He hated this disappointing fellow to the core. Now was the time to concoct alchemy, to find a true grandmaster alchemist for the Martial Dan Palace, but Jiang Chen actually had to kneel down and call him grandfather. It was fine if he won, but if he lost, would he have to kneel down and call him father? Dan Qiuxing was furious. His son was good in every aspect. He was extremely talented, but his brain was slow, and he liked to bicker with others. His strength was not bad, but he didn't have many tricks up his sleeves. He was just used to being arrogant and despotic. If I want to gamble, I'm afraid City Lord Dan might not be willing, right? He. Jiang Chen's words had given Dan Qiuxing enough face. Dan Qiuxing looked at Dan Xiaomo and shouted in a deep voice, "Enough. Enough, this isn't a place for you to settle your personal grudges. Do what you have to do first. I announce that the alchemy begins. The refinement of the divine grade alchemy pill will depend on your own luck." Dan Xiaomo still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Dan Qiuxing's fierce glare. Dan Xiaomo, who had been repeatedly humiliated by Jiang Qin, was also reprimanded by his own father. All the anger in his heart was now directed towards Jiang Qin. Let's wait and see. Humph, Dan Xiaomo gritted his teeth and said. However, at this moment, he was staring at Jiang Qin. He didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. There's no point in trying to win with words. When you see the gap between you and me, you should understand that we are not the same kind of people. Dan Xiaomo said confidently. Everyone was a little disappointed. They thought that they would be able to see a world war between Jiang Qin and Dan Xiaomo. However, Dan Qiuxing's words dispelled everyone's thoughts. At this time, business was more important. Even if Dan Qiuxing was the city lord of the Twin Cities and the ruler of this alchemy event, he couldn't be biased towards Dan Xiaomo. If this spread out, wouldn't he be ridiculed by countless people? Ridiculing his Marshal Dan Hall for being arrogant and despotic. He didn't want to be the scapegoat. The Marshal Dan Hall had always been the orthodox and righteous sect. Dan Qiuxing naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Although he also knew that Jiang Qin wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. He had caused such a huge commotion in the Mountain Sea sect, but now it seemed that he was quite honest. He hoped that Jiang Qin wouldn't cause any trouble. However, the Marshal Dan Hall wasn't something that the Mountain Sea sect could compare to. I hope you won't cry until you can't tell north from north. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. At this time, everyone was ready. They could not afford to lose the divine grade pill. Not everyone had absolute confidence in concocting the pill. Many of them started to study the pill recipe, but only a few of them started to concoct the pill. Many people were silently staring at the pill formulas and medicinal pellets in front of them, their hearts pounding. A divine grade medicinal pellet wasn't an ordinary medicinal pellet. Some people would spend their entire lives trying to concoct a divine grade medicinal pellet, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just like Wu Yunfang, in order to concoct a supreme grade primal origin treasure, he spent his entire life working hard. Chapter 3700. Divine grade medicinal pill, just thinking about it makes me excited. I've never seen a divine grade medicinal pill in my life. That's not it. Moreover, it's being refined on the spot. It's simply too exciting. Ha ha ha. This trip to the sacred martial city is really worth it. More and more people opened their eyes wide, silently paying attention to the progress of the alchemy festival. At this moment, it could be considered to have entered the true white-hot stage. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to lead it out for a walk. Do you think that Jiang Qin can really concoct a divine grade medicinal pill? Liao Tianqing frowned, he was extremely nervous. If Jiang Qin could really concoct a divine grade medicinal pill, then he would definitely be valued by countless sections. It was already a certainty that he would receive countless olive branches. Once he was valued by the Marshal Dan Hall, it would be extremely difficult for them to deal with Jiang Qin. Who can say for sure? He. Yan Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes. He was also worried that this alchemy festival would directly determine Jiang Qin's reputation and prestige. Previously, he had caused a great disaster in the Mountain and Sea sect and provoked countless forces. If Jiang Qin could display his strength at this time, then it would definitely make countless forces believe in him. The Marshal Dan Hall might also protect Jiang Qin, which would be a great obstacle for them. If they wanted to deal with Jiang Qin again, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Jiang Qin's participation in the alchemy festival this time was also to accumulate popularity for himself. More and more people knew of his existence, and his name would also spread throughout the entire central region divine land. Once Jiang Qin's reputation was too great, if he really gathered a force, he would definitely not be underestimated. Moreover, the identity of the craftsman god's successor had already caused many people to be afraid of Jiang Qin. Many people wanted to obtain the inheritance of the craftsman god from Jiang Qin, but it was also destined that countless people would be willing to sell their lives for Jiang Qin. After all, who wouldn't want to please such a craftsman master? If Jiang Qin was able to concoct a divine-grade pill, it would prove that he was unparalleled in the world. His skills in both refining and concocting pills had reached the pinnacle. How could people not be afraid of such a person? At that time, once Jiang Qin became famous, then it would involve too many interests to deal with him. The Martial Dan Hall would definitely not let Jiang Qin grow and become a great threat. The Buddhist pagoda would definitely be the same. Therefore, Jiang Qin had to choose one of the two. The Martial Dan Hall was very likely to be Jiang Qin's safe haven. In the eyes of Yan Zhao Wuji and the others, the purpose of him participating in this alchemy festival was already clear. If he wanted to live well in the Central Region Divine Land, then he could only find his own safe haven, and the Martial Dan Hall was the only choice. This person is really too terrifying. Once the divine-grade medicinal pill is concocted, even if Jiang Qin can't become the ultimate alchemy grandmaster, he is destined to be the only super genius in the divine world who has both alchemy and refining, Yin Hu said in a low voice. Even he was quite afraid of treasures like the divine-grade medicinal pill and the supreme-grade primal origin treasure. It was undeniable that Jiang Qin could already affect the hearts of some old foxes in the sections. Moreover, his strength was so terrifying. If they wanted to kill Jiang Qin, their chances were getting smaller and smaller. He had become an existence that people loved and hated. Those who loved him couldn't use him, and those who hated him didn't dare to touch his whiskers. However, the enmity of the Mountain and Sea sect had already become a humiliation for them. Not only the Mountain and Sea sect, but every sect that was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin would feel fear and danger. Although the 8 extreme sects Yan Zhao Wuji looked calm on the surface, he already hated Jiang Qin to the bone. Apart from the Martial Dan Hall, Jiang Qin had offended too many people. His purpose in coming to the sacred martial city this time was to seek protection. Now, he could only wait for the final result. He hoped that if he couldn't concoct the divine-grade medicinal pill, then he would still be hated by those people. At this moment, the real focus was still on the many alchemists. Jiang Qin, Murong Fian, and Dan Xiao Mo, these 3 were the most dazzling stars. Many people treated them as the targets of their attention. After half a day, the sun was blazing and the void was blazing. Other than Jiang Qin, everyone had already started concocting. However, the majority of the 80 people were frowning. They didn't know what to do next. Even though they had the divine-grade medicinal pill, they might not be able to concoct the divine-grade medicinal pill. Although there was only a slight difference between a peak immortal-grade medicinal pill and a divine-grade medicinal pill, the difference was like heaven and earth. After a day, half of the people had already been eliminated. Some gave up, and some failed. Many of the medicinal ingredients had already been wasted, and there was no way to continue. They only had one chance, and they all cherished it. However, it didn't matter if they were strong or weak. Some people were forced to do something beyond their abilities. Not everyone could concoct a divine-grade medicinal pill. Otherwise, why would a divine-grade alchemist be so popular? Even in the Martial Dan Hall, there wouldn't be more than 5 divine-grade alchemists. One could imagine how rare a divine-grade alchemist was. Some people might have good luck and succeeded in concocting a divine-grade medicinal pill. However, if the success rate was less than 30%, then they couldn't be considered as a divine-grade alchemist at all. Otherwise, it would be a terrifying thing to waste so many medicinal ingredients. If a sect had a divine-grade alchemist, it would be possible for the sect to collapse. 3 days later, there were less than 20 people left. Every single one of them was carefully observing the refinement of the medicinal herbs in their hands. The choice of a divine rank pellet could only be made in a single day, there was no room for carelessness. Therefore, everyone's mental energy was extremely concentrated, afraid that there would be the slightest mistake. If that were to happen, all of their previous efforts would be in vain. That's the blazing sun flame. It's said that the blazing sun flame is a very terrifying flame. It's only slightly weaker than the heavenly flame. It's taken from the place with the hottest sunlight in the divine world. The so-called spirit of flame is really terrifying. Who is that black-clothed man? At this moment, a scarlet sun-raging flame caused countless people to chase after it. All the alchemists had solemn looks on their faces as they were filled with envy. The moment the scarlet sun-raging flame appeared, the entire space became incomparably hot. That's the netherworld divine flame. I've seen it once in an ancient book. It's definitely a real super flame. It's not inferior to the blazing sun flame. Chapter 3701. But how many people in this world can have the great fortune to obtain the most terrifying strange flame in the world? The strongest is the 5 elemental divine flames. But the 5 elemental divine flames are extremely hard to find in this world. Someone sighed. At this moment, every alchemist was displaying all of their abilities, using all of their methods to concoct divine-grade pellets, because this was their chance to soar into the sky in a single leap. If they could obtain the final victory, their names would definitely resound in every corner of the Central Province Divine Land. Furthermore, if they were valued by the Marshal Dan Palace, their future achievements would be limitless. Even if they couldn't reach the status of the St. Marshal City's Dan Chio Xing, they would definitely have a high status in the Marshal Dan Palace. In the Central Province, wouldn't they be able to call the wind and summon the rain? A bunch of country bumpkins. Look at my flames. Dan Xiao Mo sneered, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. Of the remaining 20 or so people, only 5 didn't have powerful flames to support their concoction, while the remaining 7 or 8 had super flames that were second only to the heavenly flame. When it came to concocting pills, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. Dan Xiao Mo suddenly raised his hand, and a flame formed in the center of his palm. It was as cold as frost, and within the flame was a rainbow glow. In an instant, the entire square began to boil with excitement. Is this the vermilion bird divine flame? No one knew who said this, but everyone's expression changed. The vermilion bird divine flame, wasn't that one of the 5 elements divine flames? Isn't that too terrifying? The 5 elemental divine fire had a unique advantage in refining pills. No one could understand how terrifying the 5 elemental divine fire was, and the vermilion bird divine fire was one of them. When the divine fire appeared, countless people exclaimed and sighed. But after a while, someone else said, vermilion bird divine flame. Wasn't that the flame unique to City Lord Dan Chioxing Dan? So it's actually a son inheriting his father's legacy. No wonder Dan Xiao Mo is so powerful. It's because he possesses his father's flames. I've also heard of it. It's said that City Lord Dan Chio had once joined forces with countless experts to kill a divine bird of the Vermilion Bird clan in order to obtain the divine fire of the Vermilion Bird. It could be said that it was quite a difficult process. That's right, who asked me to be born so well? Hee hee. Don't be so sour, you're just a bunch of guys who can't eat grapes. So what if it was Dan Chioxing Dan City Lord's flame? Didn't she have a father? If it were you, would you not use such a great resource? Dan Xiaomo was extremely displeased when he heard those mocking words. In the end, wasn't it all because he was Dan Chio's son? Dan Xiaomo's expression was extremely ugly. He didn't want to live under his father's shadow. He wanted to forge his own path in the world. He wanted to become the Dan Xiaomo that everyone respected, and not the Dan Chioxing's son, Dan Xiaomo. In the face of so many doubts, Dan Xiaomo gritted his teeth. I will definitely use my actions to slap all of you in the face. That is also a 5 elements divine fire. No one knew who shouted, but a gray-robed man also silently took out his own flame, the true dragon flame. Motherfucker. There's truly nothing too bizarre in this world. To think that two of the 5 elemental divine flames would appear at the same time. This is way too scary. Looks like today is really a gathering of heroes, ha ha ha. It's destined to be a feast that opens a new chapter for us. The gray-robed man didn't reveal himself, but at this moment, he had a solemn expression on his face as he began to refine a divine great elixir. Jiang Chen watched this scene silently. The two 5 elemental divine flames had indeed surprised him, but Jiang Chen also knew that the 5 elemental divine flames weren't the only supreme flames in this world. As long as the Vermilion Bird tribe was proud, they would possess the Vermilion Bird divine flame. It was just a matter of strength. It was obvious that the Vermilion Bird flame in Dan Xiaomo's hands was only a spirit of the Vermilion Bird divine flame. It was completely inferior to the true dragon flame in the gray-robed man's hands. Although the true dragon flame was also very rare, it was still one of the 5 elemental divine flames. However, Jiang Chen had never thought that he was the chosen one. All good things had to be unique to him. Everyone had their own opportunities, and everyone had their own choices. The sun didn't revolve around him alone. While Jiang Chen was deep in thought, one of the 5 elemental divine flames appeared in Murong Fian's hands. It was the Qilin's sacred flame. 3 5 elemental divine flames appeared one after another. The entire plaza became incomparably lively and terrifying. The temperature had risen by a lot. If it weren't for the fact that they were all extremely strong, they would have been turned into barbecued meat instead of refining pills. Looks like I'll have to show off my skills as well. Jiang Chen smiled. If he didn't have a 5 elemental divine flame, he wouldn't even be able to stand here. A Vermilion Bird divine flame also appeared in Jiang Chen's hands. Phew, another Vermilion Bird divine flame. However, Jiang Chen's Vermilion Bird divine flame was much more terrifying than Dan Xiaomo's Vermilion Bird divine flame. It was like a 3 to 5-year-old child facing a towering giant. They weren't even on the same level. At this moment, even Dan Qiuxing's eyes narrowed. He stared at the Vermilion Bird divine flame in Jiang Chen's hands. If he could devour the Vermilion Bird divine flame in Jiang Chen's hands, then perhaps his Vermilion Bird divine flame would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. This Jiang Chen really isn't simple. Dan Qiuxing said indifferently. The corners of his lips curled up in anticipation. Where did you get your Vermilion Bird divine flame? Dan Xiaomo glared at Jiang Chen fiercely. I didn't inherit it from my old man. Jiang Chen said loudly. Instantly, the plaza was in an uproar. Even Dan Qiuxing's expression turned ugly. Dan Xiaomo gritted his teeth in anger. However, Jiang Chen's counterattack was too powerful. His Vermilion Bird divine flame was completely inferior to Jiang Chen's. Don't be so arrogant. My Vermilion Bird divine flame isn't something you can compare to. Dan Xiaomo forcefully retorted. Everyone could see that Jiang Chen's Vermilion Bird divine flame was superior. However, he refused to believe it and refused to lower his head. That's right, you can't compare. I'm the grandfather, you're the grandson. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brat, my divine great pill is about to succeed. You haven't even started yet. If you don't have the ability, then don't think too highly of yourself. Ha ha ha. Let's talk after you refine your divine great pill. Dan Xiaomo turned around. With the black flame cauldron in his hand, an incomparably round pill appeared in his palm. A divine grade pill. Dan Xiaomo's face was filled with arrogance. After all, he was the first person to refine a divine grade pill. Your grandson has already refined a pill. Grandfather, you better not disappoint me. Humph, Dan Xiaomo sneered and said disdainfully. Dan Qiuxing almost fell from the sky. He cursed Dan Xiaomo in his heart. You bastard! Can't you just not provoke this thorn? Jiang Chen's name was well known. Even the Marshal Dan Hall had heard of the battle at the Mountain and Sea sect. Jiang Chen's appearance was also within Dan Qiuxing's expectations. Chapter 3702. It was not that Dan Qiuxing was afraid of Jiang Qin, but it was not necessary for him to go against a troublemaker like Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was able to turn the Mountain and Sea sect upside down. Whether it was the old ancestor-level figures or the Mountain and Sea giant beast Fei, they all came out in full force. This was enough to show how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Dan Qiuxing did not want him to become a variable in the Marshal Dan Hall's alchemy grand event at this critical moment. Fortunately, at this moment, everyone's gazes had already landed on the divine grade pill that Dan Xiaomo was refining. One had to admit that Dan Xiaomo did not disappoint Dan Qiuxing. In terms of alchemy talent, he was quite formidable. There was no doubt about this. Divine grade pill. It really is a divine grade pill. Many of them were so excited that they could no longer control themselves. They did not expect to witness the birth of a divine grade medicinal pill at this moment. For countless divine emperor realm experts, a divine grade medicinal pill was hard to come by, let alone those hierarch realm experts who had long regarded Dan Xiaomo as a god. Those who could refine a divine grade medicinal pill were destined to be extraordinary. Dan Qiuxing has a successor. Looks like the Marshal Dan Hall's strength is not to be underestimated. That's right. Although Dan Xiaomo is Dan Qiuxing's son, if he was useless, it would be impossible for him to stand out at this time. To forge iron, one must be strong. This Dan Xiaomo really has some skills. Looks like he deserves to be called an alchemy grandmaster. No matter what, it didn't matter if he was a black or white cat, as long as he caught a mouse, he was a good cat. It was clear that the moment Dan Xiaomo refined a divine grade pill, he had gained the recognition and acceptance of even more people. He was no longer living under his father's shadow, and he himself was also someone that people had to respectfully call Dan Xiaomo a grandmaster. Dan Xiaomo was extremely excited. After all, he had achieved this through his own hard work. Previously, his success rate was only less than 60%. Today, he had succeeded in one fell swoop. To Dan Xiaomo, this was something worth celebrating. Even Dan Qiuxing's eyes were filled with gratification when he looked at his son. The new waves of the Yangtze River would push on the old, and each wave would be stronger than the one before. This was what made him the happiest. As a father, there was nothing more exciting than his son's brilliance. Jiang Qin glanced disapprovingly at Dan Xiaomo. At the same time, he also began to work, summoning the vermilion bird divine flame. During this period of time, Jiang Qin didn't just sit around idly. Instead, he slowly began to study the properties and effects of the various medicinal ingredients. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Without absolute confidence, Jiang Qin would not easily refine pills, especially this kind of divine grade pills. He must refine the best pills, make the best use of the medicinal ingredients, and make the pills worth it. This was what an alchemist should pursue the most. Although Jiang Qin had just started, his movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. It looked like a magnificent performance, because Jiang Qin had already thoroughly understood the properties of all the medicinal ingredients. At this time, everything seemed so natural and unhurried. Divine grade pills in Jiang Qin's hands didn't have the slightest bit of difficulty. In fact, in the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he had already started to condense the pills. This kind of speed was truly stupefying. If this was an immortal grade pill, others might be able to accept it, but Jiang Qin was refining a divine grade pill. Isn't this too fast? Others refined for 3 days, but he did it for 3 incense sticks of time. It's hard to say. This Jiang Qin is really unimaginable. It's not without reason that he was able to create such a huge disaster and rise to fame. Look, Murong Fian has also completed her refinement. Murong Fian attracted the attention of many people, as well as the grey-robed man. They had all successfully refined divine grade pills. Gradually, more and more divine grade pills appeared, causing people to feel tired of looking at them. A total of 11 people had successfully refined divine grade pills. As for the remaining people, except for Jiang Qin, all had either failed or had no strength to refine divine grade pills. A long sigh was heard, causing many people to shrink back. What the hell is this guy doing? Is he trying to delay for time? Who can say for sure? Hee. Jiang Qin had become the last one. Everyone had already finished concocting their pills, but he was still in the middle of it. However, there wasn't a clear time limit for concocting the pills. Therefore, Dan Qiuxing didn't say much, and just waited for Jiang Qin like everyone else. Yan Zhao Wuji, Liao Tianxing, and the others looked at each other. They all felt that Jiang Qin must be up to something. Was he trying to deceive everyone? Or was he out of tricks? No one could say for sure. Because of his serious look, it seemed like it was the case. No one dared to say anything. Jiang Qin's final process was also relatively easy. However, divine grade pills required too many herbs and divine energy. Especially when Jiang Qin refined a divine grade pill, it was completely different from others. Because he was refining a pill with 100% effectiveness. Ensuring that not a single trace of energy was lost in the pill, achieving perfection. This was the supreme realm of alchemy that Jiang Qin was pursuing. Not a pill with 100% effectiveness, but Jiang Qin was full of perseverance. Boom! A deep sound was heard. The heavenly lightning above Jiang Qin's head continued to fall. The others were giving it their all, but Jiang Qin was taking a stroll in the park. He stood there, looking straight ahead. There was only the divine grade pill in his eyes. Following the descent of 9 terrifying heavenly lightning, the spectators were dumbfounded. If they were in Jiang Qin's position, even a mid-divine emperor realm expert would be blasted to smithereens. As the heavenly lightning faded, the perfectly round pill shone with a dazzling radiance. At that moment, just from its color and luster, the divine grade pill in Jiang Qin's hand, the dragon elephant divine pill, was already unparalleled in the world. What a terrifying halo of energy. Even I have never refined such a pill before. Dan Qiuxing's heart was incomparably shocked. He took a deep breath and his expression was solemn. An expert could be seen the moment he made his move. Jiang Qin's method was incomparably fast, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Alchemy had become an art in his hands, making countless people admire and revere him. Jiang Qin's pill might not have much of a difference to ordinary people. However, Dan Xiaomo, Murong Fian, and the others had a solemn expression on their faces. Jiang Qin's pill was obviously more profound than theirs. The medicinal effect was also more abundant and stable. This is a real divine grade pill. Dan Qiuxing said in a deep voice. Even though he was dissatisfied with Jiang Qin as his son had a grudge against him, it did not stop him from praising Jiang Qin. This pill would definitely make everyone's heart palpitate, including Dan Qiuxing. This is a 90% pill. Dan Qiuxing looked at Jiang Qin and said hopefully. Jiang Qin shook his head. What a pity. An 80% pill is not bad. It's already rare to refine an 80% pill. It's already not easy for an ordinary person to refine a 50% pill. I've only succeeded in refining an 80% pill. The dragon elephant divine pill is not that easy to refine. Dan Qiuxing said confidently. You've misunderstood City Lord Dan. Even though this is not a 90% pill, it's not an 80% pill either. It's a 100% pill. Chapter 3703. Dan Qiuxing was also embarrassed. His face turned red. He had given a fair comment and acted cool, but in the end, he was slapped in the face mercilessly. What the hell was going on? Although Dan Qiuxing was cursing in his heart, he was speechless. It was true that his 80% ranked elixir was much worse than his. He had thought that they were both 80% ranked elixirs, but he didn't expect that Yi Shiwen's elixir was at the pinnacle of divine ranked elixirs. 10% pill. This phrase appeared in everyone's mind. The higher the grade of the pill, the more natural the medicinal effect would be. Jiang Chen's 10% pill was the most perfect pill, flawless and without any impurities. Every pill has its poison. To be able to refine a pill to the level of a 10% pill, it meant that the poison had been neutralized, and the pill had completely transformed. The divine dragon elephant pill in Jiang Chen's hand should be called a king of pills. 10% pill. Oh my, this is the first time I've heard of it. Jiang Chen, be a human. Incredible, incredible. Did you guys see that? Even City Lord Dan's face changed. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen is scarier than anyone else. An alchemist like him, countless people would be willing to risk their lives for him. Especially Jiang Chen, who cultivates both martial and alchemy. Not only is he an alchemist, but he's also the inheritor of the god of crafts. The heavens are too kind to him. Facing those exclamations, Jiang Chen was calm and unmoved. At this moment, he was still as elegant as before. More and more people no longer treated Jiang Chen as if it was none of his business. Instead, everyone wanted to be friends with Jiang Chen. A peak alchemist and alchemist expert like him, there was no one else in this world like him. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Wu Yunfang, who was watching Jiang Chen from afar, was also shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so abnormal. He was even scarier than he had imagined. Dan Xiaomo, Murong Fian, they were all defeated by him, weren't they? The pill is not bad. You've also advanced. Dan Qiuxing's act had failed, so he didn't say anything further. He restrained his expression and continued preparing for the third round of the competition. I believe that everyone here should have some understanding of the third round of the competition. Only those who can successfully refine mid-divine grade pills are worthy of being called a divine grade alchemist. Even the title of Grandmaster is insufficient to describe their strength. Dan Qiuxing seemed to have completely forgotten the awkwardness from before. After all, as the host of the alchemy festival, he had to maintain a good attitude. This last threshold is the true godly grade alchemist's competition. As for who can have the last laugh, it will depend on your luck. Even Jiang Chen frowned when he heard Dan Qiuxing's words. Although he had never refined a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill before, he had some confidence in it. After all, he could easily refine a low-level divine grade medicinal pill, and this was going to be quite a challenge. However, even the Marshal Dan Hall would definitely treasure a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill, right? It was already rare for a low-level divine grade medicinal pill's recipe to be made public for more people to observe and refine. Who would share a divine grade medicinal pill's recipe with everyone? Looks like the Marshal Dan Hall is going to leave the true divine grade alchemist here. Jiang Chen's heart slightly moved. Otherwise, would they really be indifferent to such an important recipe? Jiang Chen didn't believe that the Marshal Dan Hall would be so selfless. Speaking of which, if one could successfully refine a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill, it meant that one was qualified to be a divine grade alchemist and a part of the Marshal Dan Hall. However, if one couldn't refine it, wouldn't it be useless even if they gave you the recipe? The Marshall Dan Hall is really rich. Yeah, they even dared to publicize the recipe of a mid-level divine-grade medicinal pill for others to refine. Who could be compared to such boldness? I'm not surprised that the Marshall Dan Hall could achieve what they have today. This is the boldness of a great sect. Many people gave the Marshall Dan Hall a thumbs up, but only a few of them could understand what they were thinking. Jiang Chen let out a sigh. It seemed like the competition for the divine-grade alchemist was not as simple as he had imagined. However, it might be a good idea to stay in the Marshall Dan Hall and lie low for the time being. Most importantly, he could borrow the influence of the Marshall Dan Hall to help him look for Yan Chenyu. Now, there are only 12 of you left. This is the recipe of a mid-level divine-grade medicinal pill, spiritual enlightenment elixir. It has the magical effect of strengthening the soul and foundation. Don't think that this is just an ordinary spiritual connecting pill. This pill can greatly increase your chances of breaking through to the half-martial monarch realm. This pill is also extremely difficult to refine. In my Marshall Dan Hall, including me, there are only 5 people who can successfully refine it. If any of you can successfully refine it, you will be a true divine-grade alchemist. In the central region Divine Land, you will be in existence as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. After Dan Qiuxing finished speaking, no one could refute him. They could only hold their breaths and watch silently. The terror of a mid-level divine-grade medicinal pill was not something that ordinary people could understand. Furthermore, when they heard that it could greatly increase the chances of breaking through to the half-martial monarch realm, everyone's breathing became rapid. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the recipe and the medicinal ingredients that Dan Qiuxing had sent over. His heart sank. This spiritual enlightenment elixir is a pretty good medicinal pill. Jiang Chen murmured. If he successfully refined it and swallowed it, his chances of breaking through to the half-martial monarch realm would greatly increase. Among the 12 people, other than Jiang Chen, Murong Fian, Dan Xiaomao and the others, everyone else frowned. To successfully concoct a mid-divine grade pill was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Each and every one of them scratched their heads, their faces filled with sighs. Let's begin. This time, I will make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly, Jiang Chen. Dan Xiaomao looked at Jiang Chen Lang and said. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Jiang Chen shook his head. Even your father has to admit that my pill is 100% effectiveness pill. To think that you are still so stubborn. You're really adorable. You can do whatever you want. I hope that you can successfully refine it. Otherwise, it will be too boring for me. Murong Fian stared fixedly at Jiang Chen. She had also regarded him as her number one enemy. Don't worry, I'm not targeting him. I just want to say that everyone here is trash. I don't think there's anyone who can surpass me in terms of divine-grade alchemists. Jiang Chen said calmly. His words caused a commotion in all directions. Jiang Chen's arrogance was unprecedented, treating all the alchemists here as trash. Xiao Yu, it won't be long before I become the strongest in this world. I will let you see that your man is already standing at the peak of this world, waiting for you. Can you see it? Chapter 3704. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing with confidence. He was only one step away from becoming the king of alchemists. Jiang Chen's aura was unparalleled. What an arrogant guy. Let's see if you can refine a mid-divine grade pill. How dare you call us trash? Yeah, this guy is really going too far. He's really pissing me off. Several alchemists were burning with anger. But at this moment, Dan Qiuxing's voice was heard again. He said coldly, the winner takes all. The winner takes all. This is the law of the past and the present. Whoever has the last laugh will be the true godly alchemist. Everyone calmed down and no longer said anything. Even though Jiang Qin was very arrogant, the most important thing for them was to refine their pills. I hope you're not as bad as what others say. Arrogance is not the reason why you can be so arrogant. Today, you will understand who is the real divine great alchemist. Murong Fian said in a deep voice. She looked Jiang Qin in the eyes. She wanted to avenge her brother. As long as she defeated Jiang Qin, his reputation would definitely plummet. If he couldn't become the #1 divine great alchemist, he wouldn't be able to become famous in the central region divine land. At that time, her reputation would be in stark contrast to his. At that time, her influence would make him dumbfounded. It would be easy for her to deal with Jiang Qin. As you wish. Jiang Qin smiled faintly. Without any distractions, he began to wholeheartedly study the spirit awakening pill in his hand. To Jiang Qin, concocting a mid-divine grade pill wasn't an impossible task, but he had to be more careful. Just like the dragon elephant divine pill, he must concoct a 100% effectiveness pill, making full use of all the ingredients. Because this pill was going to be consumed by him, he would not let go of even the slightest mistake, The 12 people had different thoughts in their minds. They silently studied the pill in their hands with solemn expressions. They didn't dare to act rashly. They only had one chance. A mid-divine grade pill was quite complicated. Even if they were given 5 or 10 chances, it would already be a great fortune for them to be able to refine it. Some of them didn't even have the slightest confidence that they would be able to refine it. Jiang Qin focused on studying the spiritual enlightenment elixir in his hands. This pill was indeed terrifying. It definitely had great benefits. To be able to be called a divine grade pill, it must be extraordinary. A day passed, and there were 7 or 8 people who had made their moves. Dan Xiaoma and Murong Fian were among them. The two of them were filled with confidence, as though they were very familiar with this mid-divine grade pill. In fact, Dan Xiaoma wasn't unfamiliar with it. After all, this pill was taken out by his father. How could he not know anything about it? No one would believe this if they told others. Jiang Qin was full of confidence. His eyes were sharp. He only started to refine the pill after he had seen through more than 100 medicinal ingredients. However, at this moment, all 12 people had already started. Jiang Qin was the slowest, but he was also the most diligent. On the 3rd day, 7 people had already been eliminated. Only 5 people were still refining. Murong Fian and Dan Xiaoma took the lead, their speed extremely fast. The mid-divine grade pill was already starting to take shape. Everyone was on high alert. The sweat on Murong Fian and Dan Xiaoma's faces was increasing. It was clear to see how much pressure they were under right now. The 5 elemental divine fires appeared one after another. The 2 of them became the focus of the crowd. It's getting more and more exciting. A mid-divine grade pill. When will I be able to get one? Stop daydreaming. It's not like you don't know how difficult it is to refine a divine grade pill. Not everyone has a chance, and it's not like they can succeed on the first try. That's true. A divine grade pill is really too difficult to refine. But once it's done, it's like a fish in the ocean leaping into the sky. A divine grade alchemist. That's even rarer than an ancient divine beast. Facing Jiang Qin and the others who were quietly refining pills, the onlookers weren't the least bit relaxed. All of them were extremely nervous. I did it. My pill is done. Ha ha ha. I refined a mid-divine grade pill. Ha ha ha. Following Dan Xiaoma's roar, everyone turned to look at him. Their eyes were filled with excitement and shock, and their faces were filled with admiration. Huff, 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 but at this moment, the 5 elemental divine fires appeared in Jiang Chen's hands, forming the power of the 5 elements. In an instant, the entire sky was lit up, and everyone felt a scorching heat. The 5 elemental divine fires were all present. In that instant, Jiang Chen once again became the focus of the crowd. Although Dan Xiaomo had refined a mid-divine grade pill, compared to the 5 elemental divine fires in Jiang Chen's hands, even his father, Dan Qiuxing, had his eyes on Jiang Chen. Dan Xiaomo hadn't expected that his limelight would still be stolen by Jiang Chen in the end. He clenched his fists tightly, and his face was ashen. Why? Why is it him again? Even so, Dan Xiaomo was still rather shocked. Obtaining one of the 5 elemental divine fires was already a great fortune. Yet, Jiang Chen actually had 5 different types of heavenly flames. Gathering all the 5 elemental divine fires, this was simply unimaginable. 5 elemental divine fires. Isn't that a little too scary? Have you seen the 5 elemental divine fires before? Nope. Did he only get such a chance encounter after saving the immortal world in his previous life? That's way too scary. 5 elemental divine fires. I even feel my heart palpitating. Will that 5 elemental divine fires burn me alive? True Dragon Fire, Qilin Divine Fire, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, Extreme Sun Divine Fire, True Thunderbolt Fire. Gathering all the 5 elemental divine fires was something that Dan Qiuxing had never seen or heard of before. In fact, he was filled with a covetous heart. Jiang Chen was truly not an ordinary person. That lad has truly hidden his strength too deeply. Wu Yunfang said bitterly. The 5 elemental divine fires in Jiang Chen's hands had once again refreshed his understanding of Jiang Chen. So this was his true trump card. Once the 5 elemental divine fires appeared, who wouldn't be convinced? With the protection of the 5 elemental divine fires, Jiang Chen was able to gather the mid-divine grade pills with ease, just like a fish in water. Condense. Jiang Chen let out a furious roar as the 5 elemental divine fires activated the myriad chi cauldron. In an instant, the color of the heavens and earth changed. Endless heavenly lightning gathered from the heavens and shrouded the void. Everyone was watching silently. Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become the focal point of the entire place. Even Dan Xiaomo, who had successfully concocted the mid-divine grade pills, was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen's sharpness. Dan Xiaomo's head hung low and he couldn't wait to strangle Jiang Chen to death. This fella is simply a super invincible monster. Murong Fian raised her eyebrows. With the 5 elemental divine fires gathering, concocting the mid-divine grade pills would naturally be a piece of cake. What a fella blessed by the heavens. Chapter 3705. Jiang Chen condensed the pill in his hand, the 5 elemental divine fires intertwined with each other. The mid-divine grade pill was about to be successfully concocted. To Jiang Chen, this was a historic moment. This was his first time concocting a pill, and he had to be perfect. Only by concocting a pill with 100% effectiveness could he be considered to have succeeded. Under the attention of the crowd, Jiang Chen soared into the sky. With the pill in his hand, he passed through the lightning. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was Jiang Chen courting death? However, they were gravely mistaken. Because Jiang Chen wanted to use the 5 bolts of lightning to refine the mid-divine grade pill, seeking perfection and perfection. The 5 bolts of lightning in Jiang Chen's body continued to refine the pill. The pill in his hand became brighter and brighter, its aura fluctuating, causing Jiang Chen to feel a terrifying divine aura. This mid-divine grade pill seemed to have gained a trace of intelligence, because Jiang Chen felt that this mid-divine grade pill was trying to escape. It was impossible for it to escape, not even in this lifetime. Jiang Chen clenched his hand tightly on the pill, causing him to feel an earth-shattering pressure coming from his hand. This mid-divine grade pill seemed to have gained a trace of intelligence. This was something that no one had expected. This mid-divine grade pill. It's transforming into a spirit. Impossible, right? Didn't they say that only saint grade pills could transform into a spirit? Saint grade pill. How many times have you seen a mid-divine grade pill? If it wasn't for this grand gathering, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to see a mid-divine grade pill for the rest of our lives. That's true, but isn't this mid-divine grade pill transforming into a spirit a little too terrifying? Everyone raised their heads in anticipation, silently staring at Jiang Chen. This was because he held the 5 elements divine flame in his hand, continuously manipulating the divine grade medicinal pills in his hand, causing countless people to be shocked. Dan Qiuxing's eyes narrowed as he felt a great shock in his heart. Even he had never refined such a terrifying divine rank elixir before. In order to complete the spiritual transformation, one would need a high-grade divine rank elixir, and it would need to be a perfect 100% effectiveness elixir. However, the elixir in Jiang Chen's hand was merely a mid-grade divine rank elixir. However, he had refined a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill into such a monstrous existence, and had already transformed into a spirit. Dan Qiuxing had only seen a spirit transformation elixir once, and it was passed down by the old ancestor. It was a sacred item of the Martial Dan Palace. However, he didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a great method. This was simply unimaginable. This guy was really worthy of being an alchemy grandmaster. Dan Xiaomo and Murong Fian were also unconvinced, but the elixir in Jiang Chen's hand had already explained everything. Even Dan Qiuxing was watching this scene with rapt attention. In order to refine an elixir, the cauldron, the flame, the herbs, and most importantly, the alchemist's standard, not a single one could be missing. The fact that Jiang Chen was able to refine such an elixir caused countless people to go crazy. A spirit transformation elixir was a terrifying existence. Some people wouldn't even have the chance to see it in their entire lives. Today, when Jiang Chen refined it, everyone became nervous. This might be the most glorious moment of their lives. Did he really refine a spirit transformation elixir? Murong Fian murmured. Although she was unwilling, even Dan Qiuxing's expression was incomparably solemn. She knew that this time, Jiang Chen might really surpass everyone. Looking at the divine great elixir in her hand that was gradually taking shape, Murong Fian knew that she was still one step behind. But now, she was hoping that Jiang Chen would fail at the last moment, then she would still have a chance. However, the elixir had already taken shape. How could Jiang Chen let it go so easily? Jiang Chen was also extremely excited in his heart. After all, this was the first time he refined a spirit transformation elixir. Before this, even he didn't expect this kind of result. Amidst his excitement, Jiang Chen laid out the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, completely trapping the spirit transformation elixir within it, leaving no place for it to hide. Jiang Chen's eyes shone like torches, his gaze was cold as he started to refine the spirit transformation elixir. Whether it's a spirit transformation elixir or a monster, if you're a dragon, coil up, if you're a tiger, lie down. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. 5 bolts of heavenly lightning descended upon the world at the same time. That scene was extremely terrifying. Under the 5 lightning decree, the spirit transformation elixir in the 5 elemental trigram fire formation finally calmed down, no longer struggling. At the same time, Jiang Chen flipped his hand and held the elixir in his hand. A terrifying aura poured out from the elixir. Countless people in the surroundings could feel how terrifying this spirit transformation elixir was. Another 100% effectiveness elixir. Dan Qiuxing's voice was incomparably solemn. As one of the 2 city lords of the Saint Martial City, he was also shocked. He had to admit that his attainments in alchemy were already far inferior to Jiang Chen. This Jiang Qin was truly too terrifying. Jiang Qin lightly smiled, he was confident and calm. The corner of his mouth was also curled up into a faint smile. A spirit transformation elixir, a 100% effectiveness elixir. When the spirit enlightenment elixir appeared, compared to the divine rank elixir that Dan Qiuxing and Murong Fian had refined, its quality wasn't just a little bit better. This was because the spirit enlightenment elixir that they had refined couldn't even be considered as a 40% effectiveness elixir. It could only be said that they had just succeeded in refining it. Waves of astonishment resounded in the void. Tens of thousands of people had their heads raised to look at Jiang Qin. To be able to refine a spirit transformation elixir, the title of a divine rank alchemist was truly worthy of him. This bastard. He's actually so amazing. Dan Qiuxing said while clenching his teeth. He knew that it was impossible for him to contend against Jiang Qin. This time, he thought that this would be the battle where he would rise to the top. He thought that he would be able to get rid of the title of Dan Qiuxing's son. However, from the looks of it now, he was just a foil to Jiang Qin's success. The gray-robed man was also extremely disappointed. The eyes of the crowd were as bright as snow. There was no doubt that Jiang Qin's elixir was better than all of them. Other than Jiang Qin, only 3 people had successfully refined the elixir. They were Dan Qiuxing, Murong Fian, and the gray-robed man. The younger generation will surpass us in time. You're truly worthy of the title of divine rank alchemist, Dan Qiuxing said sincerely. Jiang Qin's prestige had been fully displayed. In the St. Martial City, it wouldn't take long before Jiang Qin's name would spread out. In the Middle Prefecture, Jiang Qin was destined to become a hot commodity. At the very least, in the divine land of the Middle Prefecture, there had never been an alchemist who could refine a spirit transformation elixir. Others might not know Dan Qiuxing's level, but as the most powerful alchemist in the St. Martial City, as well as the leader of the alchemy world in the Middle Prefecture, he might not necessarily be stronger than Jiang Qin. I hereby announce that Jiang Qin is the final victor. He's able to obtain the honor of being bestowed by an Emperor realm expert. Chapter 3706. Little you, do you see this? I'm already standing at the peak of the central prefecture. When will you be able to see me again? Jiang Qin kept shouting in his heart. At this moment, he had completed his greatest effort in sublimation and transformation. He wanted to let the whole world know that he wanted to become the person who stood at the peak of the gods. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin. Countless shouts reverberated in the square. Tens of thousands of people were looking at Jiang Qin with reverence. At this moment, he was enjoying the greatest glory in the world. Wu Yunfang was also happy for Jiang Qin. His existence was to break records. His existence was an unsurpassable life. Jiang Qin's name was like thunder piercing the ears. His heroic deeds would surely be spread far and wide in the Middle Region divine land. Dan Xiaomor, Murong Fian, and the gray-robed man all sighed. The 3 of them had also refined divine grade elixirs. However, compared to Jiang Qin, they were not worth mentioning. This guy can actually refine spiritualization elixirs. It's simply unimaginable. Silver Fox found it hard to believe. However, he had to admit that Jiang Qin's current status was not something they could imagine. Countless people would extend an olive branch to him. Even the Marshal Dan Hall would definitely not give up on a fat piece of meat like Jiang Qin. He was a supreme king in refining weapons and elixirs. He was the number 1 in the divine world. Who would give up on such a terrifying existence? It could be said that the current Jiang Qin had become a mascot in the eyes of these major sects and powers. Everyone wanted to build a relationship with him. Of course, the easiest one was none other than the Marshal Dan Palace. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. This was the most worrying thing. Yan Zhao Wuji and Liao Tianqing frowned. It was already very difficult to deal with Jiang Qin now. What should we do? Are you still going to wait here for me? Silver Fox looked at Liao Tianqing and sighed in his heart. Let's wait and see. I don't believe that Jiang Qin will stay in the St. Martial City for the rest of his life. Liao Tianqing sneered. That's right. Let's wait and see. He won't be able to escape once there's an opportunity. However, if he joins the Martial Dan Hall, I'm afraid things won't be so easy to solve. Yan Zhao Wuji was also staring at Jiang Qin at all times. Although he was the center of attention now, their determination to kill Jiang Qin did not waver in the slightest. A divine tier alchemist can be said to be invincible. Even these old bones of mine cannot help but praise you. A kind and amiable laughter rang out in the air. Everyone stared at the sky as a silhouette manifested above their heads, exuding a majestic aura that was filled with an unparalleled pressure. Such a strong aura. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, he was extremely shocked and his heart was in turmoil. This was the power of a true expert. Just an illusory figure was enough to make them feel pressured. Other than emperors, no one else could do this. Greetings, Emperor Tianqi. Dan Qiuxing cupped his hands and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Emperor Tianqi. Tens of thousands of people bowed their heads, showing how powerful Emperor Tianqi was. Being worshipped by tens of thousands of people, the invisible overbearing aura was suffocating. A true Emperor realm expert caused countless people to panic. 99% of them had never seen an Emperor realm expert before. To them, an Emperor realm expert was the strongest existence in the world. They were existences that only existed in myths and legends, supreme venerables during the immemorial war. But seeing one today, they were all extremely excited. An Emperor expert didn't exist in the world. This was something that everyone knew throughout the years. However, they never thought that they could see it with their own eyes. They were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. However, who would dare to act rashly in front of an Emperor expert? Greetings, Emperor Tianqi. Emperor Tianqi is overpraising me. Jiang Qin cupped his hands and said, slightly nodding his head. Not bad. You're not arrogant in victory and not discouraged in defeat. You're indeed a heroic figure. Today, in the grand gathering of the Martial Pellet Hall, you're able to stand out from the crowd. My Martial Pellet Hall will definitely reward you handsomely. You're truly worthy of your reputation as a divine alchemist. Emperor Tianqi praised. Countless people felt gratified for Jiang Qin. To be praised by Emperor Tianqi, one could imagine that Jiang Qin's future would be limitless. To be able to make an Emperor Tianqi appear for you, this glory was something that they could never hope to achieve in their entire lives. Thank you, Emperor Tianqi. Jiang Qin is just a nobody, I don't dare to proclaim myself as a hero. Jiang Qin shook his head. The four of you can enter the St. Martial Mountain Range. There will be someone to guide you to receive your rewards. After speaking, Emperor Tianqi turned around and turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing into the void. Jiang Qin let out a long sigh of relief. This Imperial Emperor Tianqi had indeed given him a lot of pressure. It was truly unimaginable. However, the Martial Pellet Hall had an Emperor realm expert like Hanya in the Slaughter Pagoda. For the Martial Pellet Hall to have an Emperor realm expert, it wasn't something unbelievable. The Slaughter Pagoda and the 8 Divisional Pagoda were destined to have more than 8 Emperor realm experts. For the Martial Pellet Hall to be comparable to the Slaughter Pagoda, their terrifying strength was unimaginable. Jiang Chen's heart was solemn. The Martial Pellet Hall wasn't something that the Mountain and Sea sect could compare to. No wonder the Martial Pellet Hall had been standing at the peak of the Middle State for so many years. No one dared to provoke them. Farewell, Emperor Tianqi. Dan Qiuxing said sternly. As he turned around, he looked at Jiang Qin and the others with a serious expression. The four of you, go to the sacred Martial Mountain Range. When you get there, there will naturally be someone to receive you. Even Emperor Tianqi spoke for you, it can be considered your fortune. When Dan Qiuxing's voice fell, Jiang Qin and the others became solemn. Their hearts were perturbed. It seemed that Emperor Tianqi's status wasn't low. Dan Qiuxing didn't seem to have any right to speak. In front of him, the Emperor Tianqi was a supreme existence. Dan Qiuxing's son, Dan Xiaomo, was also among them. Jiang Qin didn't think too much about it. It seemed that the spiritual elixir that he had refined this time had affected everyone's hearts. Even in the martial pellet hall, there were people who were ready to make a move. Even Dan Qiuxing had no choice but to bow down to Jiang Qin. He knew that he couldn't refine spiritual elixir with 100% effectiveness. A mid-divine grade elixir with spiritual elixir was the most terrifying. Experts were destined to receive more respect and resources. Now that Jiang Qin was a divine grade alchemist, the martial pellet hall definitely wouldn't let a fat goose like Jiang Qin leave just like that. It seems like these four people's future is limitless. In the end, they still need to be strong enough. Otherwise, won't they be bullied by others? Those who are capable will be in high demand wherever they go. Jiang Qin's name has spread throughout the Middle Province. This time, I'm afraid no one can surpass him. Ha! Chapter 3707. Liao Tianxing and Yan Zhaowuji were mixed in the crowd. Their faces turned green when they heard those unpleasant words. It was obvious that Jiang Qin had come to the Martial Dan Hall to seek protection. How were they going to fight against Jiang Qin? Emperor Tianqi had already come out. Did they really want to fall out with the Martial Dan Hall? Be it the Mountain and Sea sect or the Ba Ji sect, they did not have the ability to do so. After all, they were just little kids in front of the Martial Dan Hall. Jiang Qin and the others gradually disappeared into the distance. Yan Zhaowuji's heart was burning with anger. They had never expected that Jiang Qin would be able to stand out from the crowd of alchemists. They thought that Jiang Qin was just hiding in the St. Martial City, but they had never expected that Jiang Qin would display such terrifying strength. Who could remain calm now? Looking at Jiang Qin's departing figure, their hopes of dealing with Jiang Qin became dimmer and dimmer. Dan Qiuxing wasn't disappointed. After all, he wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. It was reasonable for his son to fail. However, as one of the four great alchemy grandmasters in serving the Martial Dan Palace, Dan Qiuxing would certainly be valued. Sacred Martial Mountain Range. Thousands of miles of ice and snow were falling. However, there were still countless green trees and red flowers in the surroundings. After Jiang Qin and the others entered the Martial Saint Mountain Range, there was someone waiting for them at the entrance. The person's strength was only at the hierarch realm. However, his arrogance made Jiang Qin feel a tinge of arrogance. After all, he was a great sex-welcoming envoy. His arrogance made others sigh. Wind and snow fluttered in the vast expanse of land. Step by step, the group walked from the foot of the mountain to the top. On the top of the mountain, there was a palace that looked like it was made of ice and jade. It was thousands of feet high and stood among the clouds. This is the sacred palace. The four of you wait here. I'll go inform them. The guide said indifferently. He turned around and walked towards the holy palace that was covered in ice and snow. It was towering and incomparably majestic. Aren't you from the Martial Dan Hall? Have you been here before? The gray-robed man looked at Dan Xiaomo, who shook his head. Even my father, Dan Qiuxing, doesn't come to the sacred hall often. Only when the Marshall Dan Hall encounters a major event will the important people come for a meeting. I have never been there. Those who could enter the sacred hall were all influential figures. The sacred hall and the sacred Marshall city are separated. Although the sacred Marshall city is jointly controlled by my father and the Marshall Cloud sect, the people from the Marshall Dan Hall rarely interfere with it. Similarly, the Marshall Dan Hall also controls the sacred Marshall city, but they basically don't interfere with each other. From the looks of it, you, the son of the Twin City Lords, don't get any special treatment. Murong Fian said. Do you think the Marshall Dan Hall is a place where any Tom, Dick, and Harry can come? Only those who are incapable would say that. Dan Xiaomao looked at Murong Fian coldly and said disdainfully. After Murong Fian was humiliated, she didn't say anything else. After all, she was in someone else's territory. However, she was the chief alchemist of Silver Mountain Zhou. She didn't expect to be invited to the Marshall Pill Hall's sacred hall in this competition for the strongest alchemist. Summon the 4 Grand Masters. The voice of the guide appeared in the ears of Jiang Chen and the others. Then, the 4 of them stepped into the sacred hall. Jiang Chen seemed to be thinking about something. The Marshall Dan Hall didn't seem to be as good as the rumors said. The hierarchy was strict. Even Don Qiuxing wouldn't be able to step into the sacred hall easily. When Jiang Chen stepped into the sacred hall, he was shocked. The person sitting on the main seat of the sacred hall was Emperor Tianqi, who had revealed his true body on the public square. 8 people stood around Emperor Tianqi, and all of them were in the half-martial emperor realm. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes became solemn. Were half-martial emperor experts so common in the Marshall Dan Hall? In the Mountain and Sea sect and the Baji sect, half-martial emperor experts were at the level of Old Ancestor and Supreme Elder. However, they weren't rare in the Marshall Dan Hall. Of course, these people were very weak in front of Emperor Tianqi. After all, the prestige of an emperor expert was unparalleled. 6 half-step martial monarchs sat before Imperial Monarch Tianqi's throne. They looked at the scene in front of them without any emotions on their faces. We meet again. Welcome to the Marshall Dan Hall. Emperor Tianqi said with a smile. His voice was very soft, but it filled everyone's ears. It was extremely clear and shocked them. I wonder what the Emperor Tianqi wants. The Marshall Dan Hall gathers the heroes of the world. There are countless people who refine weapons and pills. There must be a purpose for this grand gathering. Jiang Chen asked. Not bad. You're very smart. No wonder you're the strongest divine great alchemist. It's not easy to refine a spirit transformation pill. Emperor Tianqi nodded and said. He was very pleased. The other 6 people also raised their eyelids and looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Refining a spirit transformation pill. Not only them, but even Emperor Tianqi had a need for it. The power of a spirit transformation pill wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. Please enlighten me, Emperor Tianqi. Jiang Chen said. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Marshall Dan Hall came prepared. The grand gathering wasn't just for reputation, but to find the strongest alchemist. Emperor Tianqi nodded slightly and said, My Marshall Dan Hall has a favor to ask from all of you. I hope that all of you will help me. Only talented alchemists like you can take up the task of my Marshall Dan Hall. I hope that all of you won't decline. As long as you complete the task, my Marshall Dan Hall will definitely reward you handsomely. Jiang Chen and the others were enlightened by Imperial Emperor Tianqi's words. They were looking for the strongest alchemist under the heavens because they wanted to serve their Marshall Dan Palace. Jiang Chen knew that this was a matter of taking what they needed. You do it for fame, others do it for benefits. However, he understood that with an Emperor Realm expert in front of them, they wouldn't have any chance to decline. Moreover, Emperor Tianqi had already said it like this. What reason do you have to decline? Isn't that going against Emperor Tianqi? Although the martial Dan Hall might not kill you directly, the consequences of going against an Emperor realm expert would be unimaginable. Chapter 3708. The Mountain and Sea Sect, 8 Extreme Sect, and even Silverhill Chiao were eyeing him covetously. No one knew when the Divine Pagoda would make a move. Coincidentally, it was the safest place for him to be in the martial pellet hole. Furthermore, he could also make a name for himself. Let's talk about the rewards first. 3 mid-divine grade pellet formulas and 1 high divine grade pellet formula. How about it? Isn't the reward generous? He he he. Imperial Lord Tianqi chuckled as he spoke. He was like a kind old man next door, but no one dared to underestimate his strength. To Jiang Qin, these rewards were extremely powerful. These 4 pellet formulas were something that he might not be able to obtain even if he searched for 10,000 years. Furthermore, every single pellet formula could not be measured by value. A divine grade pellet formula could only be exchanged with something of equal value. High divine grade pellet formula. Murong Fian and the gray-robed man took a deep breath. Evidently, this was the reason that they couldn't change. For the sake of obtaining a high divine grade pellet formula, it was worth it no matter how much effort they had to put in, because it was their lifelong pursuit. It was the same for Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin was very rational. He didn't know what Imperial Emperor Tianqi was trying to do. Therefore, he had always been suspicious. After all, it was better to be cautious. However, Jiang Qin was also an alchemist. A high divine grade pellet was in existence that was closest to a saint grade pellet. Could anyone below the Emperor realm really refine it? Although they didn't know why, it was a profit for them if they could obtain a high divine grade pellet formula. Lord Imperial Emperor, please tell me what you need. As long as I, Wang Dagong, can do it, I will definitely do it. The gray-robed man said with a smile. Facing Imperial Emperor Tianqi, there was a trace of flattery on his face. Restoration pellet, a saint-grade pellet. Imperial Emperor Tianqi said faintly. In an instant, the faces of Jiang Qin and the others changed. Their expressions were as solemn as they could be. There was even a trace of doubt in their hearts. If it wasn't said by Imperial Emperor Tianqi, no one would believe it. Saint-grade pellet. Does it really exist? Since the end of the Primordial War, have there really been any saint-grade pills? Lord Emperor, are you speaking the truth? A saint-grade restoration pill. Wang Dagong took a deep breath and did not dare to show the slightest neglect on his face. Jiang Qin looked at Imperial Emperor Tianqi. The latter's expression had also turned solemn. The person who refined this saint-grade elixir was a venerable emperor-level super-expert. However, too much time has passed and this saint-grade elixir has lost its original spirituality, so I came up with a bold idea to restore this saint-grade elixir. After studying it with Dan Qiuxing, we discovered that it is not impossible, but the premise is that we must gather 9 alchemists, at least a divine rank alchemist capable of refining a mid-level divine grade medicinal pill. Only then can we complete the restoration of a saint grade medicinal pill. This must be a very important task. Emperor Tianqi's words caused everyone's expression to turn solemn. Jiang Qin and the others had never seen or heard of this before. A saint-grade medicinal pill was already riddled with holes, could it really be restored? However, it seemed like Emperor Tianqi was very confident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have appeared in this alchemy grand conference, especially towards Jiang Qin. I believe that with the few of you here, there's no doubt that the saint-grade medicinal pill will be restored. Emperor Tianqi said confidently, looking at Jiang Qin because he was the only one among them who could refine a spiritual transformation pill. Sure enough, it's not as simple as I thought. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Wasn't this forcing a duck onto a perch? Although he wasn't very confident, he still needed to see the saint-grade medicinal pill before he could make a conclusion. The restoration of a saint-grade medicinal pill doesn't seem to be easy. Murong Fian said with a solemn expression. If it was easy, Lord Emperor wouldn't have looked for us, right? Hee, don't worry, Lord Emperor. I, Wang Dagong, will definitely do my best. Wang Dagong's expression caused Murong Fian to slightly frown her brows. However, no one dared to say anything in front of Emperor Tianqi. Next, I'll lead you to repair the saint-grade elixir. Dan Qiu Sheng and the 4 alchemy elders of our martial Dan Hall, with the combined strength of the 4 of you, 9 people should be more than enough to repair the saint-grade elixir. Emperor Tianqi faintly smiled with a calm expression. It was as if he saw hope when he saw Jiang Qin. The refinement of a spiritual transformation pill wasn't easy, not even Dan Qiu Sheng had the ability to do so. Therefore, Emperor Tianqi was confident in Jiang Qin and the others. I hope that we won't let the Emperor down, Jiang Qin said in a low voice. At this moment, they no longer had any other choice. A wise man submits to circumstances. Do your best and my martial pellet hall will definitely not mistreat you. Dan Xiaomao sneered as if he was the host. Even at this moment, he still did not place Jiang Qin in his eyes. Because this was his martial pellet hole. Whether it was Dan Qiuxing or his title as an alchemy master, they weren't any weaker than Jiang Qin. Furthermore, he was also a crucial part in restoring the saint-grade medicinal pill. Dan Xiaomao naturally felt extremely glorious and prideful. Go, I'll be watching you guys from the outside. Emperor Tianqi lightly smiled as Jiang Qin and the rest left the sacred palace under the guidance of the envoy. At this moment, Dan Qiuxing stood proudly on a mountain peak far away. The 4 great alchemy elders stood behind him. Their eyes were filled with pride. Repairing a saint-grade elixir was their glory, and it was also an acknowledgement of their strength. City Lord Dan, I'll leave these people to you. The envoy nodded his head towards Dan Qiuxing and left. I believe that the Emperor has already told you guys everything. This restoration of the saint-grade medicinal pill isn't any inferior to a real battle. If it succeeds, then it might be the only saint-grade medicinal pill left in the divine world. Dan Qiuxing solemnly said. In addition, in order to encourage you to work harder and focus on repairing saint-grade medicinal pellets, the Emperor Monarch specially instructed me to give you 3 mid-grade divine-grade medicinal pellets and 1 high-grade divine-grade medicinal pellets pill formula first, so as to dispel the doubts in your hearts. Take it. Chapter 3709. Everyone had a joyful expression on their faces. With the divine tier elixir formula in their hands, even if they had to risk their lives for the martial Dan Hall, they would still be full of energy. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Everyone knew this logic. Not to mention that the martial Dan Hall wanted Jiang Qin and the rest to work hard. This method would undoubtedly lower their enthusiasm. 3 mid-divine tier elixir formula and 1 high divine tier elixir formula. Even Jiang Qin couldn't resist the temptation. After all, there weren't many things that were worth fighting for, unless it was a true treasure. At this moment, both Wang Dagong and Murong Fian were overjoyed. After all, these 4 elixir recipes were something that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. As long as they helped the martial Dan Hall restore the saint-grade elixir, they would be able to obtain the elixir recipes of the divine-grade elixir regardless of success or failure. This was truly an exciting thing. Dan Xiaomao was still able to maintain his composure. However, he was still unable to conceal his joy. Even he had never seen a high-grade divine-grade elixir's recipe before. Even his father, who was the pillar of the martial Dan Hall's sacred martial city, was no exception. Lord Monarch is too courteous. Ha ha ha. City Lord Dan, you must thank Lord Monarch on my behalf. Wang Dagong laughed. Dan Qiuxing nodded his head. Jiang Qin followed Dan Qiuxing quietly. The group of 9 headed towards the snowy peaks in the distance. Up ahead is the Wu Ai Mountain. Below the Wu Ai Mountain is the Wu Ai Valley. That's where the Saint Tier Elixir formula is located. Follow me, I will guide you guys in restoring the Saint Tier Elixir formula. Dan Qiuxing said faintly. Everyone was waiting in silence. Although the Saint Tier Elixir formula was flawed, it was still a Saint Tier Elixir formula. Jiang Qin was also nervous. He wanted to see how terrifying the Saint Tier Elixir formula was. He wondered if he could refine a Saint Tier Elixir formula in his lifetime. Not long after, Jiang Qin and the rest arrived at the foot of Wuqi Mountain. The valley was empty and covered in pure white snow. Icy peaks towered around it, and an expanse of light hung down from above. From a distance, it looked like a boundless deep valley, just like the surface of a mirror. This is an incomparably terrifying formation. The heavens and earth are spinning. Once you enter it, it will be like entering the 10 hells. Don't even think about coming out. Jiang Qin said sternly. Dan Qiuxing and the 4 alchemy grandmasters behind him looked at Jiang Qin in astonishment. They never thought that Jiang Qin would be able to see through this valley with just a glance. Murong Fian and the rest were still looking at this scene dumbfoundedly. They did not notice anything. Jiang Qin's words caused them to be at a loss. Your eyesight is pretty sharp. This is indeed a formation, the 5-directional amplification formation. It was laid down by an almighty expert of my Marshal Dan Palace countless years ago. Even if we're not prepared, we won't be able to enter it. Not even a sovereign emperor would dare to barge into it. They might be injured by the formation in the 5-directional amplification formation. You guys must follow us closely and be on your own. Dan Qiuxing said sternly. The 5-directional amplification formation was not ordinary. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes as he continued to observe the formation. There seemed to be something strange about this formation. If the formation was forcefully broken, there might be a crack in the void. At that time, even Emperor Realm experts would not be able to bear the consequences. Everyone, follow me. Dan Qiuxing took the lead with the jade token in his hand. His footsteps were strange as he entered the canyon. Every step he took seemed messy, but there was actually a secret hidden within. Only Jiang Qin could see it clearly. This was the true essence of the formation. Step by step, Jiang Qin was enlightened. The 5-directional sifting amplification formation was in his sight, and he completely understood the essence of the formation. In less than the time it took for an incense to burn, the group of 9 had passed through the valley and arrived at Mount Wuai. Wang Dagong and the others couldn't help smacking their lips when they saw the 2 half-step Emperor Realm experts guarding the entrance. Even the guards of Mount Wu Wang were at the half-step Emperor Realm. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Saint Grade Pill was. Not to mention the tight security, even a fly wouldn't be able to step inside. City Lord Dan. The 2 guards nodded their heads. Dan Qiuxing took out Monarch Tianqi's jade token and said sternly. We're here to repair the Saint Grade pellet under the orders of Monarch Tianqi. Open the gate. The 2 guards clasped their palms together and formed seals with their palms. Only then did they manage to open the massive gate. The layers of defense showed how domineering the Saint Grade pellet was. They're really too cautious. Jiang Qin smiled in his heart. However, he did not think too much about it. The Saint Grade pellet was the only one in the world. Therefore, it was not shameful for it to be guarded. As a member of the Martial Pellet Palace, the Saint Grade pellet was a taboo. Dan Qiuxing led Jiang Qin and the rest into Mount Wuai. Within the caves of hell, there was 1,000-meter wide open terrain. There was a high platform in front of them. On the platform, there were layers of pillars. At the center of the pillars, there was a beacon that was shrouded in saint flame. Everyone held their breaths as they silently looked at the beacon before them. Dan Qiuxing once again took out the jade token he obtained from Monarch Tianqi and inserted it into the high platform. Instantly, the beacon was extinguished and the high platform slowly moved from the center to reveal a stone platform that was as cold as snow. On the stone platform, a jade box appeared. Instantly, an extremely terrifying and overbearing aura spread out. It was like a captivating fragrance that assaulted one's nostrils. A terrifying aura spread out, causing one to be unable to resist it. One would even want to take a deep breath of the fragrance. It was like an addictive poppy flower. One simply couldn't control themselves. What a fragrant pellet. Yeah. I've never smelled such a fragrance before. I've been refining pellets for my entire life. Am I finally going to see the saint-grade pellet that I've been yearning for? Ha ha ha. I'm so excited that I can't control myself anymore. Not only Jiang Qin and the others, even the 4 Marshal Dan Palace's alchemy grandmasters were shocked and excited. They couldn't wait to see what the saint-grade pill was like. Dan Qiuxing also held his breath. He was the only one who had seen the pellet, and he was also the one in charge of the restoration of the saint-grade pellet. Although Dan Qiuxing was also excited, he had to suppress the shock in his heart. The restoration of the saint-grade pellet was imminent. He could not afford to make any mistakes. Chapter 37:10. Dan Qiuxing was very clear that he almost went astray. If it wasn't for Imperial Emperor Tianqi who pulled him out, he would have been lost in the pill fragrance. Dan Qiuxing's words were like a blow to the head, causing everyone to suck in a cold breath. A saint-grade pill was able to enchant one's mind. Jiang Chen's mind was racing. He could feel the boundless qi from this saint-grade pill, but the fragrance was really strange. It didn't feel like something an ordinary pill would have. But it made sense, it was a saint-grade pill after all, it couldn't be judged by common sense. Everyone was in awe. After all, this was a saint-grade pill that they would never be able to obtain in their lifetime. Who wouldn't be excited when they were about to see it? As experts of the Divine Emperor realm, there were not many things that could stir up their calm hearts. However, this saint-grade pill made them feel like they were children. They began to look forward to it with their hearts burning with eagerness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade box in front of Dan Qiuxing. Dan Qiuxing slowly walked towards it, lifted the jade box with both hands and opened it. Instantly, a purple pill appeared in front of everyone. It was radiant and purple qi was coming from the east. However, the pill's essence was intermittent, it didn't seem to be full. Moreover, this pill was oval, it was extraordinary. Everyone knew that there was nothing wrong with the saint-grade elixir. However, could it be that the saint-grade elixir was incomplete? Is this the pill that we're trying to restore? Murong Fian asked in a low voice, as if she was afraid to disturb the saint-grade pill. A saint-grade pill was the strongest existence in the world, it had even surpassed the realm of spirit transformation. A saint-grade pill was equivalent to a peerless saint. Therefore, it was said that those who could refine saint-grade pills were the greatest fortune of the world, and those who could create spirit transformation were the true masters. The saint-grade pill's pill essence gradually disappeared, becoming plain and ordinary, even like a purple cobblestone, completely different from before. Although the pill essence of this saint-grade elixir is still present, the energy within it has already been exhausted. Our Marshal Pellet Hall has prepared countless treasures just to restore this saint-grade elixir. Furthermore, we've gathered 9 supreme alchemy grandmasters for this to be possible. After all, a saint-tier pill was simply too powerful. No one knew who had refined it or what kind of pill it was. However, Imperial Lord Tianqi was very clear that this was a saint tier pill. It was just that the energy within it had dissipated and the pill essence was no longer there. It could be said to be a useless pill. However, even if we can't refine a saint-grade pill, we should still have some confidence in repairing it. Dan Qiuxing said with a stern expression. So, it's up to you now. Once the restoration of the saint-grade pill is completed, Imperial Lord Tianqi will definitely not treat you badly. Dan Qiuxing held the saint-grade elixir in his hand as he looked at the others. Everyone had an extremely solemn expression on their faces. A saint-grade elixir was an unprecedented existence to all of them. If they could repair a saint-grade elixir, it would definitely be an unparalleled fortune for them. Just like Wu Yunfang, he couldn't refine a supreme-grade primal origin treasure by himself. However, with the support of Jiang Qin, the two of them worked together and succeeded. It was the same for the saint-grade pill. As long as they worked together and channeled their divine energy into it, they would definitely be able to restore the saint-grade pill. This was also an extremely great feat. This is the Demon 7-Colored Flower, Grand Mountain Fire Lotus, and 10,000-Year Snow Ginseng. These treasures contain endless energy. This is the Devil 7-Colored Flower, the Grand Mountain Fire Lotus, and the 10,000-Year Snow Ginseng. These heavenly treasures contain boundless energy. Each of you will refine one of them, a total of 9. Only when all the heavenly treasures are fused together will you be able to infuse them into the saint-grade pill. When that time comes, you absolutely cannot slack off. Everyone, success or failure will be decided here. Whoever succeeds in refining the saint-grade pill will be rewarded with our hard work, and the day of our names going down in history will not be far away. Although we might not be able to refine saint-grade pills in this lifetime, we are duty-bound to repair saint-grade pills. Dan Qiuxing said solemnly. His eyes were fixed on the saint-grade pill that had lost all of its energy. Only by activating the remaining energy within the saint-grade pill and infusing it with the energy of countless heavenly treasures will it be able to gradually recover its vitality. Although this saint-grade pill is just a pill, it has already transformed into a spirit and is definitely a real living being. Our efforts will definitely not be in vain. The alchemist grandmaster beside Dan Qiuxing said excitedly. His eyes were blazing with indescribable passion. This would definitely be the most glorious moment of his life. Is everyone ready? Dan Qiuxing said solemnly. He didn't dare to be careless. Emperor Tianqi was still waiting outside. They were the hope of the entire martial Dan hole. Therefore, they had to succeed in restoring the saint-grade pill. If they failed, their status would plummet. This was something Dan Qiuxing couldn't allow. Therefore, he had to do his best to restore the saint-grade pill. Dan Qiuxing didn't want that to happen. In other words, if he succeeded, his status in the entire martial Dan hall would definitely rise. This was also a battle that concerned his fate. We're ready. Dan Xiaomo took the lead and shouted. Dan Qiuxing nodded his head and distributed the treasures to Jiang Chen and the others. Everyone's face was solemn, as if they were afraid of making a mistake. If that happened, they would definitely become the greatest sinner of their lives. Jiang Chen was solemnly waiting. He held a dozen of terrifying treasures in his hand and was ready to start smelting them. The 9 alchemist grandmasters started fighting together at this moment. They would definitely treat the restoration of the saint-grade pill as the most important step in their lives. At this moment, 9 beams of fiery light shot up into the sky at the same time. Countless heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures were smelted into the cauldron, causing an incomparably dense energy aura to spread out in all directions. Everyone's gazes were fixated on the cauldron, with no distractions in their hearts. They only needed to complete the final task, and after that, they would have to depend on the fortune of the saint-grade pill. In the depths of Wu Ai Mountain, in a palace that was covered with ice and snow, a white jade coffin was placed in the middle of the palace. In the crystal coffin, a blue-clothed lady was lying down. She was as translucent as a crystal, with long black hair and bright eyes. However, those eyes seemed to be eternally unchanging, as if they would never open again. Chapter 37:11. In front of the crystal coffin, a stalwart man stood there quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was calm and emotionless. He was none other than Imperial Lord Tianqi. After so many years, I can finally try. As long as the Saint-Tear pill can heal you, you should be able to recover as well. Even if you can't recover to your peak, you're definitely not someone an ordinary person can compare to. Billions of years have passed, but people have changed. I wonder how long it will be before you can regain your former glory. Imperial Lord Tianqi murmured as he stared at the person in the crystal coffin. His eyes were filled with respect and adoration, as well as an indescribable stubbornness. Back then, she was so high up on the mountain, so peerless, while he was just a young boy. Back then, she broke the heavens with a single hand and fought against 800 imperial lords. She was valiant and unparalleled. Back then, she was cold and unparalleled. She was known as the youngest god and looked down on the heavens. As for him, he was only a deity. Hundreds of millions of years had passed. Back then, she had saved him from the ruins. He would never forget what she had said to him. With your sister here, I won't let you suffer. He engraved those words in his heart forever. In this world, there was actually such a thing that made people sigh with emotion. After hundreds of millions of years, he had survived. From that little boy in the ruins back then, he had become an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Amidst the rubble, she had single-handedly propped up an isolated city. What she had saved were tens of thousands of lives, and her unwavering heart as a powerful expert. She wanted to become stronger, to become the most powerful person in the world. Sister, when can I become as strong as you? I want to beat the bad guys away. I want to protect them and you. A young child said such naive words. Imperial Lord Tianqi knew that this was the happiest and also the most despairing moment of his life. That day will come. As long as you become stronger, you will be able to protect yourself and the people you want to protect. His sister's gentle smile was something he would never forget. However, in the next second, the entire sky darkened. Sister had also welcomed the strongest opponent in her life. At that moment, he was so weak and scared that he was like a coward. He hid in the ruins and watched as Sister was heavily injured. Then, he turned around and fled. Once upon a time, he had also dreamed of roaming the world. However, he knew how tragic that battle was. Only by standing behind her, under the protection of her body, did he manage to preserve his own life. He managed to protect his last shred of dignity. His memories were also preserved. Time would heal everything. Time would change everything. However, even now, he still couldn't forget how insignificant he was back then. Even the current him would only be a cannon fodder in that battle. The 9th grade sovereign venerable heavenly king conferred could create a deity with a single thought. In the ancient world, where sovereign emperors were everywhere and only sovereign venerable sovereigns had a shred of dignity, he was just an ant at the bottom of the hierarchy. In fact, he couldn't even be considered an ant. He didn't expect that after 1 trillion years, he would actually meet her again. That sister, who once gave him a new life. In his heart, she was everything. She was the motivation for him to continue living. In the past life, she risked her life to protect him. In this life, he would never allow her to suffer any more torment. However, the prerequisite was that he had to use her to conquer the world. As long as the saint-grade medicinal pill could be healed, Imperial Lord Tianqi wouldn't even need to consume it himself. He would let her consume it and regain her past combat strength. After several hundred years, he finally saw a glimmer of hope. He worked hard and after 1,000,000,000,000 years, he finally reached the immortal Emperor realm. This was his ambition today. The 9 heavens mystical maiden, a god of war. If he could control her, he would be the only one in the entire world. His heart was filled with greed towards this sister, who saved him back then. He wouldn't allow anyone to snatch her away from him. She could only be his. However, at this moment, he couldn't wait any longer. Don't disappoint me. This is my only chance. Imperial Lord Tianqi's eyes turned cold. He gazed into the depths of Wu Ai Mountain. Whether or not the saint-grade medicinal pill could be healed and help him soar into the sky, it all depended on this moment. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the others were doing their best to refine all the natural treasures. 9 beams of red light pierced through the sky, pouring all of their energy into the saint-grade pill. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, Activate. Dan Qiuxing took the lead, leading the way as they began to repair the saint-grade medicinal pills. This was something he had come up with after countless experiments. As long as they had enough energy and god power, it wasn't impossible to repair saint-grade medicinal pills. In fact, it was entirely possible to concoct them. The only thing was that they didn't have the ability to do so yet. Do your best. It won't be long before we can completely repair the saint-grade medicinal pill. Dan Qiuxing's eyes flickered. This was his lifelong pursuit. Once he succeeded, he would soar to the sky. Regardless of status or identity, he was not satisfied with being the master of Twin City. He wanted to be the true overlord of the Marshal Dan Palace. Jiang Chen's eyes were solemn. The purple saint-grade medicinal pill seemed to be devouring the terrifying energy. These heavenly treasures were enough to refine hundreds of divine-grade medicinal pills. However, the energy in the saint-grade medicinal pill was like a hungry man, desperately sucking, trying to save himself. Jiang Chen felt a trace of fear. This was a feeling he had never felt before. This terrifying devouring qi was much faster than the speed of their refinement. The dreadfulness of a saint-grade pill was fully displayed here. This saint-grade medicinal pill won't devour us too, right? Jiang Chen had a lingering fear. He squinted his eyes. In the myriad qi cauldron, the heavenly treasure's energy was being devoured at a crazy speed. Is it finally going to be repaired? I can already feel the heartbeat of the saint-grade medicinal pill. It's like a living creature. Yes, this is crazy. Ha ha ha, although I can't refine saint-grade medicinal pill, I can repair saint-grade medicinal pill. It's still something that ordinary people can only dream of. I have contributed greatly to the restoration of the saint-grade medicinal pill. This time, the Marshal Dan Hall will not treat me badly. He he he. Everyone was incomparably crazy and excited. The radiance of the saint-grade pill was getting stronger and stronger, more and more dazzling, like an unparalleled ball of energy. Chapter 37:12. As the most terrifying elixir in the world, the saint-grade elixir was something that even the experts of the ancient times were afraid of. Elixirs had a spirit, and the moment it turned into a spirit, it was destined to be an extraordinary elixir. Moreover, the saint-grade elixir was above the divine-grade elixir. Ever since the primordial war, there weren't many Emperor realm experts in the world, and those who could refine the saint-grade elixir were almost extinct. No one knew if there were still people in the world who could refine the saint-grade elixir, but at least in the past countless years, Emperor realm experts were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Therefore, the saint-grade elixir was even rarer than Emperor realm experts. It was like a relic from the ancient times, and it had already become history in the long river of time. In Jiang Chen's eyes, the terror of the saint-grade elixir was self-evident. The more they fused with the saint-grade elixir, the more they trembled. Perhaps it was because the Saint Grade elixir was too terrifying, to the point that it made them feel uneasy. Jiang Chen knew that this wasn't his illusion. The seemingly small and exquisite elixir was like a giant beast, constantly devouring the herbs they refined and using them to strengthen itself. It made Jiang Chen feel that he could be devoured by the Saint Grade elixir at any time. At this moment, as the elixir gradually took shape, the devouring power seemed to be even more sensitive and terrifying. "Let's work harder, just a little more," Dan Qiuxing shouted in a deep voice. He couldn't wait to use all his strength to restore the Saint Grade elixir. Under the crazy infusion of the 9 people, the Saint Grade elixir finally displayed an unprecedented terrifying aura. It was like an awakened demon, 100 times crazier than before. Is it going to succeed? Is it going to be the time to witness a miracle? This is too exciting. Everyone was quite excited because they were the only witnesses to the completion of the restoration of the Saint Grade pill. Although they were not the ones who refined it, it was because of them that it was reborn. Just at this moment, the Saint Grade pill suddenly turned into a purple cloud. Under the cover of the cloud, it turned into an incomparably gigantic fatty. He was at least 10 feet tall, and he looked extremely ferocious. With a pair of beady eyes, he stared at the people around him coldly, as if he was filled with caution. "I never thought that I would be able to see the light of day again. It's been far too long. This feeling of being filled with energy is simply too great." The purple-skinned fatty stretched his waist and yawned. "With a lazy face," he said. His voice was mixed with a trace of femininity and demonic charm. His eyes also gradually changed color. "I really have to thank you guys properly," the Saint Grade pill said lazily. Its hand was like a bamboo pole, extremely slender, completely incongruous with its muscular body. "Ha ha ha, the completion of the Saint Grade pill is our life's fortune. To be able to restore the Saint Grade pill is truly a joyous event in our lives. Yeah, this Saint Grade pill is truly different from the rest. It's even a little cute. Ha ha ha. That's right. This time, Imperial Emperor Tian Qi will definitely not treat us badly." Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Whether it was the Saint Grade pill or the Imperial Emperor Tian Qi that they were about to face, both would allow them to reach the pinnacle of their lives. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted. He did not let down his guard at all. The feeling from before was getting stronger and stronger. The gaze of the fatty was getting weirder and weirder, sending chills down one's spine. That smile of his didn't look silly and cute at all. It was more like a plot that had been planned for a long time, giving off an indescribable feeling. From today onwards, I, Dan Qiuxing, will definitely become the leader of the martial pellet hall. I will definitely surpass my father. I will definitely become the strongest alchemist in the world. No one will be able to stop me. I will definitely refine the only Saint Grade pill in the world. Everyone was very broad-minded. Looking at the silly appearance of the Saint Grade medicinal pill, everyone laughed happily. Repairing the Saint Grade medicinal pill was not a difficult task for the world's most powerful alchemists like them. Yes, from today onwards, I will be you and you will be me. He he he. The fatty said with a chuckle. At this moment, Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk, because he clearly saw and was prepared for it. The fatty's bamboo-like arm instantly pierced through the hearts of the 2 alchemy elders of Martial Dan Palace. Even their souls couldn't escape. Until the moment of their death, they had never thought that the smiling fatty and the so-called Saint Grade pill would kill them and even devour them. In the eyes of Dan Qiuxing and the others, this cute Saint Grade pill was actually more fragrant to them. No, how is this possible? Dan Qiuxing and the other 3 alchemists of the Martial Pellet Hall had a sudden change of expression. They subconsciously took a step back. However, the 2 old friends of the Saint Grade pill had already been pulled down by the slender arm of the Saint Grade pill. He then stuffed them into his mouth and started chewing. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, it felt like he was chewing on brittle bones. Everyone shuddered in fear. Jiang Chen looked at the scene with lingering fear. If he wasn't prepared, there would have been 3 people eating the candied haws. Everyone's breathing was rapid and their faces were covered in cold sweat. This scene was simply too strange. Who would have thought that the saint-grade pill that was smiling just a moment ago, which looked like a chubby doll, would explode in an instant, causing one's hair to stand on end? It's really delicious. Your bodies, flesh, and even your bones have an incomparable medicinal fragrance. The smell on your bodies is my favorite. The guy that refined me is my first meal. It's a pity that you guys are far from being as delicious as him. But it's still okay. In the future, I'll be you guys and you'll be me. The feeling of merging is pretty good. Hee hee hee. The saint-grade pill chuckled. It only took a second for it to transform from that adorable fatty into the terrifying demon it was now. Crazy. This guy is crazy. Wang Dagong's face turned pale as he subconsciously retreated. The terror of the saint-grade pill had completely exceeded their expectations. It killed 2 half-step Emperor Realm experts with just a wave of his hand. How strong was it exactly? What should we do? Run. Chapter 37:13. I haven't fully recovered yet, so I need your sacrifices. I need your blood and flesh. That's what I desire the most. The saint-grade elixir reached out his hand and slowly grabbed Dan Xiaomo and the others. His eyes flashed with sharpness once again. Father! Save me, Father! Dan Xiaomo kept retreating, his face pale. He threw punch after punch, trying to escape the saint-grade elixir's attack. However, he was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the hands of the saint-grade elixir. No, son. Don't. Dan Qiuxing's eyes were bloodshot. He screamed at the top of his lungs as he rushed towards Dan Xiaomo with all his might, wanting to repel the saint-grade medicinal pill. But it was useless. Dan Qiuxing's slender arms were as tough as rocks. Dan Qiuxing gripped the divine saber in his hands and fought with all his might, yet he was completely unable to move the saint-grade medicinal pill. He could only watch helplessly as his son's chest was pierced through and his body was squeezed into a ball. The crackling sounds of the ancient song pierced through every single nerve in Dan Qiuxing's body, causing him to almost go insane. Dan Qiuxing didn't expect that the saint-grade elixir he worked so hard to restore would be such a terrifying demon. Why? Why is this happening? Why didn't Emperor Tianqi tell him about this? It's impossible that he didn't know. Emperor Tianqi, where are you now? Son, Dan Qiuxing's heart-wrenching roar was deafening. However, he could not avoid the fate of Dan Xiaomo being eaten. Dan Qiuxing's hair stood up in anger. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The most painful thing in the world was to see one's child die. At that moment, Dan Qiuxing gave it his all. His strength as an emptiness emperor was also displayed to its peak. He began to attack the saint-grade pellet crazily. The empty emperor realm was extraordinary. It was stronger than the 4 great alchemists of the Martial Dan Hall and Jiang Qin and the others. It was only a step away from the emperor realm. The saber in Dan Qiuxing's hand flickered. He was at the end of his rope. Even his son was dead. One could imagine how angry he was. Stubborn resistance. The saint-grade pill glanced at Dan Qiuxing and said disdainfully. He had already devoured Dan Xiaomo cleanly, leaving nothing behind. Wang Dagong, Murong Fian and the others were all pale and trembling. What are you waiting for? You won't be able to escape. You'll only die a tragic death. Jiang Chen frowned and looked at Wang Dagong and Murong Fian, who were about to leave. Only a ghost would wait for death here. I don't want to be buried with you. Wang Dagong was the first to rush out, but before he could finish his sentence, the long arm of the Saint Grade pill once again pierced through his body, forcefully pulling out his liver and intestines from his abdomen. That smear of blood made Jiang Chen's face darken. Wang Dagong lowered his head and stared blankly at his empty chest. His face turned pale as he was directly thrown into his mouth and swallowed. Although Murong Fian and the two great elders of the Martial Dan Hall wanted to escape, their hands were trembling in fear. They could only fight with their lives on the line because this was their last chance. Jiang Chen had already raised his sword. He knew that he couldn't run away. The Saint Grade elixir hadn't reached the Emperor realm yet, so it wasn't fully restored yet. He could only control it at this moment. Otherwise, only death awaits them. Once it devoured Jiang Chen and the others, its strength would be even more terrifying. Dan Qiuxing roared in anger. His heart was filled with resentment and unwillingness. It was impossible for Imperial Emperor Tianqi to not know about this. Even he was deceived. He had already guessed that Imperial Emperor Tianqi didn't treat them as humans. Chapter 37:14. Jiang Chen's worry was not without reason. Dan Qiuxing was attacking crazily, but the Saint Grade medicinal pill seized the opportunity. Dan Qiuxing had completely lost his initial advantage and became extremely passive. Because of his son's death, he was still brooding over the Saint Grade medicinal pill. Even Emperor Tianqi's words had been thrown out of his mind because Emperor Tianqi was a big scam. Give me back my son. Dan Qiuxing's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he had completely lost his mind and was unable to maintain his peak state. He only had 50% to 60% of his battle strength. Wasn't it a joke to fight against the Saint Grade medicinal pill? Jiang Chen had already expected this result. The sword 22 was just cutting through thistles and thorns. However, this fatty was also quite agile. His slender but incomparably hard arms clashed with the heavenly dragon sword several times. Jiang Chen was forced back by the Saint Grade medicinal pill's terrifying might. Jiang Chen was incomparably solemn. At this moment, even if the Saint Grade medicinal pill did not have the might of an Emperor realm expert, it was almost at the empty Emperor realm. However, it was much stronger than Dan Qiuxing. Ungrateful fellow. The Saint Grade medicinal pill said in a low voice. Both of his hands turned into two steel rods and continuously pierced through Dan Qiuxing's body, tearing him into pieces. Dan Qiuxing was covered in blood and he was extremely angry. However, he did not stop at all. He had no regrets fighting against the Saint Grade medicinal pill until the last moment. In order to avenge his son, he had already lost himself. In the end, even Jiang Chen felt that it was a pity. Dan Qiuxing and Jiang Chen were obviously able to control the Saint Grade medicinal pill together. However, Dan Qiuxing was too violent and too eager for quick success. This made Jiang Chen not know whether to laugh or cry. In the blink of an eye, Dan Qiuxing was swallowed whole by the Saint Grade medicinal pill. Even his soul was not spared. That horrifying scene caused Jiang Chen's heart to be incomparably solemn. His face was grim, and he didn't dare to be careless. That sound even caused the medicinal pill to burp, patting its big belly in satisfaction. And at this moment, the big fatty's body shook as he transformed into an extremely beautiful woman. She was wearing a thin muslin dress, and her fingers were gently sucking. Her eyes were like ripples, and there was a soul-stirring charm in them. She bit her red lips lightly, and her jade-like legs were slender as she slowly walked over. You can call me Hongxiu. My favorite thing in my life is to eat you self-righteous humans. And you are my best dinner. Hongxiu continued to move closer to Jiang Chen. Step by step, she was like a fairy dancing alone. Her body was like a swan as she approached Jiang Qin. She was like a wisp of breeze, and the air was filled with fragrance. Jiang Qin subconsciously took a few steps back. Even though Hong Xiu's eyes were like ripples that could captivate one's soul, he was not so easily hypnotized. Even the saint-grade medicinal pill could not be compared to his soul. Moreover, Jiang Qin had seen a lot of beautiful women, and it was not something that she could imagine. Hong Xiu used her beauty to seduce Jiang Qin. Her hands were like lightning, and her figure was extremely fast. The moment she approached Jiang Qin, her palm turned into a blade and slashed downwards. Ghosts and monsters, demons and ghosts, you want to disturb my mind. Dream on. Jiang Qin stabilized his state of mind. He raised his heavenly dragon sword, the limitless sword, and slayed the demons. Jiang Qin activated the ancient soaring dragon technique, and his strength increased again, reaching the realm of half-step emperor realm. At that moment, both of them were constantly intertwining in the void. Jiang Qin's strength collided with Hong Xiu's several times. Both of them were evenly matched. Jiang Qin used all his means and did not dare to be careless. Failure meant death, so he did not leave much time and opportunity for himself. The horror of the saint-grade medicinal pill was completely beyond his imagination. As time passed, Jiang Qin could feel that Hong Xiu's strength was constantly increasing. After devouring 8 people, it was reasonable for her strength to increase. However, it made things difficult for Jiang Qin. Hong Xiu was getting more and more courageous. He could only give it his all. This was his last chance. 22 swords. Facing Hong Xiu, Jiang Qin did not have the slightest feeling of being protective of the fairer sex. If he continued to be protective of the fairer sex, he would die here. However, his 22 swords did not really threaten Hong Xiu's existence. The saint-grade medicinal pill was traceless. Wherever the sword pointed, it seemed to pose no threat to her at all. You are still too inexperienced to kill me. Even that guy in the empty emperor realm is just a defeated opponent of mine. Ha ha ha, I advise you to quickly surrender. This will save us some time, won't it? I'll definitely eat you up gently, very gently. Ha ha ha. Hong Xiu giggled. Her figure was graceful and charming. However, in front of Jiang Qin, even if she was a peerless beauty, she was just a skeleton. Her honey trap was used on the wrong person. The limitless sword could not penetrate Hong Xiu's body. Jiang Qin could only withdraw his sword. His eyes were solemn. His palm whistled and a storm gathered. His hand seal changed and became extremely terrifying. The power of Tao accumulation was constantly flowing in the palm of Jiang Qin. You actually have the power of Tao accumulation. You have comprehended your own great way. Hong Xiu was surprised. Her pretty face turned from green to white. She seemed to be in complete disbelief. Even among the Emperor Realm experts, there are only a few who have comprehended the great way. How is this possible? Hong Xiu was surprised by Jiang Qin's strength. However, the monstrous palm seal that was condensed in his hand was indeed the power of Tao accumulation. Hengtian seal. Jiang Qin was not distracted. He did not have the slightest hesitation. Since she did not believe it, then he would let her see how terrifying and powerful his power of Tao accumulation was. The storm flowed and the Hengtian seal that was condensed from the power of Tao accumulation struck out. Hong Xiu did not dare to be negligent. She exerted all her strength and attacked with all her might. However, she was still forced to retreat. Before she could recover from her shock, Jiang Qin's second Hengtian seal had already arrived. Hong Xiu did not dare to have the slightest hesitation. She quickly retreated to avoid the sharp edge. She did not intend to fight to the death with Jiang Qin. What a perverted fellow. Before Hong Xiu's voice died away, Jiang Chen's Hingtian seal had already crushed down. The terrifying power of Tao accumulation sealed the surrounding void, making it impossible for Hong Xiu to escape. This seal even directly sent Hong Xiu flying. The domineering feeling made Jiang Chen's heart sink. This seal was quite terrifying for Hong Xiu because no matter how strong she was, she could not comprehend Tao accumulation. Therefore, she was extremely sensitive to the horror of Tao accumulation. Chapter 37:15. Now, the person who should be begging for mercy should be you. Jiang Chen said faintly. He moved his palm and the sound of thunder rolled down. 5 heavenly thunders completely sealed Hong Xiu in it. He, you're really a capable little guy. I like you. Your myriad chi body is mine. Hong Xiu said with a smile. However, the sinister smile in it made people suspect that this guy was not as simple as they thought. Heaven-devouring kiss. Hong Xiu shouted. She opened her cherry mouth, but there was an unparalleled suction force, just like an 18th grade hurricane. Even if Jiang Chen was holding his saber and sword, he could not stop it. It directly swallowed Jiang Chen into its stomach. Bastard! Jiang Chen cursed and quickly escaped into the Zulong Tower. At that moment, Jiang Chen was spared. Inside Hong Xiu's stomach, he could feel that the outside of the ancestral dragon pagoda was about to be completely melted. If the ancestral dragon pagoda wasn't one of the 10 great ancient divine tools, it might really be melted by Hong Xiu. Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He survived the disaster. However, staying in the Zulong Tower was definitely not a solution. He must break out of Hong Xiu's body. However, no matter how Jiang Chen urged the Zulong Tower, it seemed to be tightly controlled. The Zulong Tower was like a deep quagmire and could not move. Motherfucker. Bitch, don't let me out, otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Jiang Chen did not expect that he would be swallowed into the stomach of this Saint Great Elixir. Everything around him was full of endless energy. This Saint Great Elixir was formed by the convergence of these countless energies. Jiang Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. Now that he wanted to jump out of the Saint Great medicinal pill's stomach that was like a quagmire, Jiang Chen had fallen into a passive position and was completely helpless. Little guy, you will be melted by me slowly. The body of all myriad chi, just thinking about it makes me excited. If it weren't for the refinement of all myriad chi, I wouldn't have been born. As long as I devour you completely, I will be able to reach the venerable emperor realm. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Hong Xiu smiled happily, stretched her waist lazily, and said to herself, perhaps you may not have this opportunity. A cold voice sounded in Hong Xiu's ears. Hong Xiu's expression changed and she stared at the stalwart man standing not far away. A sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. It's you. Hong Xiu said in a low voice, frowning. I've felt your presence. You're the one who restored me, right? Not bad, you still know how to repay kindness. What a good young man. Saint Tier pills are indeed extraordinary. These 9 alchemists of mine are all top experts in the Central Region Divine Land. Their pill refining skills are unparalleled. Looks like the flourishing pill fragrance has been completely absorbed by you. You should only be a step away from a complete recovery. Emperor Tianqi said with a faint smile. Everything was already under his control. From the very beginning, Dan Qiuxing had already become his puppet. Dan Qiuxing had reached where he was today step by step. Dan Qiuxing's death for the sake of restoring the Saint Great Elixir was a worthy death. Back then, when Imperial Emperor Tianqi obtained this Saint Great medicinal pill, it was in an ancient ruin. At that time, the Saint Great medicinal pill had already lost its charm. Finding this saint-grade medicinal pill in the ruins made Imperial Emperor Tianqi very excited. However, if he wanted to restore this saint-grade medicinal pill, he would need to gather the life's blood, sweat, and tears of several alchemy grandmasters. Although Don Qiuxing was an important minister of the Martial Dan Hall, and although those alchemy grandmasters were elders of the Martial Dan Hall, in the eyes of Imperial Emperor Tianqi, they weren't important people and could be sacrificed. When he obtained the saint-grade medicinal pill that could save his sister and perhaps allow her to stand up again, he truly became crazy. He had Dan Qiuxing set up this so-called alchemy grand meet just to bait him. Everything was just a plot to restore the saint-grade medicinal pill and save the sister in his heart, that's all. You're just an emperor, yet you have such ambition. My power is not something you can control. Hong Xiu said in a deep voice as she looked at Emperor Tianqi. I might not be able to withstand your power, but someone else can. Emperor Tianqi said with a smile, which made Hong Xiu's body tremble. To be able to withstand the power of the saint-grade elixir, one must be stronger than an emperor. What scheme do you have? Hong Xiu instantly realized an extremely terrifying thing. Emperor Tianqi must have other plans if he wanted to obtain her. His conspiracy might even involve a stronger expert above the venerable emperor realm. Dan Qiuxing succeeded. Emperor Tianqi can finally get rid of the worries in his heart. Yeah, let's go to Mount Wuwei. Emperor Tianqi is doing this for the sake of the Martial Dan Palace. Once the saint-grade elixir is restored, it might be terrifying beyond our imagination. That's right. I'm afraid I'll never be able to achieve the saint-grade elixir in my life. Dan Qiuxing and the 4 alchemy grandmasters of the Martial Dan Palace have suffered. 9 alchemy grandmasters have been burnt to ashes. It's such a pity. What's there to feel pity about? For the sake of expanding the territory of the Martial Dan Palace, it's reasonable for them to die. They will be remembered by the Martial Dan Palace forever. The 3 old men soared through the air, stepping on their flying swords. At that moment, at the foot of the snowy mountain, there was a woman with her back against the mountain. Her expression suddenly changed, and her heart trembled. Her beautiful eyes flickered with disbelief and shock. How could this be? The woman murmured. Her eyes were filled with shock and pain. Her jade-like hands were clenched tightly. One of her hands was holding the scroll, while the other hand was covering her chest. She couldn't hide the sadness in her heart. Qing Luo was uneasy. At that moment, her heart was in so much pain that she couldn't breathe. When they parted, she didn't expect that young Master Chen Jiang would encounter such a disaster. Now that she thought about it, the pain in her heart was all because of young Master Chen Jiang. Was that the last time we met? Qing Luo didn't want to believe it. But she knew that young Master Chen Jiang had become the best divine great alchemist. She cheered for young Master Chen Jiang, but she couldn't hide the sadness in her heart. Chapter 37:16. All of this was because the Martial Dan Hall had more important things to do, and young Master Chen Jiang was one of them. As the most powerful alchemy grandmaster, he was able to stand at the peak of his life in this grand event. Did he see the girl he was looking forward to? At this moment, did all his hard work go down the drain? He had completely become a masterpiece. How did this happen? Qing Luo was not willing to accept this. He did not want to believe this scene. He was supposed to be a proud son of heaven who stood at the top of the 9 heavens, but he was framed by the people of the Martial Dan Hall and died here. This was a great irony. The so-called alchemy grand meeting was just a conspiracy that had been planned for a long time. A saint-grade pill. It was a saint-grade pill. Qing Luo knew that this was all because of the saint-grade pill. Even though she had obtained the painting, she wasn't willing to watch young Master Chen Jiang die here. Was his love destined to die at this moment as well? For the sake of the Saint Great Pill, I should go and take a look. Qing Luo said in a low voice. She really wanted to go to Mount Wuai to see what was going on. She wanted to know if everything was fake and that young Master Chen Jiang wasn't dead. It's better to forget each other in the pugilistic world. I can forget you, but I can't watch you leave me. Qing Luo was determined. She kept the painting and chased after young Master Chen Jiang. At the foot of Mount Wuai, Qing Luo's expression was solemn and her breathing was rapid. She knew that she would most likely die this time. For the sake of her clan, she had to protect herself. For the sake of her unforgettable friendship, Qing Luo made up her mind to come here. In Mount Wuai, Hong Xiu was extremely solemn. Her strength had yet to recover and the Saint Great Pill had yet to be fully restored. It was impossible for her to deal with Imperial Emperor Tian Qi. Although Imperial Emperor Tian Qi wasn't a peerless expert in her eyes, he was 100 times stronger than her. Hong Xiu knew that it would be extremely difficult for her to escape from Imperial Emperor Tian Qi's grasp. Surrender obediently. Don't force me to take action. Otherwise, you'll suffer even more. It's already a great fortune for you to be able to recover to this stage. Imperial Lord Tianqi said with a solemn expression. He seemed to be gradually losing his patience with this Saint-Tier pill. That will depend on your ability. I, Hong Xiu, will never allow myself to be trampled upon. Although it is a pill, I have already turned into a spirit. No one can stop me. Hong Xiu gritted her teeth and said. She had just recovered more than half of her strength. She wasn't willing to let Imperial Lord Tianqi take her life, so even if she knew she would die, she must fight to the end. Courting death. Emperor Tianqi's face remained as cold as ever. In front of an emperor, they definitely weren't qualified to resist at all. Monarch Tianqi struck out with a palm that covered the sun and sky, sending Hong Xiu flying. Hong Xiu struck out with both of her palms and forcefully defended against the palm. However, she was also in an extremely pathetic state. In the end, she slammed against the stone wall and fell down. A mouthful of turbid air came out. Hong Xiu was already severely injured. It's already not easy for you to receive a palm strike from me. If not for the Sage Great Elixir, you would already be dead. Monarch Tianqi shook his head. He seemed to be disdainful of Hong Xiu's stubborn resistance. Jiang Chen was in the stomach of the Sage Great Elixir. He could sense Monarch Tianqi's existence because one's soul energy couldn't be changed. One's aura couldn't be concealed either. When his soul energy enveloped the area, even if he couldn't see it with his naked eyes, he knew that it was definitely Monarch Tianqi. This fella, it's really all his schemes. Jiang Chen was incomparably furious. Now that things had come to this, he was luckier than anyone else. However, he was also more depressed than anyone else. Being trapped in the stomach of the Sage Great Elixir, it wasn't easy for Jiang Chen to break through the void and escape. Moreover, he had already tried his best, but he still couldn't break through the Sage Great Elixir. Don't tell me I'm going to be eaten like a pill. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. What if the Sage Great Elixir was taken away by Monarch Tianqi? What would he do then? Jiang Chen had already understood that all of this was Monarch Tianqi's scheme. He wanted to stand at the pinnacle of the Central Plains' divine land. Although his wish had come true, he was still trapped here. To Jiang Chen, this was a mixed feeling. However, he didn't know if little Yu saw this scene. For her, Jiang Chen was willing to change the entire world. But unfortunately, he was still trapped in the scheme. Being in the middle of the whirlpool, Jiang Chen was more helpless than anyone else. To be able to survive was his fortune and destiny. At this moment, Jiang Chen only wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. The restoration of the Sage Great Elixir was something that even Monarch Tianqi didn't want to talk about. It could be seen how terrifying the Sage Great Elixir was. Monarch Tianqi went through so much trouble just to obtain the Sage Great Elixir. Just like what Hong Xiu had said, Monarch Tianqi seemed to be unable to consume the Sage Great Elixir. Then, he must have a bigger scheme. Accept your fate. A Sage Great Elixir is just an elixir in the end. It's impossible to become a human. Monarch Tianqi flipped his palm again. The terrifying aura made the Sage Great Elixir unable to hide and was completely caught in his hand. After Hong Xiu revealed herself, she had completely turned into the shape of an elixir. Caught in Monarch Tianqi's hand, she couldn't escape at all. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. You bastard, I don't believe that there's still an Emperor Realm expert in this world. Hong Xiu roared with all her might. She wasn't willing to become an elixir and be swallowed by others. Since she had already transformed into a spirit, it was impossible for her to willingly become an elixir. She must recultivate the Emperor Realm and become an existence comparable to human experts. Everyone had their own pursuits. As a spiritualization elixir, Hong Xiu was the same. Therefore, she swallowed the Emperor Realm expert who refined her. Therefore, she continued to cultivate, wanting to surpass human experts. However, in the end, her energy was exhausted in the ancient war and she fell into hibernation. Fortunately, her energy didn't dissipate and the last trace of her aura still existed. That was why Monarch Tianqi gathered so many alchemy grandmasters and had the opportunity to restore her. However, Hong Xiu wasn't grateful to Monarch Tianqi at all. Because if it wasn't for his great scheme, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to restore her. Therefore, they were just taking what they needed. Chapter 37:17. This is your destiny, your glory. Monarch Tianqi coldly spoke. He clutched the Saint Grade pill tightly as he turned and walked towards the depths of Ethereal Mountain. After passing through the boundless mist barrier, Monarch Tianqi once again arrived before the crystal coffin. His eyes flashed with excitement. Elder sister, it won't be long before I allow you to be reborn and see the light of day again. Emperor Tianqi gently stroked the crystalline coffin, his eyes blazing with incomparable heat. This was the woman he had dreamed of, and she was his unparalleled glory. He had already placed the heavensward soul-seizing formation on her, and he would be able to bring her back to life, and he would be able to firmly control her. Don't blame my elder sister. This is the only thing I can do. If not, you are too strong and I can't guarantee that you will treat me the same way you treated me in the past. I want you to become stronger, I want you to become my woman. I want this world to belong to us forever. Monarch Tianqi murmured. His face was filled with anticipation and excitement. This day was about to arrive. He had waited for far, far too long. Finally, his dream was about to come true. He didn't dare to believe that everything was going according to his plan. Everything was progressing step by step. Just one final step and he would be able to become the ruler of the divine world. He couldn't cultivate to the Empyrean realm or even the Heavenly King realm, but his elder sister could. She could help him conquer this boundless world and become the most obedient woman in his hands. In this soul-seizing heaven's formation, after she recovers, her soul would also be under his control. At that time, wouldn't everything be under his control? Don't blame my elder sister. I love you too much and I want you too much. I want us to be together forever at this moment. Monarch Tianqi caressed the crystal coffin as his eyes blazed with indescribable passion. The passion in his eyes wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. It's her. How is this possible? It's actually her. The Saint Grade pill was incomparably shocked. She drew in a breath of cold air as she stared at the woman in the crystal coffin. She never imagined that Monarch Tianqi's ultimate scheme was actually her, one of the most terrifying women in the supreme ancient immortal realms. You are a madman, you have no idea what you are doing. Emperor Tianqi, you'll die a horrible death. Hong Xiu roared angrily, and even she trembled a little. You know her. Imperial Lord Tianqi frowned as he spoke in a low voice. I don't know her. Then what do you mean? Imperial Lord Tianqi rolled his eyes. This was the most exasperated he had ever felt. Because no matter how he threatened it, the Saint-Tyr pill wouldn't give in. He was already about to refine it, so what could be more terrifying than that? Boring. Monarch Tianqi's face turned ashen. But at this moment, he didn't need to waste his breath on this saint-grade pill. Everything he had been waiting for was about to come true. He was about to become the strongest man in this world. The divine world would definitely be under his control. In the primordial war, all the gods had fallen, and the current immortal world was already riddled with holes. No one could change their fate anymore. He wanted to become the ruler of this world, and he wanted to be together with the sister he loved forever. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Monarch Tianqi spoke in an overbearing manner. However, the Saint-Tyr pill didn't say a single word, and its voice was incomparably low. Monarch Tianqi's eyes were filled with anticipation. This was an opportunity bestowed to him by the heavens. How could he not cherish it? For hundreds of years, wasn't this the moment he had been waiting for? I'll wait for you, sister. I'll wait for you to regain your consciousness and step onto the path of a monarch. Emperor Tianqi spoke in a low voice. The moment she embarked on the path of an invincible great emperor would be the moment he became the ruler of the god realm. He would regain his former glory, and she would definitely become his puppet. No, it would be more accurate to say that she would become his most obedient pet, his most loyal woman. Monarch Tianqi slowly opened the crystal coffin. At this moment, an incomparably cold aura gushed out. At this moment, Jiang Qin, who was in the stomach of the Saint-Tyr pill, abruptly raised his head. His soul force spread across the entire Mount Wuai. Little you, is that really you? Little you. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He could sense that little you's aura was extremely weak. Could the sister that Monarch Tianqi spoke of be little you? Why? Why is little you here? Jiang Chen's body was trembling. He had never been so agitated before. He knew that this scene wasn't a mistake. That person who was on the verge of death, with no signs of life, was little you. He wouldn't be mistaken. Even if he was mistaken about the way home, he wouldn't be mistaken. Even if he couldn't see, he knew that this person was little you. Jiang Chen was incomparably frenzied, desperately trying to rush out of the Saint-Tyr pill's stomach. Jiang Chen roared in rage, ramming his body madly, hysterically. Little you. Wait for me, I'm coming to see you now. Jiang Chen cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. Tears rolled down from his eyes. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. If he continued to wait, it would be 1,000 years. He couldn't endure this inhuman torture any longer. This time, he wanted to make a name for himself with a single battle, but he didn't expect that little you would actually be in the Marshal Dan hole. This was something he never dreamed of. Jiang Chen's heart was constantly trembling. He couldn't believe this scene. He didn't expect that the reunion between the two of them would be a reunion where they couldn't even see each other's faces. However, Jiang Chen firmly believed that this person was the little you that he had been worrying about and thinking about every day. He couldn't be wrong. Countless days and nights, countless dreams. Jiang Chen had already had countless moments of charging with little you. Unfortunately, those were all dreams. Jiang Qin wanted this moment to be a dream too, but was she really dead? Jiang Qin didn't believe it. He didn't think that little Yu would die so silently. She was the love of his life, the source of his life. Little Yu, I'm sorry. I came too late. I'm sorry, little Yu. Jiang Qin constantly blamed himself. He kept charging, trying to rush out of this place with all his might. However, he really couldn't imagine that this saint-tier pill would be so overbearing. It made it impossible for him to get out. It was as if he was stuck in a quagmire. Jiang Chen's eyes were bloodshot and he was in a frenzy. He wanted to see this scene with his own eyes. The love of his life must not be harmed by a villain. Chapter 37:18. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor was shocked by Jiang Chen's madness. He never thought that Xiao Yu's appearance would have such a terrifying impact on him. Now, he had completely lost his mind. He kept trying to break free from the saint-grade pill's stomach. However, how could it be that easy to break free from the saint-grade pill? Jiang Chen didn't care about anything else. He only had one thought in his heart, and that was to see Xiao Yu as soon as possible. He must not let that Imperial Emperor Tianqi do anything to Xiao Yu. Otherwise, he would definitely shred him into pieces. For countless days and nights, he had been looking forward to the day when he could finally meet Xiao Yu. However, he didn't expect that it would be like they were separated by heaven and earth. Jiang Chen had to break through this shackle no matter what. This was his only chance. No one knew how much pain Jiang Chen was suffering in his heart. However, he couldn't say it out loud. He could only bury it in the deepest part of his heart. Longing, love, endless and indefinite. The world only saw his glorious side, becoming famous after a single battle. However, they didn't know that he wanted to be low-key, just to let the person he loved see him. That's why he was so determined to reach the peak. Everyone had their own choice. Jiang Chen's choice was for Xiao Yu. No matter how many years passed, the only thing that never changed was his stubborn heart. If he couldn't find Xiao Yu, he wouldn't be able to be at ease for the rest of his life. That was his life's wish. At the very least, he had seen Qingcheng and Sister Ning before. But for little Yu, from the start to the end, he had already lost contact with Sister Ning the moment he entered the divine world. A dream of 100 years, the years passed by slowly. The only thing he could remember was the tear-stained face of little Yu before she left. Finally, Jiang Chen broke free from all the obstacles. Finally, he was going to see the woman he loved the most. However, heavens will made a fool out of him. Impermanence. Jiang Chen kept attacking, trying to break out of the encirclement, but to no avail. Only now did he realize that his strength was too weak, and he couldn't do anything at all. No, impossible. I can't accept this. The merciless sword rain broke through the barrier, but it was still unable to break free from the saint-grade pill. Ancestral Dragon Emperor Senior, what should I do? How can I get out of here? Jiang Chen roared angrily. His voice was hoarse, and no one could understand the pain in his heart. The feeling of being so close but unable to see was the most miserable. The ancestral Dragon Emperor remained silent for a while and said solemnly, "There's only one way, and that's to devour the ocean heart lotus in your hand and completely absorb its energy. However, I'm afraid your body won't be able to withstand the power of the ocean heart lotus and the energy essence of hundreds of frost dragons. You won't be able to completely devour it unless you reach the martial emperor realm. That terrifying energy and supreme Tao connotation is something you can't control right now." The ancestral Dragon Emperor didn't want to tell Jiang Chen, but he knew that if he didn't tell him, Jiang Chen would hate him for the rest of his life. If he told him, Jiang Chen might do something stupid. Nobody knew his feelings for Xiao Yu better than himself. They had been helping each other for so many years, and they even wanted to repay each other's kindness with their lives. If he couldn't see Xiaoyu, he might suffer too. However, the ocean heart lotus was so terrifying that even Li Feng didn't want to let it go. One could imagine how terrifying its energy was. Ocean heart lotus. Are you sure that the ocean heart lotus can help me break free from this saint-grade pill? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He was extremely nervous and confused. However, since the ancestral dragon emperor said it, he shouldn't be lying. However, as he said, the most important thing was whether he could withstand the terrifying energy of the ocean heart lotus or not. If he failed, he would die instantly. Although the sea heart lotus is terrifying and bursting with energy, even an emperor master would probably be quite cautious about it. Therefore, the chances of you completely refining the sea heart lotus are very slim. Once you fail, you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. Because the ocean heart lotus is the essence of heaven and earth and hundreds of frost dragons' Tao connotation. If you succeed, you might be able to break free from the barrier of the saint-grade pill. Only when you reach the emperor realm can you break free from the barrier of the saint-grade pill. Otherwise, it's impossible to break free from the barrier of the saint-grade pill. This is just an assumption. Even if you succeed in absorbing the energy of the ocean heart lotus, you might not be able to break free from the barrier. The ancestral dragon emperor said meaningfully. Everything was just an illusion. However, to Jiang Qin, this was the only chance for him to escape. If he didn't, then Xiaoyu would be trapped alone. In the face of danger, Imperial Emperor Tianqi was a cunning and despicable man. What wouldn't he do? Jiang Qin would never allow his woman to be used as a puppet. Even if there's only a slight chance, Jiang Qin would fight till the end. He was never a person who would resign himself to fate, especially at a time like this. Although he had no regrets, he couldn't watch his beloved woman become a tool for others to conquer the world. He had to grasp this chance of survival. At this moment, the ancestral dragon emperor knew that it was useless to say anything. He could imagine that Jiang Qin was already prepared for a battle of life and death. As long as there's a chance, even if there's only a slight chance, he would do it. How confident am I in fusing with the ocean heart lotus? Jiang Qin asked. At most 10%. The ancestral dragon emperor smiled bitterly. His words were filled with hesitation. Jiang Qin understood that in this battle of life and death, Jiang Qin had to defeat himself first, not Emperor Tianqi. If he couldn't even defeat himself, then he would be in despair. Even if there was only 0.1% of hope, Jiang Qin decided to give himself an answer. He must not give up on Xiaoyu, give up on his dream. Xiaoyu, wait for me. I won't let anyone touch you. Jiang Qin clenched his teeth and said. This was the greatest pain in the world. In order to see Xiaoyu, Jiang Qin had no other choice. Regardless of success or failure, he had to fight till the very last moment. This was his biggest determination. Life and death, nothing was more important than Xiaoyu. Although the ocean heart lotus was as terrifying as a demon, he never backed off. Chapter 37:19. The sea heart lotus was held tightly in Jiang Chen's hand. He had no other choice but to do so without any hesitation. This was a path that he had to take, but he had to face more dangers now. Jiang Chen had seen the terrifying energy of the sea heart lotus before. Now that his strength had increased, he was even more sensitive to it. The sea heart lotus was the essence of the heavens and earth for billions of years. It contained the Tao essence of hundreds of Emperor realm experts. Moreover, it was chased by Phoenix Li and the other peerless experts. It showed how terrifying it was. The ancestral dragon emperor sighed silently. He knew Jiang Chen's character very well. No one could change him. He thought that the sea heart lotus would become a stepping stone for Jiang Chen's strength after he broke through to the emperor realm. But now, it seemed that he couldn't wait for that moment anymore. Jiang Chen moved his palm and swallowed the ocean heart lotus. At this moment, he could feel an incomparably terrifying energy spreading throughout his body. Every muscle in his body became extremely tight. The dense ocean heart lotus spread out from his dantian. Waves of deafening airwaves were rolling in his body. Jiang Chen used the myriad qi to neutralize the energy of the ocean heart lotus. But even so, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. The dreadful energy was still wreaking havoc in Jiang Chen's body. It seemed like his body was going to explode from the overflowing energy. I can't give up. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and endured it silently. He quickly activated the dragon transformation skill and started to stabilize the surging energy of the heavens and earth and Tao essence in his body. However, it was still a drop in the bucket. Streams of myriad qi and layers of energy flowed around Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's qi couldn't find a perfect balance. He was like an old and weak woman who was carrying a heavy burden of hundreds and thousands of kilograms. He couldn't even stand straight. The energy of heaven and earth and the Tao essence that was beyond his body's limit was not only beneficial to him, but also harmful to him. It could even cause his qi to be completely dispersed and his body to be torn apart. This was the feeling, the pain of having one's flesh and bones torn apart. It was indescribable. No matter how painful it was, Jiang Chen could bear it. However, everyone had their own limit. Although the ocean heart lotus was a rare treasure, there would be side effects if one ate too much of it. It was because the energy in the ocean heart lotus was too huge that it made it difficult for Jiang Chen. Although the Taoist strength was extremely terrifying, it was also very heterogeneous. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to absorb all the Taoist strength. He had to combine all the Taoist strength, and how much Taoist strength he could absorb would depend on his own luck. Even venerable emperors were afraid of the ocean heart lotus. The ancestral dragon emperor's words were not fake at all. Jiang Chen was enduring the pain of life and death all the time. He was in a dilemma between life and death with a single thought. If he made the slightest mistake, he would die and suffer a crushing defeat. He had to struggle tenaciously and race against time. Although the heaven and earth energy in his body was getting more and more terrifying, Jiang Chen still relied on his strong will to constantly devour the energy in his body and change the qi of Tao accumulation. If it wasn't for the myriad qi, Jiang Chen knew that his body would have exploded and he would have died. The myriad qi made the heaven and earth energy and the qi of Tao accumulation flow in a roundabout way, giving him more time to absorb and change the side effect of the ocean heart lotus. Jiang Chen's head was sweating profusely. He was extremely nervous and anxious. The dragon transformation skill had already been activated to the extreme. Dragon marks appeared all over his body. Jiang Chen's strength had reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. He had completely surpassed the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. The next step would be the half-step Emperor realm. It was impossible to become a god in one step. Absorbing all the energy in the world and becoming an Emperor realm expert would put Jiang Chen in a desperate situation. It was better to take it one step at a time. However, the divine origin qi in the ocean heart lotus was terrifying. It was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. Jiang Chen knew that he would definitely die this time. The divine origin qi in his body had reached an irreversible level. Too many. There are simply too many of them. Jiang Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he had no distractions at this moment. He just wanted to break through as soon as possible. He just wanted to suppress all the energy in the ocean heart lotus. Only then would he have a chance to escape unscathed. However, the Tao essence and divine origin qi were intertwined together. Jiang Chen's biggest enemy was the energy of the ocean heart lotus. Even if he used all of his means, even if he had the myriad qi in his body and absorbed the energy of the heavens and earth like a whale, there was still 70 to 80% of the energy of the heavens and earth wreaking havoc in his body. The veins on Jiang Chen's arms were bulging and his body was covered with a thick layer of blood. The ocean heart lotus was too overbearing, it was impossible to resist it. Jiang Chen's breath became weaker and weaker. The amount of energy absorbed by the dragon transformation skill was less than 1/5 of the ocean heart lotus. This step was too difficult for Jiang Chen. He could only continue to suppress the energy of the world to make himself more tenacious. As long as his willpower was not extinguished, he would not fall. I can't fall like this, I definitely can't. Jiang Chen's body was in pain from the energy again and again. However, he managed to pull himself out of the pain with his unyielding willpower. For Xiao Yu, I definitely can't fall, I definitely can't. Countless energy of the world flowed in Jiang Chen's body. He kept suppressing and compressing it, but the effect was minimal. The ancestral dragon emperor did not expect Jiang Chen to be able to hold on until this step. However, the pain he was facing was getting more and more intense. If this continued, the energy that had nowhere to go would completely devour Jiang Chen's body and turn him into ashes. This was not a joke, this was a crisis of death. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had broken through 8 million and it was still increasing at a terrifying speed. Half-step Emperor Realm, I'm going to break through to the half-step Emperor Realm soon. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and shook his head. He was already in a daze. The endless energy of the world was the divine origin qi that countless people desired. However, to Jiang Chen, it was like an invisible sword that could kill people. My fate is up to me, not the heavens. I want to see who can do anything to me. Chapter 37:20. At this moment, he was already numb to death. Coming back from the dead was his only hope. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His dragon marks had reached more than 8 million and his aura had also reached the peak. Half-step Emperor Realm, success or failure depended on this. To Jiang Chen, the qi of Tao accumulation was extremely rich. Plus, he had already comprehended the great Tao of the heavens and earth. Therefore, breaking through to the Emperor Realm was just a matter of time. As long as I'm still alive, Jiang Chen will never bow down. Jiang Chen's roar came from the depths of his heart. He kept reminding himself that he must not fall asleep, he must not fall. Even if the road ahead was full of thorns, even if the pain was unbearable at this moment, even if his body, mind, and soul had long lost their senses. The pain penetrated into his bones, pierced through his heart. The dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body continued to increase and finally stopped at 8.9 million. However, the heaven and earth energy was still incomparably terrifying. Jiang Chen chose to break through at this moment because it was also full of danger. If he did not break through as soon as possible, he might be drowned by the heaven and earth energy. The terrifying thing was that he had no means to change this. Jiang Chen stood up in pain and despair. For Xiao Yu, everything was worth it. The dragon transformation skill continued to advance and the number of dragon marks continued to increase. Jiang Chen finally fixed his strength at the half-step Emperor Realm. At that moment, he felt that the heaven and earth energy in his body had become more and more terrifying. Although he had broken through to the half-step Emperor Realm, he still could not absorb even a quarter of the divine origin qi. I can only give it a try. Jiang Chen knew that he had no other choice. The only thing he could do now was to survive. No matter what the result was, there was hope. As long as he survived, he could change everything. At that moment, Jiang Chen continued to purify the Tao Qi. The terrifying Tao Qi and the boundless heaven and earth energy had become the culprit that killed Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin did not find a way to stop it, the outcome would be unimaginable. The dragon transformation skill is obviously not enough to support such a huge amount of heaven and earth energy in Jiang Qin's body. If this continues, Jiang Qin will definitely die. The ancestral dragon emperor was extremely worried. This was because Jiang Qin's decision to devour the sea heart lotus was a mistake. However, this decision was the only choice. Jiang Qin continued to gather the energy of the heavens and earth within his body. Although it was still painful and his life force was extremely weak, the violent energy of the heavens and earth and the impure Tao Qi brought him a sense of danger that even the ancestral dragon emperor could not imagine. The moment Jiang Qin devoured the Qi of Tao essence, it became extremely simple because his heavenly Tao essence was extremely powerful and all-encompassing. No other Tao essence could be compared to his heaven-dominating Tao. It was in Qi that was above everything in the world. It was a fearless Tao. I didn't expect my heaven and earth Tao Qi to be so powerful. Even Jiang Qin did not expect his heaven and earth Tao Qi to be able to absorb all the impure Tao Qi effortlessly. The terrifying pressure was something that Jiang Qin could never imagine. In other words, the heaven and earth Tao Qi had given him great confidence. The heaven and earth Tao Qi was constantly being absorbed by Jiang Qin. It was different from the heaven and earth energy. It was an illusory existence and it was an extremely complicated and difficult Tao Qi. Those who had truly comprehended the heaven and earth Tao Qi would be able to accept it. However, those who had not comprehended the heaven and earth Tao Qi would undoubtedly become a killing sword when facing the impure Tao Qi. The heaven and earth Tao Qi was continuously being purified and absorbed by Jiang Qin. His heaven and earth Tao Qi seemed to have reached a bottleneck. It's the ninth heaven of Tao Qi. He broke through the first heaven in such a short time. The ancestral dragon emperor widened his eyes and said in disbelief. Tao Qi was divided into 9 levels. Every level was a superposition of Tao Qi. The moment one reached the 9th heaven, he would have completely comprehended the great Tao. However, the number of people who had truly reached the 9th heaven of Tao Qi was less than the number of fingers in this world. Back then, his Tao Qi was already considered as one of the 3 realms and 6 Tao. He had only reached the 5th heaven of Tao Qi. However, his strength was much stronger than Jiang Qin's. The scariest thing was that his Tao Qi was still increasing. It seemed like it had no intention of stopping. Is he going to break through the 2nd heaven of Tao Qi? The ancestral dragon emperor said in shock. His face looked extremely solemn. However, his shock did not stop. Jiang Qin had already broken through the 2nd heaven of Tao Qi easily. He even reached the 3rd heaven of Tao Qi. This is too terrifying. The ancestral dragon emperor had never seen such a terrifying guy. When he reached the late emperor realm, he only managed to comprehend a bit of Tao Qi. When he reached the 3rd heaven of Tao Qi, he was already a grade 7 emperor realm expert. However, Jiang Qin was obviously more terrifying than him, the ancestor of the dragon clan. Although the Tao Qi could not be turned into real strength, its terrifying Tao Qi could suppress the opponent. Just like the heaven-spreading seal that Jiang Qin casted, it was a rare existence. It was a seal that required the Tao Qi to be casted. It was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Moreover, not everyone could comprehend the heavenly Tao. Some people might not be able to comprehend the heavenly Tao even if they reached the emperor realm. This was also the advantage of the Tao Qi. Jiang Qin broke through the 3rd heaven of Tao Qi directly. That was why the ancestral dragon emperor was shocked. He was a lunatic. When Jiang Qin came back to his senses, all the Tao Qi had been absorbed by him. However, it was impossible for him to break through the peak in one go since he did not comprehend the Tao Qi himself. However, it was unprecedented for him to reach the third heaven of Tao Qi directly. Jiang Chen's face was solemn, but his heart was filled with excitement. The impure Tao essence had been completely absorbed by him, but the heaven and earth energy was still the most troublesome part. Can I try to use the Tao Qi to guide the heaven and earth energy? Jiang Chen had an idea in his mind. The power of Tao accumulation was extremely terrifying and overbearing, and the heaven-reaching Tao accumulation was an unparalleled existence. Jiang Chen circulated the power of Tao accumulation in his body. He had never thought that his idea would actually work. The power of Tao accumulation guided the natural energy and made it become more and more docile. It was no longer as violent as before. The most surprising thing was that under the operation of the power of Tao accumulation, the natural energy had turned into balls of energy and were wrapped by the power of Tao accumulation. Finally, they formed into 9 balls of energy and settled in Jiang Chen's dantian. Chapter 37:21. Is that even possible? The ancestral dragon emperor was dumbfounded. Although he had some confidence in Jiang Chen, he never thought that things would end up like this. This was too unbelievable. The energy of heaven and earth was enveloped by the Tao energy. The pain in Jiang Chen's body had completely disappeared. However, the sweat on his face had not dried up yet. Although the transformation was not completed, the 9 energy balls would definitely help Jiang Chen reach the next level in the future. 70 to 80% of the energy of heaven and earth was enough for Jiang Chen to be able to rest easy in front of Di Jing. He thought that it was going to be a battle of life and death. However, the ending was perfect. Even the ancestral dragon emperor could not help but give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This fella is indeed a genius. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. The strength of the third level of Tao accumulation had made him feel that his Tao accumulation was extremely stable. He could even use the heaven-breaking seal, the heaven-opening seal, and even the heaven-envying seal with ease. Half-step Emperor Realm. Third level of Tao energy. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and clenched his fist. It was as if he possessed the strongest power in the world. The power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants was unstoppable. I never thought that you would really do it. The ancestral dragon emperor took a deep breath. He felt like he had just survived a disaster. If Jiang Chen died, he would not be able to survive either. Jiang Chen, the Zulong Tower and the ancestral dragon emperor were bound together. Unless Jiang Chen could reach the emperor realm and reconstruct his golden body, he would not be able to escape from this suffering. This time, Jiang Chen had a narrow escape, but the ending was still good. Xiao Yu, I will not let anyone hurt you. Jiang Chen nodded and formed a seal with his hand. The energy of Taoist connotation surged out like a huge wave. Heaven-crushing seal. Jiang Chen activated the heavenly howling seal once again. This time, it was as if he was a completely different person. Not only did his Tao accumulation increase, the strength of the heavenly howling seal also increased along with it, completely surpassing its previous strength. Half-step Emperor Realm, a single strike of the seal caused the heavens and earth to change color. Break! Jiang Chen turned into a streak of light and soared into the sky. The surrounding light caused his pupils to shrink and his expression to turn grave. At this moment, Imperial Lord Tianqi had already opened the crystal coffin and was refining the saint-grade pill in his hand. He was rather shocked when Jiang Chen emerged from the saint-grade pill. It's you. Imperial Lord Tianqi's face was gloomy as his killing intent surged. This was a critical moment, but he actually wasn't absorbed by the saint-grade pill. Instead, he broke through the barrier of the saint-grade pill and charged out. To Imperial Lord Tianqi, Jiang Chen was nothing more than a new problem. No, how is this possible? Hong Xiu's face was pale. She suffered a great injury when Jiang Qin broke through the barrier. She lost at least 30% of her energy. This was also the reason why Imperial Lord Tianqi was furious. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon the crystal coffin. At this moment, his heart was completely melted. That beautiful face, that calm expression, it was the scene that Jiang Qin had dreamt of countless times. Thousands of times, he recalled this moment. Xiao Yu, my Xiao Yu. I'm sorry that I'm late. Jiang Qin murmured. When he saw Xiao Yu lying quietly in the coffin, Jiang Chen's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Has Xiao Yu been like this for the past hundreds of years? When he was dominating the northern cold divine region, Xiao Yu was nowhere to be seen. When he fought the mountain and sea sect, Xiao Yu was also nowhere to be seen. Little did he know that she was lying there peacefully. Jiang Qin was filled with guilt. Why did he only reach this level after so many years? If he worked a little harder, he might have been able to see Xiao Yu long ago. From today onwards, I won't let anyone hurt you. Xiao Yu, we will never be separated again. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. All of this was because of this Imperial Lord Tianqi. He imprisoned his Xiao Yu in this crystal coffin and even wanted to use Xiao Yu as his puppet to help him conquer the world. What wishful thinking. Who are you? My sister will never allow you to taint her. Get over here. Imperial Emperor Tianqi roared furiously as he stared at Jiang Qin. Imperial Lord Tianqi, what a schemer. Jiang Qin said coldly. She's my Xiao Yu, not your sister. No matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. Jiang Qin knew very well that this person was Xiao Yu. Even her clothes were the same clothes she wore when they parted for the last time. Imperial Lord Tianqi glared at Jiang Qin. He knew that this bastard was here to fight with him for his sister. You don't have the qualifications. A mere half-step emperor wants to fight with me for my sister? You don't know what's good for you. I thought that the Saint Grade pill had already devoured you. I didn't expect you to be so tenacious. But now that you're in my hands, it's impossible for you to leave. Imperial Lord Tianqi said confidently. One was a peerless great emperor while the other was only a half-step emperor. He didn't even have the strength of Dan Qiusheng. Just him alone wanted to fight with him for his sister? Imperial Lord Tianqi would never show mercy to someone who doesn't know what's good for him. However, he'd forgotten how Jiang Qin had broken through the barrier of the Saint Rank pill's body. What a good fella. But your opponent is an Emperor realm expert. You're no match for him. How sad, how sad. Hong Xiao smiled bitterly. How she wished that Jiang Qin would also transform into an emperor and kill Imperial Lord Tianqi. This scheming fellow was the one who caused her to fall into this abyss. This time, she had nowhere to run. No matter if Jiang Qin or Imperial Lord Tianqi won, she wouldn't be able to escape the torment of fate. Who asked her to be too domineering? A Saint Grade pill that transformed into a spirit was a terrifying existence. How many people under the heavens would have the chance to obtain a Saint Grade pill? Only a master at the Venerable Emperor level would be able to do so. It would be best if both of them were injured and died here. Then, her chance would come. However, the difference in strength between Jiang Qin and Imperial Lord Tianqi was too great. Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to withstand Imperial Lord Tianqi's might. Let's see whose fist is harder. Even if it's an Emperor realm expert, Jiang Qin won't give you any chance today. How dare you have designs on little you? I'll make sure you'll never be able to reincarnate. Chapter 37:22. The sanctimonious Imperial Emperor Tianqi was full of schemes and plots. He said it was for his sister, but in fact, it was because of his ambition and lust. In Jiang Chen's eyes, he was just a grandson. This kind of person only knows how to use evil and schemes, petty and narrow-minded. He will never be able to achieve great things. He wanted to reach the peak and control the universe, but he wanted to rely on a woman. Jiang Chen didn't care what kind of relationship he had with Xiao Yu. But now, if Imperial Emperor Tianqi dared to touch Xiao Yu again, Jiang Chen would kill him at all costs. Even if he had to pay with his life, he would not hesitate. Jiang Chen had no other choice. He could only choose to fight till the end. This battle was related to Xiao Yu's life. An Emperor Realm expert was an Emperor Realm expert after all. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. His current strength was only at the half-step Emperor realm. This battle was filled with unknown possibilities. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His battle intent surged. He was fearless. He looked at the silhouette in the crystal coffin. He couldn't wait any longer. Lovers will meet again. This day, there will be no parting. For Xiao Yu, for his belief, Jiang Chen would fight till the end even if he had to face an Emperor Realm expert. He wanted to fight to the death with Imperial Emperor Tianqi. You're really good at boasting. He, do you really think you're that capable? You don't even have the strength of an Emperor Realm, yet you want to fight against me? What a fool's dream. Don't forget whose territory this is. Imperial Lord Tianqi stood still, as if he didn't see Jiang Chen's threat. In his eyes, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was still just a half-step sovereign realm expert. The gap between him and a true sovereign realm expert was insurmountable. One step to the heavens, one step to the earth, this was something that no one could change. Whose territory is this? I'm going to fight you with my life. Jiang Chen sneered. He turned around and pointed the human king's sword at Imperial Emperor Tianqi. The battle was about to begin. You want to lay your hands on my sister? Go to hell. Imperial Emperor Tianqi struck out with his palm, enveloping Jiang Chen's figure. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. The attack of an Emperor Realm expert was nothing to scoff at. With a single strike, Jiang Chen's attack was instantly extinguished. Sword 22. Boundless sword shadows filled the sky. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. That seemingly calm palm strike contained the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen was forced to take a few hundred steps back, looking extremely miserable. That palm strike was merely a casual strike from Imperial Emperor Tianqi. But the terrifying momentum of it was unstoppable. As a half-step emperor, Jiang Chen managed to withstand it. But in the eyes of Imperial Emperor Tianqi, he was already quite surprised. Not bad, little fella. To think that you can withstand a strike of mine. You're the first half-step emperor that I've ever struck twice. Even if you die, you can be proud of yourself. A wisp of blue light appeared in Emperor Tianqi's palm, and it continued to converge like a storm. Meteors flickered as light filled the air, and the comet shot out explosively from his hand once more. Go to hell. Jiang Chen acted as though he was facing a great enemy. His face was grim as he executed the ancient soaring dragon technique, raising his combat strength once more. Slashing down with his saber, he struck out with the heavenly roar seal, causing the Tao of the 9 heavens to change. Heavenly roar seal. Facing the Tao roar seal in Jiang Chen's hands, Imperial Emperor Tianqi frowned. To think that this fella could execute the power of Tao roar. Indeed, no one dared to underestimate him. I really can't look down on you. Imperial Emperor Tianqi and Jiang Chen's palms intertwined. Thunderbolts surged and a storm raged in the void. The attack of an Emperor Realm expert was completely neutralized by Jiang Chen's heavenly roar seal. That formless yet powerful Tao roar seal made Imperial Emperor Tianqi jealous. Because up until now, he had yet to comprehend his own Tao. But this little fella, Jiang Chen, actually possessed his own Tao roar. Imperial Emperor Tianqi felt that it was unfair in his heart. This was something that he couldn't accept. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces and grind his bones into ashes. The power of Tao roar was something that even an Emperor Realm expert might not necessarily be able to execute. This had completely exceeded Imperial Emperor Tianqi's expectations. Jiang Chen managed to block his second attack. In other words, their strength was actually comparable. As a Supreme Emperor Realm expert, Imperial Emperor Tianqi's hatred towards Jiang Chen wasn't just limited to his sister. Everything that Jiang Chen possessed wasn't something that he deserved. He wanted to deprive him of everything. He wanted to make sure that Jiang Chen would never be able to reincarnate. If he existed, he would definitely cause confusion to his sister. Therefore, this person must die. Since he was related to his sister, he shouldn't exist in this world. The power of Tao roar isn't something that you can control. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's expression was cold. As he raised his hand, a storm arose once again. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the heart of the enemy, heading straight for Jiang Chen. As Jiang Chen extended his hand seal changed again. A gust of wind was generated from his palm. Open Heaven Seal. The current Tao accumulation seal was completely different from before. Jiang Chen's power of Tao roar had reached the third stage. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor was shocked by such a terrifying technique. The increase of his power of Tao roar was the most gratifying thing to him. The seal in his hand was also extremely powerful. It was 10 times or even 100 times stronger than before. It was a qualitative change. From the first stage of Tao roar to the third stage of Tao roar, such a change almost made Jiang Chen suffocate. Too powerful. He wasn't weaker than Imperial Emperor Tianqi at all. The impact of the power of Tao roar even made Imperial Emperor Tianqi feel a little sluggish. One should know that the gap between a half-step Emperor Realm and an Emperor Realm expert had shrunk infinitely, but the power of an Emperor Realm expert wasn't something that Jiang Chen could compete with. Even so, the power of Tao roar made up for Jiang Chen's disadvantage. Jiang Chen continued to fight with Imperial Emperor Tianqi. The more Imperial Emperor Tianqi fought, the angrier he got. Because Jiang Chen's power of Tao roar was too terrifying. It was able to completely block his power. That kind of formless power of Tao roar was more terrifying than any other technique. His heaven and earth force couldn't do anything to Jiang Chen at all. It was getting harder and harder to kill Jiang Chen. Great soul derivation technique, soul devouring. Chapter 37-23. In that instant, Imperial Emperor Tianqi's expression changed drastically. The terrifying pressure on his soul made it hard for him to resist, and he was forced to retreat in a pathetic manner. Jiang Chen's divine soul was invincible. An Emperor Realm divine soul could sweep across the world. Imperial Emperor Tianqi didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a trump card. His divine soul was like a god of war. Facing Jiang Chen, Imperial Emperor Realm divine soul could only resist. At this moment, Jiang Chen had the upper hand. In addition to the Tao energy, Imperial Emperor Tianqi no longer looked down on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was on par with him now. This fellow wasn't an Emperor Realm expert, but he was stronger than an Emperor Realm expert. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was initially confident, but now, he became cautious. Damn it! How can his divine soul be so strong? Imperial Emperor Tianqi was shocked. Jiang Chen's divine soul was much stronger than his, and it was even more terrifying. The might of the soul-seizing divine art was unparalleled when unleashed by Jiang Chen's divine soul. A mere half-step great emperor was able to cause his expression to change. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing on the high ground. Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi's heart palpitated a few times. His heart was in awe. "Brat, you've forced me to do this. Today, I'll show you how terrifying an Emperor realm expert is." Imperial Emperor Tianqi wasn't panicking. After all, there was still a gap between him and Jiang Chen's strength. Although Jiang Chen had forced him back with his divine soul, it wasn't fatal. Not even an expert of the same level could kill an Emperor realm expert. "I'll accompany you to the end." Jiang Chen's hand seals changed again. The third seal, Envy the Heavens seal. Jiang Chen was already forming seals with his hands, and the energy of Tao was once again mobilized by Jiang Chen. That was the supreme Tao in his heart, his unparalleled seal. Facing this seal, Imperial Emperor Tianqi dared not be careless. His pupils shrunk as he swore to fight Jiang Chen to the death. Phoenix perching palm. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's expression was solemn as he unleashed his strongest attack. Facing Jiang Chen's third seal, Imperial Emperor Tianqi was extremely confident. The two of them clashed in an instant. The wind and clouds changed color, the mountains trembled and thunder rumbled. Accompanied by the roar of the apocalypse, the Heaven's Envy seal and the Phoenix perching palm finally collided. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was confident. That palm was invincible in the world. Jiang Chen was also full of confidence. No one knew better than him that not even an Emperor realm expert could withstand the Heaven's Envy seal. This seal also contained 50% of Jiang Chen's strength. Imperial Emperor Tianqi didn't expect this. Envy the Heavens seal. The seal descended from the heavens. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn, as though he was facing a formidable foe. He knew how terrifying this seal was, but he wasn't sure if it could defeat Imperial Emperor Tianqi. Die! Imperial Emperor Tianqi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He was determined to kill Jiang Chen. Far away from the mountain, Qing Luo was staring at this scene. She was extremely excited, and her heart was in her throat. "Jiang Chen, can you really win?" Qing Luo wasn't sure if Jiang Chen could turn the tide and defeat the emperor. But in her heart, she didn't have much hope. Emperors were called emperors because they were as strong as the heavens. Emperors were the strongest existences in the world. Qing Luo didn't dare to believe that this was the young Master Chen Jiang whom she admired so much. If she lost this battle again, would young Master Chen Jiang die? "Young noble Chen Jiang, you have to hold on," Qing Luo murmured. There was no need for words to describe the love of a lifetime. Who could understand the love of a beautiful woman? Jiang Chen went against the current and rushed to the peak of the 9 heavens to fight against an emperor. Whether he won or lost, ordinary people couldn't compare to him. Whether he lived or died, Jiang Chen was the hero in Qing Luo's heart. When she saw the woman in the crystal coffin, she was also shocked. Her eyes were slightly closed, yet her beauty could topple a city. Her jade-like hands hung down, graceful and elegant. Her charm was unparalleled. If she was in Miao Yi's shoes, she would never give up either. No wonder young Master Chen Jiang was willing to go to the ends of the earth to find her, no matter what. Qing Luo sighed in her heart. But that wasn't important anymore. Young noble Chen Jiang had already found the woman he loved. He would definitely become a peerless expert who could defeat an emperor and become famous in the Middle Province. Jiang Chen didn't look away. The enchanting heaven seal was like a divine stroke, crushing down. The phoenix perching palm was completely defeated by Jiang Chen. The domineering aura of the enchanting heaven seal pushed Imperial Emperor Tianqi back like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Imperial Emperor Tianqi coughed out blood as his body trembled. Jiang Chen and Imperial Emperor Tianqi didn't expect that Jiang Chen's seal would be so domineering. No one could resist it. Powerful, too powerful. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's lips curled up with a trace of bitterness. That seal had greatly shaken his meridians and bones, making it hard for him to breathe. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize the situation at the last moment. The might of the phoenix perching palm was completely negated by Jiang Chen. Furthermore, the power of Jiang Chen's Tao had made him taste defeat and danger. Qing Luo took a deep breath. Young noble Chen Jiangwan. That seal was too shocking. Even an emperor expert was defeated by it. One could imagine how powerful young noble Qin Jiang was. Now, is there anything else you want to say? So what if you're an emperor expert? I'll kill anyone who obstructs me. Jiang Chen said with a cold face. Although he only used 50 to 60% of his Tao accumulation, the divine origin qi in his body had already been used up. At this moment, Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Everything he did was to hold on with all his might. Imperial Emperor Tianqi didn't say a word. His body was trembling. He didn't expect such an ending. Jiang Chen's means were too terrifying. He couldn't resist it. Jiang Chen was shocked. If he hadn't relied on the power of Tao, he would have lost his life in an instant. Jiang Chen seemed to have the upper hand, but the two of them were evenly matched. Both of them were injured, but Jiang Chen was calmer. Jiang Chen walked forward step by step, while Imperial Emperor Tianqi retreated step by step. Chapter 37-24. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's heart was beating like a drum. Jiang Chen was the first half-step Emperor realm expert to defeat him and also the only one who could instill fear in his heart. Jiang Chen stood in front of the crystal coffin and grabbed it. He lifted the coffin and walked out step by step. Imperial Emperor Tianqi gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to make another move. Jiang Chen's method had stunned him and left a shadow in his heart. At this moment, any action of Jiang Chen could affect his heart. The words that he had boasted in the past had turned into bullshit. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's face was drenched in cold sweat and his body was trembling. He was a dignified emperor expert, but he was defeated by a half-step emperor realm fella just like that. Wasn't this too inexcusable? Moreover, he had schemed and schemed for so long, yet he ended up like this in the end. All of his efforts were in vain. Instead, all of his hard work had gone to Jiang Chen. Who could accept this? Imperial Emperor Tianqi struggled as he watched Jiang Chen leave. He took a deep breath. He had waited for this moment for far too long. If Jiang Chen were to take away the saint-grade medicinal pill and his sister, then Jiang Chen's shadow would be left in his heart for the rest of his life. Why was it that he had done so much, but it was taken away by someone else? Imperial Emperor Tianqi questioned himself countless times, but he couldn't calm the anger in his heart. This was simply like a tortoise trying to dig his own grave. Jiang Chen's face was also drenched in sweat. He was actually an arrow at the end of its flight. He wanted to force Imperial Emperor Tianqi to retreat and subdue the enemy without a fight. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't know what the final outcome would be if he fought to the death. Moreover, Xiaoyu was by his side now. If he had to fight to the death, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, this was the martial Dan hole. Even if he was extremely capable, could he overturn the entire martial Dan hole? Although Jiang Chen was confident, he didn't have such thoughts. Moreover, the martial Dan hall was as famous as the Buddhist pagoda. It was impossible for Imperial Emperor Tianqi to be the only emperor expert in the martial Dan hole. Compared to the mountain and sea sect, Jiang Chen knew when to stop. He had to settle Xiaoyu down first. If the martial Dan hall's people arrived, then he would be in a predicament. Jiang Chen wasn't stupid. Now that he had completely crushed Imperial Emperor Tianqi's confidence, if he didn't take this opportunity to escape, then he might very well die here. The moment the two of them walked away in the opposite direction, Jiang Chen finally let out a long sigh of relief. However, when the two of them were 10 steps apart, Imperial Emperor Tianqi suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Chen furiously. Because he was unwilling to let Jiang Chen leave just like that. If he let him go this time, then it would be extremely difficult to catch him again. He would never be able to make any progress because Jiang Chen had already become a nightmare in his heart. Imperial Emperor Tianqi had to fight with Jiang Chen. Even if he knew that he would die, he still had to fight with Jiang Chen. He couldn't let go of his sister, he couldn't let go of the Saint Grade pill, and his confidence couldn't be destroyed by Jiang Chen. Stop right there. Imperial Emperor Tianqi growled. He had finally made up his mind to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. Although he was afraid of death, he had worked hard for so long and had used so many tricks in order to reach this point. He wasn't willing to give up just like that. Jiang Chen's body shook. Was this fellow really not afraid of death? Since you insist on dying, then I'll send you on your way. Jiang Chen slowly turned around and stared coldly at Imperial Emperor Tianqi, his killing intent surging. Imperial Emperor Tianqi felt his throat go dry. Did this fellow really have the ability to kill him? Although his heart was filled with fear, he had nowhere else to retreat. He had no choice but to brace himself and fight. Eat my palm! Jiang Chen roared angrily. Imperial Emperor Tianqi acted as if he was facing a powerful foe. He defended himself and his soul as he fought against Jiang Chen with all his might. But after waiting for an instant, he discovered that Jiang Chen had already flown out of Mount Wuwei with the crystal coffin on his shoulders. Bastard! I'm going to tear you to pieces. Don't run if you've got the balls. Imperial Emperor Tianqi never would have imagined that Jiang Chen would just faint and run. Motherfucker, so it was all an act. Imperial Emperor Tianqi couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. He had been played for a fool. Although Jiang Chen was very strong, he had heavily injured him with that attack. Did he really have the strength to fight again? After all, his strength was there for all to see. He was still a cut below a great emperor. From the looks of it now, after Jiang Chen had heavily injured him, he must have been severely injured. There was no way Jiang Chen could fight him to the end. Otherwise, why would he run? This fellow was just pretending to have the guts to trick him. Wasn't Jiang Chen treating him like a fool? Imperial Emperor Tianqi's confidence soared. At this moment, he chased after Jiang Chen relentlessly. Since Jiang Chen's calmness was all an act, he was just a half-step great emperor. If he hadn't underestimated him, he wouldn't have been so heavily injured. Now, he was almost fooled like a monkey. How could Imperial Emperor Tianqi remain calm? The three Marshal Dan Hall elders who were waiting for an opportunity were also dumbfounded. How could they still dare to show themselves after that scene? Even Imperial Emperor Tianqi was scared out of his wits. If the three half-step great emperors had acted, the outcome would have been even more miserable. A wise man submits to circumstances. It was reasonable for them to choose to remain silent. But when they saw Jiang Chen run away with a feint, they realized that Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Wasn't he treating them like fools? The three of them acted immediately and chased after Imperial Emperor Tianqi. They were determined to capture Jiang Chen. This fella dared to play with great emperor experts. Qin Luo, who was standing at the side, also followed. She was extremely worried. Could young Master Chen Zhang really turn the situation around? Even she couldn't help but sneer. Young Master Chen Zhang was simply too evil. Imperial Emperor Tianqi was fooled by him. But the one who had to face the danger now was young Master Chen Zhang. Capture this man. I'll grind his bones to ashes and suppress his soul in purgatory, never to be reincarnated. Imperial Emperor Tianqi's roar was like thunder, spreading 1,000 li away. The entire Marshal Dan Hall seemed to be shaking at this moment. However, it wasn't easy for Jiang Qin to leave Mount Wuwei. The Marshal Dan Hall was heavily guarded and protected by an unparalleled formation. Even a fly wouldn't be able to escape. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't hesitate. The most important thing was to run away as soon as possible. Xiao Yu was still unconscious and he didn't dare to continue fighting. This time, the Marshal Dan Palace was going to be turned upside down because of him. Chapter 37:25. Jiang Qin knew that it was too late to leave now. Imperial Emperor Tianqi still followed him. Jiang Qin knew that Imperial Emperor Tianqi wouldn't let him go if he let him go. Since that's the case, I'll have some fun with you guys, Jiang Qin said while gritting his teeth. The only thing he could do now was to get out of Wuwei Mountain as soon as possible and leave the territory of the Marshal Dan Palace. Only by doing so could he leave the Marshal Dan Palace. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to leave this place once he was trapped in the enemy's territory. Jiang Qin was ready to go at any time with the crystal coffin on his shoulder. Because the crystal coffin couldn't be placed in the Zulong Tower, Jiang Qin was very curious. There must be a reason behind this. However, Jiang Qin had no idea what the reason was. Xiao Yu, who was in the coffin, had her eyes closed. She seemed to have lost all signs of life. However, Jiang Qin wouldn't give up so easily. From today onwards, we'll never be separated, no matter where we go, Jiang Qin said in a low voice. He executed the Great Void technique and quickly left the Marshal Dan Hole. It would be best if he could escape, but if he couldn't, he could only fight with his life on the line. Jiang Qin's strength was damaged, so he could only choose to avoid the attack. It's Jiang Qin. He's coming out. Yan Zhao Wuji squinted his eyes, looking at Jiang Qin flying out of St. Marshal City from the Marshal Dan Palace. He became excited, as this was their last chance. Chase! Liao Tianxing nodded his head solemnly. The three of them quickly left the city and chased after Jiang Qin. That guy seems to be heavily injured. His speed isn't fast. Looks like our chance is here. I guess the negotiation with the Marshal Dan Hall has failed. Although they've obtained the title of Divine Tier Alchemist, the Marshal Dan Hall isn't that easy to deal with. That guy wants to go against the Marshal Dan Hall. He won't have a good ending, Silver Fox sneered. Silver Fox sneered. Not long after, several half-step Emperor stage experts flashed past the heads of the three of them, and even Monarch Tianqi was amongst them. Could it be that there's some sort of enmity between Imperial Lord Tianqi and that fellow, Jiang Qin? Liao Tianxing was also quite curious. However, the Marshal Dan Hall had sent out 3 experts and an Emperor Realm expert to pursue Jiang Qin. It was conceivable that this guy must have caused some trouble in the Marshal Dan Hall. It was highly possible. Yan Zhao Wuji had the same thought. If Jiang Qin was killed by the people of the Marshal Dan Hall, then they wouldn't have to do anything. However, if an Emperor Realm expert were to join the fray, they would be able to influence the outcome of the battle. Jiang Qin would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. Let's wait and see, Liao Tianxing said. The 3 of them followed closely behind the experts of the Marshal Dan Hall. They didn't dare to act rashly. After all, if an Emperor Realm expert was enraged, they wouldn't have a good ending. How dare you? Give me back my coffin and give me your life. Monarch Tianqi's voice was like a great bell, rumbling like thunder, shaking the ice and snow of the surrounding mountains. Avalanches were everywhere, mountains were collapsing, rivers were flowing backwards, ancient trees were falling, flames were spewing out from the mountains, magma was tearing the mountain rocks apart. The might of an emperor realm was still unstoppable. Even if Monarch Tianqi was injured, an ordinary half-step emperor realm expert wouldn't be able to resist him. Now that Monarch Tianqi knew that Jiang Qin was just a feint and was already at the end of his tether, his aura was raised once again. This bastard, he even dared to trick him. This truly made him furious. Ever since he became an emperor, Monarch Tianqi had never been looked down upon like this. Now that he was defeated by a half-step emperor realm expert like Jiang Qin, it was too shameful. Therefore, he would never let Jiang Qin escape. He must regain his reputation. Jiang Qin's speed wasn't fast. After all, he was carrying the crystal coffin, and it was getting heavier and heavier. The feeling of being weighed down by 1,000 kilograms made Jiang Qin complain endlessly. Also, this crystal coffin was extremely strange, it couldn't be stored in a spatial treasure, and that was the most unbelievable part. Jiang Qin ran madly for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, he escaped from the Marshal Dan Hall's territory and heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Monarch Tianqi had already caught up to him. A huge palm that blotted out the sun and sky appeared from the clouds. Get lost. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and wielded the wind and clouds. With a slash of his sword, it was shocking. The limitless sword, the great Tao unification. At this moment, Monarch Tianqi's giant palm was split into 2 by Jiang Qin. But as the giant palm exploded, Monarch Tianqi's silhouette followed, piercing through the clouds and descended from the sky. The palm was like a thunderclap that shook the heavenly dragon sword. Jiang Qin retreated with a solemn expression. He raised his blade and fought against an emperor realm expert. At this moment, he had no way to retreat. Monarch Tianqi was calm and composed as he descended. He looked at Jiang Qin and sighed in his heart. It was this bastard who almost ruined his reputation and made him lose all confidence. Come and die. Imperial Lord Tianqi stared at Jiang Qin. This fella had already unleashed his full strength. No one knew how strong he was, but he was still able to force Imperial Lord Tianqi to such a state. If Jiang Qin was allowed to grow to the great emperor realm in the future, how powerful would he be? Under the heavens, who could be his opponent? Imperial Monarch Tianqi didn't dare imagine it. Because at this moment, he had to eliminate the weeds by the roots and nip them in the bud. This was what he loved to do the most. He wanted to nip all dangers in the bud, and he had to eliminate the slightest sign of trouble. This is what I wanted to say to you. Why? Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because I let you go? He. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Following his chuckle, the 3 half-step emperor realm experts of the Marshal Dan Hall also arrived. Facing Jiang Qin, they were even more secretive. Although Jiang Qin's situation was not looking good, they might not dare to act recklessly. Monarch Tianqi was doubtful. He was not sure that Jiang Qin did not have the strength to fight anymore. Now that the 3 half-step emperor realm experts had arrived, he sent the 3 of them to test it out. If Jiang Qin really did not have the strength to fight anymore, then it's fine. If Jiang Qin still had the strength to fight, then the 3 of them would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Capture this bastard for me, there's no need to make any mistakes. Monarch Tianqi shouted. The 3 of them looked at each other and took a deep breath. They were also very fearful of Jiang Qin's domineering aura. They braced themselves and felt as if they were being forced to do something beyond their abilities. After all, they knew Jiang Qin's prowess better than anyone else. A single seal was enough to destroy everything. Right now, their hearts were filled with nervousness. They had no idea how strong Jiang Qin was. Monarch Tianqi was obviously frightened by Jiang Qin. That's why he wanted them to test it out. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.